A chilling cold enveloped her body, making her unable to move. In a foggy daze, she drifted into an incredibly strange nightmare. A mysterious sound hovered around her ears, and her gaze fell upon a young man who was crying in despair. Though she could only see half of his face, she sensed a black birthmark covering part of it. Her vision became blurred, uncertain if this was a dream or reality. When she finally saw the young man's face directly, she couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes were beautiful, yet they also left her feeling unsettled. He was crying, his tears falling one by one, his teeth clenched tightly to hold back sobs. The tears felt so real that one even landed on her own face. Yet, instead of discomfort, she felt warmth from those tears. Gradually, her consciousness faded into darkness, and she passed out without realizing it. Finally, she jolted awake in a state of panic. Noticing her movement, the maids rushed over in alarm. "Crown Princess, you've awakened." Ansia was still too dazed to understand her current situation. She distinctly heard one of the women call her Crown Princess. She raised her small, delicate hand to inspect it, wondering to herself, "Crown Princess? What? Have they been watching palace dramas for over 180 minutes? She turned to look at the group of maids, wondering if they were truly speaking about her. Her large, round blue eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what she was experiencing. She looked around, taking in her petite body, still in disbelief at what was happening. Her face flushed, a mix of anxiety, surprise, and confusion. Ansia questioned herself, "Is this really me? Where exactly am I? Who am I? Why am I here? And why is everyone calling me the Crown Princess?" Thousands of unanswered questions lingered in Ansia's mind. She was still in a daze, allowing the maid to feed her spoonfuls of medicine. At the first sip, the bitterness made her grimace, but the maid insisted she needed to eat and drink properly to recover quickly. Days passed, and every day Ansia had to drink this unbearably bitter medicine. Alongside this, she gradually came into contact with many people in this world. Whether she felt joy or sorrow, she finally had to accept the truth. She had somehow entered the world of the novel The Monster and the Maiden. What's more, it was a 19+ novel, filled with passionate and captivating scenes. The novel belonged to the fantasy romance genre, telling a dark fairy tale about the tyrant, Prince Blake, the monstrous prince cursed by a mysterious force. The plot revolves around the intense battle for love between Crown Prince Blake and his father, a notorious libertine, as they fiercely compete for the affection of the heroine, Diana. As for Ansia, she had transmigrated into the body of a character with the same name, Ansia, the half-sister of the heroine Diana. Ansia had been married off to Crown Prince Blake when they were young, thus becoming the Crown Princess by default. However, as a supporting character meant to clear the path for the main couple's romance, Ansia's life was, naturally, far from happy. The story goes that, upon seeing Prince Blake's cursed face, Ansia was utterly shocked. On their wedding day, she threw herself into a river in an attempt to end her life, and this incident devastated Crown Prince Blake, leading him to believe he was truly a monster. From that moment, he closed off his heart. In the end, shrouded in darkness, the prince was not chosen by Diana and met a tragic end in sorrow. Ansia mentally pieced together the events in the story. After the original Ansia had thrown herself into the lake, Prince Blake must have saved her. But because she had now taken over this body, the original Ansia hadn't actually died. The boy with the glistening eyes she saw the other night was likely Prince Blake himself. Memories of that night resurfaced, filling her mind with his image. 5 days had passed since Ansia regained consciousness, yet there had been no sign of Prince Blake. She was certain he must be deeply hurt. His bride had attempted suicide right after seeing his face. No wonder he hadn't come to visit. Suddenly, Ansia made up her mind. She sat up, swung her legs off the bed, and placed her feet on the ground. Her maid quickly asked, "Where are you going, Your Highness?" To her surprise, Ansia responded coolly, "I want to go see His Highness the Crown Prince." Her words stunned the maid, who stammered, "Why, you truly wish to see His Highness? Please forgive my impertinence, but the Crown Prince was deeply shaken after your accident. So, if you plan to visit him, perhaps it would be best to wait a little longer, Your Highness." In contrast to her maid's cautious demeanor, ManWha remained calm and gave her a steady look. "Don't worry. Take me to him." Bound by duty, the maid had no choice but to follow the Crown Princess's orders. Together, they strolled down the grand palace hallway, resplendent with ornate decorations. ManWha carefully took in her surroundings, her expression calm, though inside she was filled with trepidation. She had no intention of abandoning Prince Blake as the original ManWha had. As a fan of the novel, ManWha had always liked Prince Blake the most. The fact that Diana eventually chose another fiancé had made her feel even more sympathy for him. ManWha sighed, reminding herself that she now had the chance to change Prince Blake's dark childhood and couldn't let it slip away. Her reasons for doing this? There were many, but most importantly, the original ManWha had nowhere else to go. ManWha was the firstborn daughter of Count Valencia and his first wife. But her mother had died shortly after giving birth to her, and the Count remarried, having another daughter, Diana, with his second wife. Both the Count and his new wife treated ManWha coldly. Despite knowing that the Crown Prince was cursed and might not live long, the Count still sent ManWha to become the Crown Princess. ManWha hadn't ended her life simply out of fear of Blake's curse. She had thrown herself into the icy water not because of terror but because of the despair that came from her own family abandoning her. Reflecting on her situation, ManWha came to a quiet realization: if she were to leave, she would have no place to return to. More importantly, she didn't want to abandon this secondary character, Blake, in the depths of despair that the original ManWha had created. Before she knew it, they had reached the door of the Crown Prince's room. ManWha calmly pulled open the heavy door and stepped inside, her voice soft like the original ManWha's. "Your Highness, it's me." The young man who had haunted her dreams was now hiding under a blanket, trembling so much that he stammered, Don't come any closer." But ManWha gently approached him, calling softly, "Your Highness?" The closer she got, the more frantic he became. "Don't come near. I look hideous. Don't come any closer, or you'll be terrified again like that day." Seeing him curled up, shaking like a frightened child, ManWha was suddenly struck by the realization that the Crown Prince didn't hate her, he was only afraid of frightening her. The atmosphere froze, one person hiding in blankets, the other standing still, watching. Finally, ManWha took a deep breath, summoning her courage. Her steps grew quicker, more confident, as she moved towards him. Her small hand suddenly tugged the blanket away, revealing a young face with a frightening dark birthmark covering half of it. Blake froze, stunned by her unexpected action, unable to react before the blanket was tossed aside. His gaze met ManWha's, her face pink but earnest. By now, it was too late for him to pull the blanket back, he could only let out a small cry, "No." For the first time, the Crown Prince experienced a whirlwind of emotions: astonishment, bewilderment, and finally, a silent embarrassment. They stared at each other in a stunned silence for about 5 seconds. The Crown Prince, his face turning red, quickly grabbed a pillow to hide his face and stammered, How dare you pull off the blanket without my permission?" Seeing the Crown Prince's overly innocent expression, ManWha was taken aback. Isn't he supposed to be the tragic, dark second lead in the novel? She wondered. Why is he so adorable right now? ManWha made up her mind to clear up the misunderstanding between the original ManWha and this young prince. Smiling kindly, she said, "I have a few things to discuss with you, Your Highness." She gently pulled the pillow that was separating them to the side, reached out, and touched the young prince's face, suddenly tugging off the mask he wore to reveal his curse. Blake froze in shock, realizing his last layer of disguise had been removed. The truth behind his curse lay in the intricate patterns printed onto his skin. Seeing his mask removed, he panicked and cried out, "Don't look at me." But unlike his panic, Ansia remained calm, softly praising him. "Your Highness, you look very handsome." Her compliment, though simple, made Blake pause, his cheeks flushing as he looked at her in bewilderment. Before he could respond, Ansia cupped his face in her hands, her gaze sincere as she said, "I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you, Your Highness." She ended her statement with a gentle smile, soft as spring breeze, and Blake's heart couldn't help but stir. Ansia knew this wasn't just flattery. His bright eyes, full lips, sharp nose, and delicate face, even partly covered by the curse, couldn't hide his charm. To Ansia, he was a visual masterpiece, comparable to the Korean idols she knew. She recalled that in the original story, his curse would lift when he met Diana, revealing him to be the most attractive man in the world. But cursed or not, Ansia thought Blake was already incredibly handsome. Back to reality, Blake shyly pushed her hands away, his expression flustered, as if he couldn't accept her closeness. "But, you hate me." Ansia calmly replied, "I don't hate you, Your Highness. Not even a little." Seeing his skeptical expression, she continued, "Your Highness, I can assure you I didn't try to take my life. I merely slipped and fell into the lake." She knew this was a lie. In the original story, Ansia had indeed tried to end her life out of horror upon seeing his face. But now, as the person in control of this body, she decided she would never let that happen. Hearing her reassurances, a glimmer of hope appeared on Blake's face as he asked softly, "Really?" Taking advantage of the moment, Ansia quickly crafted a story. "Yes, I heard that you saved me from drowning. So, I came here to thank you." Blake looked at her, still surprised, as he asked, "You came here to thank me?" Ansia nodded cheerfully, "Exactly. You saved my life. I'm truly grateful to you." At her words, Blake's face flushed red, tears welling in his eyes. Suddenly, he burst into tears like a child. Well, Ansia reminded herself, he was still just a child. Seeing the Crown Prince's vulnerable side, Ansia was a bit startled. So, he was that heartbroken, thinking I attempted suicide just because I saw him. With this thought, she broke into a bright smile, denying his fear with a playful laugh. "Why would I ever do that? I'm lucky to be married to someone as wonderful as you." No matter how much Ansia tried to comfort him, the Crown Prince kept crying like a 3-year-old. Through his sobs, he said, "I saved you, but I was afraid you'd be angry at me afterward. I was scared to face you." Ansia couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. He had been agonizing over this for the past 5 days while she was still unconscious. Gently, she placed a hand on his trembling shoulder, then wrapped her arms around his small frame. "No, I like you, Your Highness. Don't worry about it anymore, okay?" It seemed that this hug was enough to reassure him. Leaning shyly into her shoulder, he mumbled, I like you, too." At last, Ansia had succeeded in dispelling the misunderstanding between them. In the original story, the Emperor knew that Blake had developed feelings for Diana early on, so he had arranged a marriage between her and his son through the Count. Naturally, the Count hadn't wanted to marry off his precious daughter to the cursed Crown Prince and instead offered up Ansia, the spare. Ansia thought to herself, well, sometimes lies are needed to make this world a better place. But who would have guessed? Just a moment ago, Blake was shy and reserved, yet seeing the prince's expression as if he had encountered a ghost made Ansia feel a bit guilty. She wondered, why is he reacting this way? I didn't suggest anything inappropriate. According to the storyline, the female countess of the Valencia family possessed a source of light power, and it was this power that allowed Diana to break the curse on the prince. The original host was also a member of the Valencia family. She possessed some power, but not as much as Diana. The curse on Prince Blake was not only manifested through the patterns engraved on his face but also through excruciating pain, especially intensified when the weather turned cold, causing him even more torment. She recalled Blake's expression when he jumped into the water to save her. He must have felt immense pain and despair at that moment. Moreover, Blake was not the type to complain about hardships or let others know that he was suffering. Perhaps all this time, he had endured the torment and pain alone. What was even more unbelievable was that to harness the power of the Valencia family, physical contact was necessary. It sounded strange, but in the context of a melodramatic novel, it was quite normal. However, since they were both still young, such treatment was impossible. Instead, Ancia thought they should just hold hands when going to sleep. But with his ghostly expression, her action seemed like a major crime. She decided to reassure him, "Your Highness, don't misunderstand me. Since we're married, it's only natural for us to sleep together. There's nothing shameful about it." Even after hearing these words, the prince still hesitated a little. He hid his face behind the pillow and softly said, "But I still feel shy." Seeing a boy who was so bashful that his face turned bright red left Ancia at a loss for words. Really, where had the tough Blake from her original story gone? No matter how many times she looked, all she saw sitting in front of her was a little red-eyed rabbit. Return the original male lead already, Ancia thought to herself. Will this little rabbit turn into a tyrant in 10 years? She was determined. After all, she couldn't just abandon a poor child like him. So she played the role of a formidable figure, yanking the prince's pillow away and then directly attacking him physically. She gently reached out and took the prince's small hand. In an instant, their fingers intertwined. Ancia said firmly, "We are married, after all. From now on, we have to sleep together every day." Her words made the prince's face grow even redder. "What? Every day?" He was still very flustered. "If we sleep together, will you be okay with it?" In response to the prince's embarrassment was Ancia's confident expression. "Why wouldn't it be okay? Of course, it is. I like you, Prince." Her words left the boy frozen in place, his face heating up with shyness. Finally, he whispered, "I like you too." Their hands remained clasped together. Ancia smiled and asked, "How do you feel now? Are you feeling more comfortable?" The prince remained very insecure, repeatedly saying, "It's not like that." Ancia was sure it would be okay. When sleeping next to a monster like me. Unexpectedly, Ancia became serious and exclaimed, "Prince, don't say that. You are not a monster." Hearing this affirmation, the prince's eyes widened as he looked at her, then he shrank back, bowing his head in a dejected manner, unable to speak. Ancia moved closer, took the prince's hand, and softly reassured him, "I've told you, Prince, you have a very beautiful face. You are not a monster." After hearing this affirmation for the umpteenth time, the prince finally looked up at her. Ancia directly told Blake that his curse would be lifted. Blake could hardly believe it. He asked in surprise, "My curse?" Ancia looked at him seriously, showing no intention of denying it. "Yes, I believe it will be lifted," she told the prince that by the time he turned 18, his curse would be broken, marking the beginning of his happy life thereafter. Ancia even reminded him not to pay attention to what others were saying. The prince listened, stunned, repeatedly mumbling the number 18. Just like the original host's family, who had an heir with the power of light, the Valencia family also had an heir, but it was the power of the curse. Emperor Philip, the founder of this empire, had a relationship with the goddess of light. The goddess of light had bestowed her power upon Emperor Philip, who was the one she had always cherished. However, when he became emperor, he betrayed the goddess of light, placing a horn on her that was a meter tall and began an affair with another woman. The goddess was, of course, very angry when she learned of this and cursed the emperor's descendants. Those who were cursed would have a black mark on their faces, which would remain on their bodies until they died. These individuals would all perish before reaching adulthood, and according to the curse, Blake was destined to die before turning 18. However, when he met Diana, that curse was lifted. Therefore, Ancia was confident that the prince would surely break the curse. She reached out her hand, her small finger extended to him as a promise, vowing that the prince would not perish because of the curse and that she would use her life to ensure it. But unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the prince yanked his hand away and exclaimed in agitation, "No! Don't make such a promise." He simply wanted her not to have such reckless thoughts for her own sake. ManWha gently grasped his trembling hand and looked directly into his eyes, affirming, "Neither you nor I will die, so don't worry too much." Indeed, her words were enough to shatter the prince's fragile defenses. He began to tear up once again. ManWha playfully teased the prince, "What a little crybaby." In response, the prince denied it, "I'm not a crybaby." "Oh, you're just one tear away from crying every 5 minutes, she said, and just like that, he started to cry again. ManWha acted like a true mother, gently patting his back, soothing her little son. Her voice was soft and comforting, like a lullaby. "You're okay, prince." After he cried himself tired, the prince's eyes began to show the weariness he couldn't hide, and his gaze started to grow dim. Following ManWha's soft voice, the room gradually fell into silence, with only the two of them leaning against each other. Eventually, the prince drifted off to sleep without either of them noticing. Though they were asleep, their hands remained tightly clasped together. In no time, morning came again. The sunlight flooded the room, causing ManWha to let out a soft as she slowly opened her green eyes. Before her was the poor, tearful prince. Even in his sleep, he held her hand tightly. Unable to resist the cuteness, ManWha gently stroked his hair. This action seemed to awaken the prince from his dreams. He blinked his eyes open and broke into a bright smile, his eyes sparkling with rare joy. ManWha, a bit puzzled, softly asked, "Prince, why are you smiling?" It turned out that what made the prince happy was having ManWha by his side all night. These two. Were they really not thinking about how to spare the feelings of the common people? Indeed, hearing the prince's teasing made ManWha blush with embarrassment. She promised herself to continue accompanying the prince in the days to come, to keep him happy and become the true sunshine of this empire. Because of this, she had been by Blake's side for several days. During her time with him, she noticed that Blake hardly ever left his room, except for when it was absolutely necessary. Even simple activities like eating or reading were done within the confines of his chamber. Another strange thing she noticed while sharing meals with him every day, something that baffled her, was that the meals consisted entirely of vegetables. From mixed salads to spicy salads, the meals resembled a vegan diet, with nothing but vegetables from morning to evening, 3 meals a day and 7 days a week. The menu hardly changed, and even the soup tasted as salty as the day before, so salty that she felt like she might want to be reincarnated just to escape it. Unable to contain her curiosity, she looked up and asked the prince, "Your Highness, what's your favorite food?" To her surprise, this little rabbit was easy to please, he would eat anything. As she bit into a bitter piece of salty vegetable, she continued, "Do you like eating meat or fish?" The prince eagerly nodded, "Of course." Hearing this answer, ManWha concluded that the prince was not a vegetarian and had no special dietary requirements. It was clear that the cooks didn't want to do any extra work, which was why he was being served only vegetables. ManWha quietly recognized that this poor treatment stemmed from the servants thinking the prince was cursed. Furthermore, both the prince and the princess were still very young, lacking any power or influence, so they were looked down upon by others. At the forefront of this was the chief steward of the royal palace, the eldest son of Hamel. ManWha felt a bit troubled by such a formidable opponent. Noticing her worried expression, the prince asked with concern, "ManWha, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking?" ManWha could only smile and deny it, but in her heart, she had made a resolution. ManWha set her fork down on the table and instructed Melissa. Upon hearing the princess call her name, Melissa bowed respectfully to acknowledge the order. ManWha spoke in the tone of a princess, commanding, "After the meal, tell the steward to come to my room. I have a few things to discuss with him." With that, she flashed a confident smile, ready to face the challenges ahead. Melissa showed no signs of surprise, merely nodding silently in compliance. After finishing her task, ManWha turned to offer a piece of grilled mushroom to the prince, her concern evident as she reminded him, "Now, Your Highness, you should try this grilled mushroom. Even if it doesn't taste good, you have to eat it, it's good for your health." Hearing her nagging, The prince reluctantly opened his mouth for the mushroom, swallowing it with a look of disdain. Yet, ManWha wasn't finished. She continued to scold him, "Don't just swallow it like that, you have to chew it first." Seeing the cheerful and rosy complexion of the prince, ManWha felt joy as well. Suddenly, the prince grasped her hand, unable to hold back his praise. "Your hands are so warm, I feel more comfortable holding your hand." Hearing such sweet words made ManWha's heart flutter. But despite her happiness, she didn't forget her mission and seriously said, "I'm glad you feel that way, but you must finish the rest." ManWha suddenly realized something unusual. If what the prince said was true, that he felt comfortable holding her hand, could it mean she possessed the power of light? Just then, the voice of a servant reached them. "Your Highness, the chief steward has arrived." The sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the chief steward entered the room. He bowed to ManWha with a very serious expression and asked, "What is it, Your Highness?" ManWha silently assessed him from head to toe. He didn't look too bad on the surface, but his intentions were as sinister as a snake's. Moreover, he secretly believed that his position was higher than that of the prince. Taking a deep breath, she began to question him seriously. "The prince's meals are really lacking in nutrition." Upon hearing her questioning, he calmly adjusted his thick glasses and replied in a leisurely manner, "Oh, is that why you called me here? I thought it was something important." ManWha glared at him in anger. "The issue regarding the prince's meals, the hope of an entire empire, isn't that important?" Unexpectedly, he maintained his arrogant demeanor, pushing his glasses up and dismissively saying, "Your Highness, you've just arrived, so you may not be fully aware of the situation here. The emperor hasn't provided us with enough budget to spend, so what can we do? The budget for the prince's palace is insufficient." ManWha silently cursed him, thinking, "This crazy guy should think before he speaks." Even if the budget for the prince's palace was tight, it wasn't so inadequate that there wasn't even a piece of meat as thin as paper. She feigned understanding, lowered her eyes, and sighed, "I see." Seeing ManWha seemingly led by the nose, he felt even more self-satisfied and said, "I was worried you were too young to understand this, but I'm relieved that you do." However, before he could finish his sentence, he received shocking news. ManWha solemnly declared she would dismiss him. This information left him frozen in place, his eyes darkening, and he ground his teeth as he questioned, What did you say?" ManWha remained composed and signaled to the guard, "Eden, take this man to prison and make sure he faces justice for his crimes." Hamel struggled and shouted, "What do you mean? Do you even know what embezzlement is?" ManWha looked him straight in the eyes and confidently declared, "I know for certain that you have embezzled the prince's budget." Her decisive attitude caused Hamel to tremble all over, but he still tried to resist the guard's grip. As he was being led away, his curses echoed through the hallway. Who does she think she is? She's married to that monster of a prince? She dares to call herself a princess? She'll regret this soon enough. ManWha completely ignored his curses and ordered the guard to add charges of insulting the royal family against Hamel. The guard, Eden, who had long been irritated by this man, nodded in compliance. Ultimately, Hamel faced a grim fate, awaiting his time as a prison rat. Eden shot him a contemptuous glance, causing Hamel to shudder in fear. Since the Grand Chamberlain was arrested, the atmosphere in the palace had become heavy. However, instead of being fearful, ManWha lifted everyone's spirits by dismissing many disloyal servants. She reviewed the list of servants, studied it carefully, and realized that when Blake was ousted from the position of Crown Prince, most of the courtiers had betrayed him and sided with Richard. She didn't need any traitors by her side. ManWha's determination was clear. She would dismiss all the names on the list because they were all traitors. As a result, the Crown Prince's palace became unusually quiet, to the point where one could hear each other's breathing. ManWha silently sighed. It's as empty as a deserted temple. Hearing this, Melissa cautiously announced, "Your Highness, all the servants were personally chosen by the Emperor. I wonder if we are really allowed to dismiss them?" Seeing Melissa's worried expression, ManWha felt warmed. She clearly cared about her. To comfort her, ManWha smiled and reassured her, "It will be fine. You don't need to worry so much." Encouraged, Melissa nodded brightly. The most important task at the moment was to prepare a new menu for the Crown Prince. Melissa eagerly asked, "What kind of menu would you like, Your Highness?" Ansia felt a bit flustered, thinking to herself, "Oh dear, I'm not a chef." But given that they had dismissed all the cooks, she had to take on the task. She cheerfully informed Melissa, "Don't worry, today I will personally go into the kitchen to cook." This news left Melissa wide-eyed with skepticism. "Really, Your Highness?" Ansia smiled in response. "Earlier, I took a stroll to the palace pantry and found some interesting things. I'll show you. Follow me." Before long, the two arrived at the pantry. Melissa was astonished to see the crown princess herself bringing her here. Ansia, seemingly unaware of Melissa's expression, gently opened the pantry door. They both leaned in to explore the secret items hidden inside. Melissa curiously asked, "Your Highness, what is this?" Ansia pointed to some mysterious black jars, unsure of what was inside. She opened one of the jars and reminded Melissa, "Take a good look." They both peered in together, discovering a bright red liquid. Ansia gleefully laughed as if she had struck gold and exclaimed, "This is soy sauce and chili powder." The strange ingredients left Melissa confused. What's soy sauce, and what's chili powder? With the experience of a true reviewer, Ansia explained in detail, "These are cooking ingredients from the East. Adding them to the dishes will enhance the flavor significantly." This knowledge left Melissa in awe of Ansia, even thinking that the crown princess was indeed a forgotten culinary genius. Feeling flattered by the praise, Ansia made an excuse, saying, "I only read about these ingredients in a book on the East," to mask her excitement at discovering the unique ingredients the emperor had brought back for the crown prince. Melissa was equally astonished to see such a rich variety of ingredients, which the previous chefs had only used in small quantities. Angered by the thought of previous meals consisting solely of vegetables, Ansia rolled up her sleeves, determined to get into the kitchen and start cooking. Although unsure of the outcome, Ansia confidently moved with the poise and actions of a skilled chef, deftly adding each ingredient to the pot. Once she finished, Ansia wiped the sweat from her brow, and Melissa, who had no cooking experience, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The crown princess is truly a culinary genius." The meal was complete, and the dining table was filled with an abundance of fragrant meats and fish, steaming and sizzling. Prince Blake stared in surprise at the unfamiliar dishes and curiously asked Ansia, "What is this?" She smiled and casually lied that these were Eastern dishes she had learned about from a book. Blake didn't seem to care much about the origin of the food. Instead, his grateful gaze revealed his appreciation for Ansia as the one who had prepared them. Noticing Blake's awkward smile, Ansia realized that the young prince didn't know how to eat these dishes. She laughed and skewered a shiny piece of fish cake on a fork, holding it up to Blake's face while playfully comparing, "It's as cute as the prince himself." With that, Ansia placed the glistening fish cake on Blake's rice plate, bringing a spoonful of rice to his mouth like a mother feeding her child. Blake chewed carefully, savoring the flavors that Ansia had taken the time to prepare just for him. The taste was so delightful that Blake's eyes lit up, making Ansia feel truly fulfilled. There was nothing more joyous than cooking for someone she cherished. Next, Ansia introduced a simmered soybean soup, suggesting that Blake try it himself, while also mentioning that not everyone might enjoy its flavor. She sat back, anxious to see whether the soup would suit the prince's taste. But as soon as he took his first spoonful, Blake's eyes shone brightly like headlights, and he exclaimed with delight, "This is the best thing I've ever tasted." Seeing the eager, endearing expression on the prince's face, Ansia rested her chin on her hand and watched him, thinking that it felt more like she was caring for a child than a husband. Yet, this moment was genuinely warm and sweet. While others might have a bride who raised her husband from childhood, she felt as if she was raising a husband from his early years. She hoped that Blake would always keep that pure smile on his face, but thinking about the curse that haunted the prince weighed heavily on Ansia's heart. To break the curse, Blake had to fall in love with Diana, a feat she couldn't help him achieve. Ansia promised herself that she would always be by Blake's side, doing everything in her power to protect him until he matured. Yet, before that day came, it seemed she might have to leave, though she couldn't bear the thought of parting from the prince. According to the novel's plot, Blake was destined to endure numerous tragedies in his life. The first tragedy was becoming the heir to the curse, bearing a grim fate on his shoulders. The second tragedy was that his fiancée, ManWha, would take her own life on their wedding day. Finally, the death of Emperor Tenstian would mark another turning point. Following the emperor's passing, Duke Cassius, Blake's uncle and the father of the main character Richard, ascended to the throne and became emperor. Immediately after Cassius seized power, he stripped Blake of his title as prince and exiled him to the Southern Isle, where he would endure a childhood fraught with suffering. Knowing this destiny, ManWha hoped to change it in some way. Although the moment Blake received the curse had occurred before she traveled to this world, Emperor Tenstian's death had yet to take place. She quietly hoped that if she could influence events, perhaps the emperor's fate could be altered. However, ManWha understood that the emperor would head to the Valley of Chaos right after Blake's wedding, and she would have to patiently wait for the opportunity to act when he returned. The following day, the reluctant individual responsible for crafting the menu for the prince had to think of ways to ensure the dishes were both nutritious and delicious. ManWha was surprised to discover how much Blake enjoyed the Korean-style dishes she typically cooked, which further motivated her to prepare even tastier meals for him. To create more complex dishes, she needed an oven and a large pot. ManWha planned to sketch the shape of the pot and ask a blacksmith to craft it, while also requesting an additional fire oven. After finishing her calculations, she wandered around the palace looking for a place to set up the oven. While she was admiring a suitable spot and lost in thought, a strange young man suddenly appeared and asked what she was doing. The unexpected voice startled ManWha, causing her to stumble back and cry out. The young man, seeing this, extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Still taken aback, ManWha looked up at the young man with mixed emotions. He gazed back at her with a somewhat puzzled expression. ManWha assessed Richard for a moment, from his thick, bushy eyebrows that resembled a dense jungle to his angular jawline. He also bore a long scar on his neck and had eyes red like a wild beast, quite different from the lovely red eyes of her husband. These details were enough for ManWha to recognize who stood before her. No one else but Richard, the most favored character in the novel, the male lead in Beauty and the Beast. He radiated a powerful aura, overshadowing Blake and was the victor in the battle for Diana's affections. Richard cheerfully greeted her as if they were old acquaintances. "Long time no see, ManWha." ManWha was still caught in her memories and didn't respond to Richard's friendly demeanor. He was the second son of Emperor Cassius's younger brother. Since Blake was cursed and wouldn't live long, Richard was being considered as the heir to the throne. However, he was far from immediately securing that position because his mother was of slave origin. With great ambition, Richard had not hesitated to eliminate all his enemies, leaving each one dead beneath his bloody sword. Ultimately, he ascended to the throne, built upon blood and tears. Recalling these horrific events filled ManWha with fear, and she clutched her dress tightly, reminding herself that none of this had to happen. She vowed to prevent everything, determined that Emperor Tenstian would not die, nor would Blake be overthrown from the throne. ManWha didn't notice Richard's outstretched hand as she stood up on her own, eyeing him warily. "What do you want?" she asked, trying to maintain her composure. Richard's attitude didn't stay pleasant for long. He began to question her. "I heard you dismissed quite a few servants after your wedding?" Upon hearing this, ManWha silently made a guess. He must have come personally to investigate this matter, perhaps because one of his spies was among those dismissed. Richard's unanswered questions rang out like accusations. "What's the reason for your behavior? This isn't like you at all." ManWha didn't feel like arguing with someone who always radiated the aura of a protagonist. "Are you suggesting I acted too hastily?" she replied, striving to remain calm. "You can't do that," Richard said, launching into a series of criticisms. "The Hamel family is favored by the emperor. It's outrageous to imprison the eldest son of the late Marquis. Dismissing those servants is simply unacceptable. Inside, Ansia felt a surge of anger and silently cursed Richard's entire lineage. All of them were spies sent by you. How dare you order me to do your bidding? But no matter how angry she was, she had to keep her composure. Ansia smiled as if nothing was amiss and responded, "You can't keep untrustworthy people by your side, can you?" Although her heart was boiling, Ansia knew she had to be more magnanimous toward the servants. If she dismissed them all just for lacking trust, she would never earn their loyalty. At this point, Ansia no longer felt the need to argue with this loquacious person. She raised an eyebrow and retorted, "This is none of your business. If you have nothing else, please leave." However, Ansia's dismissive attitude was not enough to make Richard leave. He teased, "Oh, are you sulking at me?" He assumed Ansia's demeanor was because he had rejected her feelings. This comment made Ansia's face darken. She couldn't understand what this arrogant guy was thinking. Richard continued his endless chatter, "While I know you like me, I apologize for rejecting your feelings, Ansia. But you know I'm the son of a slave. How could I ignore the Emperor's orders and accept your love?" Since crossing over to this world, Ansia had never faced any real challenges. But today, encountering Richard was truly a stroke of bad luck. Although she smiled, her mind was racing. Was this how the protagonist flirted? It was utterly shameless. Richard, standing there, continued his flirtation, smiling, "You're really nice, you understand me, right?" Hearing his cheesy pickup lines made Ansia feel a wave of nausea. Was this something a normal person could say? Why was he constantly assaulting her psyche? She looked at him with disdain and retorted, "Richard, are you delusional? Did you forget to take your medication before coming out today? Who could possibly like you?" As expected, her words struck a blow to his inflated ego. Before Richard could respond, Ansia pressed on, "Richard Cassius, you're incredibly rude. How could you say such things to the Crown Princess? Are you intentionally insulting the royal family?" A normal person would have likely backed down in embarrassment after such a verbal thrashing. But this Richard, with his protagonist aura, was too thick-skinned to come to his senses. It seemed his delusions of grandeur were not just a passing phase. He even calmly addressed Ansia by name, reaching out to take her hand and ask if she was still angry. But before he could act, another hand seized his injured arm. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Richard was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the one holding his hand was none other than Prince Blake. Unlike his previous weak demeanor, Blake now looked at Richard with suspicion and sternly reproached Ansia, "Didn't you say you didn't like him? Why are you being so reckless?" Richard stubbornly denied, "It seems you've misunderstood, Your Highness. Lady Ansia and I are acquaintances. I hope you won't act thoughtlessly." However, Blake ignored Richard's empty explanations. He shot Richard a bullet-like glare and declared, "She's no longer just a lady. Now, she is the Crown Princess." Though Richard wasn't a fool, he recognized the prince's firm stance. With no choice, he lowered his head and apologized, "My previous words were just a slip of the tongue." Blake had no intention of making things difficult for Richard. He simply grumbled a warning, "Next time, be more careful. If you disrespect the Crown Princess again, I won't let you off." Then, Blake coldly shoved Richard's injured arm away. Despite his smaller stature, Blake's overwhelming aura made the male lead uneasy. He barked, "Now, get out of my sight." It was a clear dismissal, and though Richard was pushed to the edge, he still hadn't left. Fortunately, he knew when to yield and departed, his back full of indignation. As Ansia watched Blake's intimidating silhouette, an unspoken unease settled in her heart. Blake, perceptive as ever, noticed the troubled expression on her face. He gently reached for her hand, reminding her, "Don't look after him." She initially thought Blake was trying to comfort her, but that was not the case. The boy was so young yet already possessed a possessive nature, not wanting her to glance at other boys. The overwhelming sense of care and possessiveness left Ansia feeling flustered, but it also warmed her heart. Blake, despite his youth, had shown a maturity and decisiveness that made her reconsider her position in their relationship. Ansia was a bit taken aback by the Crown Prince's innocent words. Gently holding Blake's hand as a form of reassurance, she mentally rolled her eyes at Richard, thinking, he's more like a dog than a man. Comparing him to a dog seemed unfair to the animal. Ansia indignantly labeled him a jerk, exclaiming, he claimed that I like him. He must be seriously delusional. Blake appeared somewhat skeptical and asked her if she really didn't like Richard, considering he was quite well known. To his surprise, Ansia firmly denied it. I can't stand that kind of fake person. Compared to him, I prefer cute little bunnies like you. With those sweet words, Ansia had successfully won Blake over. The young prince flushed with embarrassment and, like a little bunny, pressed her hand against his cheek. His kitten-like behavior melted Ansia's heart, and she couldn't help but burst out laughing at his innocence. Now she had the comfort of her little angel. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ansia asked, what kind of person do you like, Your Highness? To her astonishment, Blake answered without hesitation, that's Ansia. Confused, she reiterated, no, I meant what type of person do you like? But Blake, oblivious, just kept repeating her name. Then the young prince moved closer and hugged her tightly, confessing, I only need Ansia. At this point, who cared about dignity? Witnessing Blake's sincere and innocent affection, Ansia couldn't help but smile contentedly. In that garden, a girl had just confessed to the boy she loved, me too, all I need is you, Your Highness. Another day began in the palace. Ansia dipped her hand into the water to check the temperature, testing it repeatedly until she finally found the perfect warmth. Meanwhile, in another corner of the room, the Crown Prince was tiredly studying. Ansia's cheerful call snapped him out of his pile of books. With her hands on her hips, she declared, from today, I will serve you during your bath. The soon-to-be bathed prince froze in place, bewildered. In the quiet room, a loud scream erupted, what did you just say? It was a stark contrast, one was overly excited while the other was overly frightened. Blake struggled to digest the awkwardness of the situation and made an excuse to avoid it. I think I'll step outside for a bit. But before he could take 2 steps, Ansia's hand grabbed him, pulling him back, Your Highness. Her tone was irresistibly inviting, sending shivers down Blake's spine. Your Highness, let's take a bath. Hearing this, Blake's fear wasn't solely due to embarrassment. He worried that Ansia might be cursed if she bathed him. This concern made the prince feel flustered, unsure of how to decline without hurting her feelings. No matter how much Ansia explained, Blake remained hesitant to agree. He believed that if she came into contact with the curse, it would bring her misfortune. According to the erroneous rumors, anyone who looked at or touched the curse of the god of light would also suffer from its associated misfortunes. Because of these misconceptions, the heir to the curse could not even step outside and was confined to the southern islands whenever the curse manifested. Blake had already been stripped of his title as crown prince and sent to the south. However, thanks to Emperor Tenstian's vehement opposition, he could continue living in the castle. Still, Ansia was determined to convince him that misfortune wouldn't befall her. Please ignore those false rumors. We can't know for sure if they're true or not. I've seen your face and held your hand before. However, the crown prince remained adamant. He was growing impatient, thinking it was all trivial. Seeing my body is a big deal. Ansia continued to hold his hand, trying to soothe his panic. But he lost his composure again, shouting, I'm a monster. With that, he forcefully pushed Ansia's hand away. One moment he was angry, and the next he curled up in a corner, feeling helpless. He feared that if Ansia saw him, she might hate him. Seeing him spiraling into despair, Ansia patiently stood by, gently comforting him. Your Highness, those rumors are just excuses. The truth is, you don't want me to see the curse on your body. I've seen the marks on your face and hands, so I think there's nothing wrong with seeing the rest of you. She took a step closer to the prince and softly coaxed, "Your Highness, look at me." Her gentle words acted like a soothing breeze, calming him down. Blake slowly raised his eyes to Ansia, who was sitting down in front of him, gazing at his fearful face. "I told you, Your Highness, you're not a monster. You're not a monster at all. Touching your body like this doesn't make me uncomfortable. In fact, I've felt very happy since we got married." Hearing her sincere words, Blake couldn't help but question, "Oh, happy, you say?" Ansia responded with a bright smile, "Yes, I'm happy because you are my husband." She then wrapped her arms around the prince, wanting to give him strength. Blake hesitated before confessing, "Me too. I'm happy because I married Ansia." Ansia held the prince close, like a young mother soothing her child. Anyone looking on wouldn't guess they were a married couple. After a while, Ansia gently asked, "Shall we go take a bath now?" Upon hearing this, the prince hesitated again. It seemed he wasn't ready for that yet. Ansia immediately sensed his reluctance. "Why not? I think it's fine." Finally, he struggled with his thoughts before admitting his true reason. It's because I'm shy." Seeing the prince's shy demeanor, Ansia couldn't help but tease him. "Oh, so you're shy?" The prince became even more embarrassed, his face turning bright red. Ansia was already quite used to this bashful side of him, but she was a little curious. "If you're this shy, how have you faced your attendants when they bathe you before?" But Blake believed those attendants were different from Ansia. This response didn't sit well with Ansia at all. Was the prince really discriminating between her and the others? Sensing her thoughts drifting miles away, Blake quickly waved his hands in denial. "No. It's not like that." Ansia smiled with satisfaction at his explanation, gripping his hand tightly while using a coaxing tone. "If it's not like that, then let's go already." The prince stubbornly remained still, a reluctant look in his eyes. Clearly, under Ansia's soft yet insistent persuasion, that little bunny of his was bound to give in eventually. Now the prince felt like a fish on a chopping block, unable to bring himself to unbutton his shirt. He thought that if he did, it would be like losing his innocence. He hesitated, picking at the buttons and then letting go, reminding her, "Ansia, once again, don't be surprised, okay?" Ansia felt a mix of anger and sympathy. She frowned and replied, "You said you wouldn't say things like that anymore. If you say something like that again, I will really get angry. I'm serious this time." The prince kept his despondent expression. His eyelashes fluttered, and his eyes shimmered with a hint of helplessness. He genuinely feared that Ansia would abandon him. Understanding the sincerity in the prince's feelings made Ansia even sadder. She didn't know what to say. Before Blake could mature, she would have to leave, as only Diana, the female lead, could lift the curse on the prince. Her responsibility to him was to ensure he was safe and had a genuinely happy childhood. But she had no idea when that terrible day would come, the day she would be forced to part from Blake. Seeing Ansia's dumbfounded expression as if she were being chased by a ghost only made the prince more anxious. He hurriedly asked, "Why aren't you answering me?" Then, with his usual melodramatic tone, the prince started to cry and questioned Ansia, "Are you planning to abandon me?" Ansia clenched her fists, battling a fierce inner conflict. In the end, she decided to speak the comforting lie, "Why would I leave my lovely husband, little bunny?" Although Ansia knew this was a falsehood, she felt it was the best she could do for the prince. Gently, she cupped his tear-streaked face in her hands and looked straight into his eyes, assuring him, "This is my home." With that, she continued to coax the prince to bathe. It seemed that Blake, having heard Ansia's reassurances, became more cooperative. He slowly began to unbutton his shirt, revealing the ugly patterns that marred his skin. They looked like vines clinging to Blake's body, twisting up his arms and trailing down one leg. Ansia thought that if the prince traveled to the year 2024, no one would suspect he was cursed. Those markings could easily be passed off as gang tattoos, and people would believe it. Seeing his body covered in those glaring designs, Ansia felt a pang of sympathy, but she bit her lip and endured it. The glow of the sunset had enveloped the room for some time. In another distant chamber, Richard, the male lead, was still reeling from Ansia's harsh rejection. He sat there, dazed, quietly assessing that there were no spies left around the prince. Ansia had dismissed most of the veteran attendants and court officials. Lucas and his half-brother Frank were livid, believing that a mere 10-year-old girl was obstructing their surveillance of the prince. Even the attendant responsible for bathing the prince had been fired, yet Richard remained seated, calmly sipping on his hot tea, knowing he still had another trump card up his sleeve. Elegantly lifting the steaming cup of tea to his lips, Richard calmly took a sip and thought to himself, the ace up his sleeve is none other than Ansia. In the past, Ansia had harbored feelings for him. Each time they met, she would steal glances at him, only to blush and shyly look away. Yet, with Richard's perceptive gaze, her infatuation was impossible to hide. So, what could be easier than turning the prince's wife into his puppet? A dangerous glimmer flickered in Richard's eyes. For him, having Ansia under his control would be far more effective than sending a dozen spies. He resolved to capture Ansia by any means necessary. However, he suddenly recalled Ansia's cold demeanor that day. Oh, she didn't even want anything to do with him. All of his previous calculations had gone awry because of her frosty attitude. Moreover, there was also the matter of the cursed prince. Blake was no longer the timid boy he used to be. He had dared to stand before Richard, holding tightly to his hand. But what struck Richard as peculiar was that when Blake held his hand, he felt a surge of strength emanating from the prince that was meant to suppress him. Richard wondered in confusion, since when had the prince learned to harness such power? Eventually, after piecing together the events, Richard concluded that Ansia's presence had significantly impacted that monster. Just thinking about it made him slam his teacup down on the table in frustration. At that moment, his mind swirled with 100 questions about Ansia. An ambitious person like Richard would never give up easily. He resolved to win Ansia over and turn her into the strongest pawn in his arsenal, disregarding any plans of that pathetic male lead. Back with the fluffy couple, the prince still felt bashful about exposing his bare body in front of his crush. Ansia stood by, and though she could see everything, she felt no revulsion. She recalled the image of the prince hesitating before daring to unbutton his shirt, revealing the intricate patterns of the curse that clung to his skin. The more she looked, the more she felt a deep need to love Blake even more to compensate for the pain the curse had inflicted upon him. They stood gazing at each other in silence, as Blake's small hand slowly reached out towards Ansia. The atmosphere was unusually quiet, with neither of them saying a word. Ansia's eyes brimmed with compassion, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "What should we do? You look so thin." Then, she urged him, "Come on, get into the bathtub. You'll catch a cold if you don't." Carefully, Ansia took a cloth and gently began to wash Blake's back, her fingers gliding over the terrifying cursed patterns. Half of Blake's body was covered by the curse of the goddess of light, and Ansia felt a deep pang of sorrow. He was just an 8-year-old child, yet he had to endure such grotesque torment. She had even heard that as the scars spread, they would come with excruciating pain. Just how much had this boy suffered? Her trembling hand brushed over the roughened skin, and Blake, frightened, warned her, "Stop. What if the curse transfers to you?" Realizing that tempting the little boy wouldn't work, Ansia changed her tone to one of seriousness. "No. If you keep talking like that, I will really get angry." Finally, to soothe the fragile spirit of this little bunny, Ansia began to sing a cheerful tune. "My dear husband has a chubby belly." Hearing this, the prince immediately protested, "That's not a chubby belly." Ansia pouted in response, "It's just a line from a song." Teasing her husband seemed to have become Ansia's delightful pastime. With a straight face, she pointed at Blake's slightly protruding belly and teased, "Oh, but your belly is puffing up." The prince, feeling a bit guilty, quickly covered his belly with his hands, explaining, "It's because I ate too much." Blake's face flushed with anger, and tears welled up in his eyes as he declared, "From now on, I won't eat anything at all." Ansia expected this outburst would prompt her to comfort him immediately, but to her surprise, she remained unfazed and replied, "Then Blake will always be smaller than me." Ultimately, the prince couldn't win against Ansia's quick tongue. "You think you can outsmart me? Ansia is 2 years older than you." So, he sulked in a corner, allowing Ansia to wash him. Watching the childish pout of the prince made Ansia unable to hold back her laughter. She gently explained, "That's not a chubby belly, Your Highness. So please eat well. You have to grow up quickly." Encouraged by Ansia's words, Blake felt revitalized, and his earlier sulkiness melted away. He smiled, "Hee hee. That's right. I need to eat a lot so I can grow even faster." Ansia nodded along, "Yes, please grow up quickly, Your Highness." Blake set a serious goal for himself. He would grow up fast, taller than Ansia, so he could protect her. The next morning, a mysterious package arrived for Ansia. She quietly assessed the parcel and realized the gift was from the cunning male lead, Richard. The gift box was elegantly wrapped, adorned with delicate patterns, and topped with 2 roses, accompanied by a letter. At first glance, anyone would think the gift giver was quite thoughtful, but in reality, he was a schemer with ulterior motives. The letter contained polite wording, as if Richard sincerely wanted to apologize for the previous day's incident and hoped Ansia would accept his apology, and so on. After reading those sweet yet fake words, Ansia shuddered. She wondered if she appeared so valuable that he wanted to use her as a spy for the prince. Ansia thought her clear rejection the last time would deter him, but it seemed he was thicker-skinned than she had imagined. Finally, she sighed and commanded Melissa, "Quickly return these things to Richard." Melissa hesitated, advising, "Your Highness, isn't it best not to reject this letter?" But Ansia calmly replied, "Just take the letter. I believe he will understand if I do this." With Ansia's assurance, Melissa nodded and followed the orders, though she still felt a bit uncertain. However, not long after, on another beautiful day, Melissa rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, Lord Richard has sent another gift." This time, it was a fresh rose along with a small gift box. Once again, there was a large box filled with heartfelt letters that read like poetry. Ansia sighed, not even bothering to open it to see what was inside. She simply requested that Melissa return it. Standing beside Ansia, Melissa seemed to want to say something about Richard but was interrupted by Ansia. "Melissa, you don't need to say anything. Just refuse him." Unable to contain herself, Melissa reminded her, "I followed your orders, but this gift is truly a priceless treasure." Surprised, Ansia asked, "A treasure?" Melissa explained that the gift this time was a ring made from the breath of a mermaid, which was extremely rare and valuable. Ansia felt goosebumps at the mention of the mermaid's breath ring. She immediately understood that this was a mana stone imbued with the power of the sea, a rare artifact. According to the novel, Richard had once gifted this valuable item to Diana. Now he was offering it to her? This left Ansia bewildered, wondering why he would lower himself so much, even willing to present such a precious gift just to win her over. After a few moments of thought, Ansia decided not to accept the gift. She smiled calmly at Han and said, "Please convey to Lord Richard that he shouldn't send anything else." The next morning, Ansia happily left the palace with Eden and Melissa. For the first time escaping the palace walls, she joyfully ran around, prompting Melissa to call after her, "Your Highness, please slow down a bit." Eventually, the 3 arrived at a large building where Ansia had longed to have a pot made. When she handed the drawing of the pot to the craftsman, her eyes sparkled as if she had just discovered a treasure. The craftsman examined the drawing carefully, hesitated for a moment, then confirmed, "I will do my best. There's nothing I can't make." Seeing her heartfelt efforts about to become reality, Ansia happily replied, "All right, do your best." After taking care of the most important task, the 3 of them blended into the bustling crowd on the street. Melissa leaned down and asked quietly, "Princess, do you want to stop by a few other places?" Unexpectedly, Ansia immediately refused. For her, there was still a husband back in the palace who needed care, and she had a feeling that Blake was probably waiting for her return. But even thinking that, Ansia felt shy and didn't want to express these thoughts to Eden and Melissa, so she kept it to herself and quietly made her way back to the palace. As dusk fell, casting a light golden hue over the palace, Ansia hurried back inside. Upon reaching the quiet hallway, she heard a familiar voice calling from behind. Before she could react, Blake had run up and jumped into her arms without her noticing. His eyes were bright and curious as he asked, "Is everything okay, Ansia?" Ansia smiled and recounted her trip. "Yes, I had a wonderful time." But Blake, like a little rabbit, clung to her without letting go, continually asking, "Nothing dangerous happened, right?" Ansia smiled and gently ruffled his hair, teasing, "Nothing happened at all." "Are you worried about me?" He answered sincerely, "Of course, Ansia, you came back late, so I was worried." Seeing Blake's worried yet excited demeanor, like a child waiting for their mother, Ansia felt her decision to return early was absolutely right. She gently reached out to his face and said, "Now, let's take off your mask first." Without waiting for his agreement, Ansia instinctively pulled off the mask, smiling encouragingly, "It'll feel better if you take it off, right?" The prince, his face flushed, began to speak in a whiny tone, reluctantly accepting, but his shy eyes looked so fragile and vulnerable. Ansia thought to herself that he was the male lead in the original story, but his behavior was nothing like it. It was as if he was made of water, just a touch would almost make him burst into tears. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, Ansia gently touched Blake's cheek and softly said, "Because it makes me happy to see the handsome face of my husband." Hearing this, Blake brightened up, embracing Ansia's warm hand and confessing, "I'm also happy to see you, Ansia." From then on, they made a pact that when they were together, Blake would not wear his mask anymore. Seeing Blake's clingy demeanor made Ansia a bit suspicious. She felt as if he missed her a lot, especially today. Unable to hold back, she asked, "Your Highness, did something happen while I was out?" Blake suddenly faltered but quickly shook his head nonchalantly. "No, nothing happened at all." Ansia maintained her skeptical expression, unconvinced, prompting Blake to reluctantly reveal the truth. It turned out he was worried that Ansia would leave him. Perhaps that was why he had been so unusually clingy. Seeing Ansia back, the stone in his heart finally felt much lighter. His hand remained tightly clasped around Ansia's, unwilling to let go, but this action made Ansia realize something was off. His hand was trembling, perhaps due to excessive anxiety. Ansia had to reassure him. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere." Upon hearing her assurance, Blake's eyes sparkled like the headlights of a truck. He eagerly asked back, "Really?" Ansia wrapped her arms tightly around his trembling hand. She looked directly into his eyes, firmly promising, "Yes, but if you fall in love with someone else, I will leave immediately." The serious yet confusing words from Ansia left the prince flustered. He quickly asked, "What is Ansia talking about?" Perhaps the prince was still too young to fully understand. However, Ansia, being a grown woman who had crossed into this story, understood the circumstances, the plot, and even the fate of the original character. Nevertheless, she couldn't reveal anything to the prince. She gently reminded him, "Our marriage is a political one. This isn't something you truly want. In the future, as you grow up, you might find the true love of your life, and that person may not be me." Blake immediately brushed off Ansia's words entirely. To this 8-year-old boy, Ansia was his whole sky of hope. She had helped him see the light during his darkest years. Yet, Ansia wouldn't give in. She believed that when he grew up and the curse was lifted, he would be very handsome and surely attract many people. However, no matter how she put it, Blake insisted that she was the most beautiful woman in his eyes. His serious demeanor made Ansia laugh. She looked at him with affection and replied, That's just because you're still young, Your Highness. Seeing her smile, the boy became even more anxious. The only wife I want is Ansia, and I will be the only husband for Ansia. I don't need any other girl besides my princess. After declaring this, he glared at her in frustration. Or do you want another man? Ansia tightened her grip on his hand. She maintained her smile. No, I don't need anyone else. All I need is you. Even though she was smiling and talking on the outside, deep down, she knew that Diana was the only one who could break the prince's curse. Even if it meant telling a lie, she didn't want to overstep any boundaries. Before she could react, Blake suddenly threw himself toward her. He rested his head against her fragile chest, his eyes filled with a layer of sorrow as he softly whispered. Just promise me that when I die, you'll be by my side. I'm sorry for being so selfish. Indeed, those words were enough to make Ansia, who had always been strong, blush and feel teary-eyed. She wiped her tears and began to scold him. You won't die. I won't let that happen. As Ansia cried, the prince, feeling just as emotional, ended up calling her Granny. The little boy flusteredly comforted her. All right, don't cry anymore, Ansia. Then he raised his sleeve and carefully wiped away her tears. Seeing his clumsy gesture, Ansia stopped him. Don't do that, your clothes will get dirty. Just as they were tenderly drying each other's tears, the door suddenly swung open. A servant entered, bowing respectfully as he announced. Your Highness, the Emperor has returned. This news left the pair of lovebirds frozen in place. Finally, he had returned. The one who had come back was the most powerful emperor in the history of this empire, Emperor Tenstian, the revered father of the male lead in the 19+ novel. After processing this information for a while, Blake felt a bit uneasy and asked the servant. He's safe, right? The servant cheerfully replied. Yes, Your Highness. He has no injuries and has successfully sealed the Dark Gate. Blake quietly listened to everything the servant said, and as a habit, he slowly returned to a serious expression, responding coldly. Sounds good. No matter what happens, he's still very strong. The warm atmosphere that had just enveloped them grew cold again. All three fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts, especially Ansia. She hadn't expected the Emperor to return so quickly. Perhaps she needed to start finding a way to save his life. Just as she was about to leave, the servant grabbed her arm, announcing, Your Highness, someone from the blacksmith shop is here to see you. Realizing it was time to go, Ansia turned her gaze to Blake, smiling as she instructed. I have to go now, Your Highness. I'll be back shortly. Blake returned her smile, his eyes warm as he nodded. All right, take care, Ansia. After that, he turned back to his waiting room. When the hallway was left with just her and the servant, he turned to her and said, Your Highness, actually, there is no one from the blacksmith shop. Upon hearing this, Ansia understood why he was separating her from the prince. She asked seriously. The Emperor wants to see me, doesn't he? Han was surprised by Ansia's insight. He hadn't expected that the 10-year-old princess could read between the lines so quickly. However, he had no idea that this body held more depth than he realized. Even though she had mentally prepared herself for the Emperor to summon her upon his return, Han's excuse about a blacksmith needing to speak with her indicated that the Emperor was being cautious. Han, walking beside her, couldn't help but sweat nervously, reminding her. I'm quite afraid of his anger over the losses among the courtiers. Hearing Han's words, her steps slowed for a moment. She hadn't anticipated that he was angry, but it made sense under the circumstances. Han, the kind servant, didn't forget to give her advice on how to handle the Emperor's wrath. If His Majesty asks you anything, just admit that you've done something wrong. I'll say it's because you're still young, so perhaps he won't scold you too harshly. Han's words genuinely moved Ansia. Despite being just a common servant, he was willing to share the responsibility with her in this situation. If the emperor's anger wasn't quelled, Han could also be in danger, as he was a commoner without any title. But then again, in the original novel, Han was ready to sacrifice his life for Blake. In the quiet hallway, Ansia called Han's name. He quickly responded. "Yes, what is it, Your Highness?" She looked at him warmly, her expression earnest as she advised. "Don't throw your life away so easily. If you're not here, who will help His Highness, the Prince?" Han looked a bit stunned, unable to believe that a 10-year-old girl could speak such profound words. He remained worried that the Emperor's wrath would fall upon the princess. Ansia smiled to reassure him. "You don't need to worry, I've been confident since the day I was born." Han appeared hesitant, wanting to say something more but holding back. Finally, he beamed brightly and replied. "I understand now. This empire was one of light, and its founder, Philip, had once betrayed the goddess of light, forsaking her trust and leaving a curse on the royal lineage. The royal family had hidden this secret, but the goddess of light, out of love for the empire, placed a curse upon the fallen souls to expose the seeds of tyranny. The curse caused the entire empire to turn its back on the heir when the signs began to manifest. Rumor had it that the curse could spread, and whoever became the heir would be imprisoned on the southern peninsula until death. When the signs of the curse appeared on Blake, he was immediately stripped of his status as the prince and was supposed to be confined to the southern island. However, Emperor Tenstian merely took Blake to the annex, believing he would die soon and thus not needing to go through the cumbersome procedures. Ansia had anticipated that this meeting would not be easy, especially since Emperor Tenstian was in a suspicious and imposing mood. He pretended to act cold and indifferent toward Blake to protect his only son. Nevertheless, feelings still lingered. He had small moments of concern for Blake, such as allowing him to stay alone in the annex instead of exiling him to the southern island. That was the emperor's final act of kindness toward his son, despite his attempts to hide it. Ansia thought to herself that gaining the emperor's trust was the first step to becoming a bridge between the two of them. She told herself, "I can do this," and took a deep breath to regain her composure. The voice of the guard echoed from outside, "Your Majesty, the princess has arrived." Ansia stepped in, doing her best to maintain her composure. The emperor's chamber was vast and cold, making her shiver. Ansia curtsied with a graceful smile. "Emperor Tenstian, the great light of the empire, Your Majesty." Emperor Tenstian sat upon his throne, his cold gaze scrutinizing her from head to toe. Unable to restrain herself, Ansia glanced back at the emperor. "Oh my," she thought, "he truly possesses the beauty of a protagonist, the kind that leaves one mesmerized." She couldn't help but inwardly wish, if only he were the main character, I wouldn't mind even being Blake's stepmother. But her dreamy thoughts were immediately interrupted when the emperor's deep, stern voice rang out. "I hear you have imprisoned the steward of the prince's palace. What happened?" Although a bit anxious, Ansia managed to respond calmly and clearly. "Your Majesty, he was assigned to oversee the prince's palace budget but was punished for embezzlement." As soon as she finished speaking, a hoarse voice interjected, filled with indignation. "Embezzlement? How dare you accuse my son of such a wretched crime? This is outrageous." It was the father of Hamel, a loyal subject of the empire. Ansia's accusation unleashed his fury, as he believed his son had dedicated himself to serving the empire, only to be branded with such a vile charge. The Emperor Tenstian seemed to side with Hamel's father at first, but unexpectedly, he challenged the nobleman. "Outrageous? Are you going to argue that this is unjust when the evidence is clear as day?" With that, the emperor picked up the ledger, carefully examining each page. After a while, he fixed his cold gaze upon Hamel's father, his voice laced with reproach. "It appears your son has been stealing quite a bit." Hamel's father tried to defend himself, struggling to explain. "There must be some alterations in the ledger. My son is more loyal than anyone in this empire." But all the evidence seemed to be stacked against him, rendering him silent. At this moment, Ansia also spoke up seriously. Your Majesty, the prince is only allowed to have spinach soup, while this steward indulges in steak prepared by the palace chef. Is that what you call loyalty, my lord? Upon hearing this, the nobleman fell silent, his face flushed with anger but unable to counter her claim. Ansia seized the opportunity and continued her condemnation. If not, how could he take money from the prince's palace budget and squander it on gambling? Is that the loyalty you speak of, my lord? Her blunt question left the nobleman speechless, unable to add anything further, standing there in frustration without a chance to defend himself. The emperor looked at Ansia with admiration, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense yet clear. The truth had been laid bare. The nobleman was taken aback to be scolded by a girl who was half his height, and in his anger, he retorted. Who do you think you are? Watch your words. The emperor had no time to entertain the nobleman's complaints any longer. He asked sternly. Do you have any last words to say? Indeed, the emperor's words were enough to make the nobleman tremble in fear, his legs turning to jelly. Why, your majesty? Why are you suddenly? Ignoring the nobleman's terrified stammering, the emperor shot him a threatening glance. Be careful with what you say to my daughter-in-law. The nobleman trembled all over, not expecting to find himself in such a predicament with the crown princess. His mouth started to mumble. Your Majesty, it's not like that. The crown princess has insulted my family first. Before he could finish his sentence, a sword was pressed against his throat. The emperor had stepped up closer than Ansia had realized, his voice cold. What? You dare raise your filthy hand against the crown princess? The nobleman was so frightened that he could only stammer, barely able to speak, worse than a 3-year-old. And no. I wouldn't dare. But it was too late. The emperor's sharp blade was now firmly at his throat. At this point, it seemed that the nobleman was as good as dead. Ansia feared she would have to witness a bloody scene, so she shut her eyes. Just then, a voice called out to her. Crown Princess, this man is standing in front of you. I think it would be better for you to step aside today. Ansia blinked in confusion but then nodded in agreement. She rummaged through her mind for information about the original story, realizing that this person was Colin, and she could trust him completely. Before she left, she suddenly paused and handed Colin a sphere. He looked a bit surprised and asked, What is this? Ansia smiled confidently and replied, The nobleman has insulted me and the prince. This is a sphere that records what he has said. Colin cradled the round sphere in his hands, unable to help but praise. You've prepared this so thoroughly? Ansia nodded, responding. I wouldn't stand a chance without this evidence. Colin, standing beside her, also nodded in agreement with her sentiment. Then, he bowed deeply, promising to deliver the sphere to the emperor. In the end, the nobleman's hand was severed for attempting to strike the crown princess before the emperor. His son's tongue was also cut out for embezzling royal property and insulting the crown princess. Both the nobleman and his son were sentenced to 30 years in prison, and their family was stripped of their titles. The nobleman's lineage crumbled in a single morning. Yet, no one stood by their side. Regardless of how the crown princess acted, no noble would be foolish enough to defend them, given how far the nobleman and his son had overstepped their bounds. Ansia thought to herself that the emperor must have finished dealing with the matter by now. Would he call for her again, or would he ignore her as he had done with Blake? Surely, the emperor must be preoccupied with how to strip the nobleman of his title and re-evaluate his contributions to the family. Ansia wondered if the emperor would summon her once more. Her thoughts wandered, tick-tock, with the sound of the clock. But waiting endlessly wasn't a good strategy. Ansia decided that she would go to find the emperor herself. With that in mind, she called for Melissa and asked her to prepare a carriage to go to Fian Castle. Melissa, upon hearing this, understood that Ansia wanted to meet with the emperor. She gently reminded her. If you wish to see His Majesty, why not ask for his opinion first? Ansia smiled at Melissa's naivety. He'll refuse if I inform him in advance. It's better if I just go. Please prepare the carriage for me, Melissa. Melissa worked swiftly, and soon the carriage was waiting at the prince's palace gate. Just as Ansia was about to step into the carriage, she felt a small hand tugging at the hem of her dress. Surprised, she turned around to see who it was, only to find that it was none other than Prince Blake. Ansia was puzzled about how he had sensed her intentions and rushed over at just the right moment. Blake looked up at her with innocent eyes, curiously asking, "Where are you going?" Ansia couldn't reveal her true plans to the prince. This was her private mission. So she replied that she needed to go to the square to buy something. Unexpectedly, the prince used his youthful voice to expose her fib. "You're lying. You're going to see the emperor, aren't you?" Caught off guard by his quick deduction, Ansia began to doubt her ability to lie. She quickly smiled to brush it off. "It's nothing to worry about, Your Highness. I'll be back soon." However, Blake was adamant, declaring seriously, "I'll go with you. I have to protect my wife, so if you're going to see His Majesty, you need to take me with you. You can't go alone." Hearing this, Ansia hesitated. Bringing the prince along could alter the nature of her conversation with the emperor. Yet, given Blake's insistence, she finally smiled and agreed. "All right then, let's go together." The prince's face lit up with indescribable joy, and Ansia noticed his cheeks had flushed without her realizing it. She began to play the role of a 10-year-old mother, reaching out to take her younger child by the hand as they climbed into the carriage. Seeing Blake's bright smile, she thought to herself that the emperor must love his son very much. Although the emperor couldn't pass the throne to the heir due to the curse, perhaps if she and the prince met him first, His Majesty would be more accommodating. Soon, they settled into the carriage, which began to roll along a tree-lined path. The sun started to dip behind the tall castle. Finally, Ansia and Blake arrived at their destination. She silently deduced that the emperor must have finished his business, so it would be best to head straight into his chamber for their conversation. Before long, they stood before the emperor's bedroom door. The atmosphere was imposing, with guards flanking either side of the entrance. Just as Ansia was about to lead Blake inside, the guards stopped them, reminding her, "Without a prior request for an audience, you cannot enter." Facing off against the disgraced count was one thing, dealing with this small guard was another. She straightened her posture and threatened back. "Do you dare to block the path of the crown prince's wife?" As expected, her tactic worked. The guard fell silent, clearly intimidated and unwilling to protest further. With the obstacles cleared, Ansia turned to Blake, encouraging him. "Your Highness, let's go in and see the emperor." They tightened their grip on each other's hands, as if drawing strength from one another. Ansia gently pulled the prince forward while her other hand pushed open the heavy door. As they stepped into the vast room, Ansia's gaze suddenly locked onto something that made her jump, her eyes widening as if she had come face to face with a wild beast. The emperor looked just as surprised by the unexpected entrance. Now I understand why Ansia's eyes went wide in surprise. Unfortunately for the two kids, they chose the exact moment when the emperor had just finished bathing. Who could possibly resist the sight of a perfectly sculpted six-pack, strong arms, and that handsome face? One might wonder what the emperor's secret is for achieving such a physique in ancient times when there were no gyms. Moreover, his hair was still dripping wet from the wash, only adding to his allure. Surely, many people would want to become Ansia's mother-in-law after seeing this. Given Ansia's penchant for admiring beautiful figures, how could she let this opportunity pass? She stared so long that both her cheeks flushed a deep red. The emperor, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his usual composure. He directed his gaze toward the two of them and asked, "Is there something you need?" But Ansia, completely flustered, had no mind to respond to her father-in-law. Her thoughts were consumed by the image of the emperor's well-defined muscles. Oh, his abs looked perfect, almost glowing. For a moment, she completely forgot she was with Blake. The Emperor's warm voice snapped her back to reality. He ran his fingers through his damp hair, inquiring again. "I'm asking if there is an issue?" Standing to the side, Ansia had to mentally pep talk herself. "Calm down, Ansia. I need to earn the Emperor's trust and become the bridge between him and his beloved son, Blake. I must remain composed to respond to him appropriately." Taking a deep breath, she tried to gather her thoughts and focus on the task at hand, reminding herself that this was not just a casual visit, it was a critical step in her plan. She turned to Blake, giving him an encouraging smile to reassure both of them before addressing the Emperor with a newfound determination. With her years of experience in reading and a knack for the art of persuasion, Ansia believed that the first step to win someone over was to offer genuine compliments. Thus, she mustered all her effort to stretch her lips into a smile, constantly urging herself. "Come on, praise him already." Finally, gathering her courage, Ansia blurted out, "Your abs are truly amazing." The moment those words escaped her lips, both she and Blake froze in shock. Ansia herself couldn't comprehend why she had expressed such a strange sentiment. It was undoubtedly her inner voice, yet it had slipped out in front of the very person she was trying to impress. What a misstep! Surely, the Emperor would think of her as a lecherous person. Faced with the Emperor's stunned expression and Blake's astonishment, Ansia felt her face flush so deeply that a raw egg could have easily cooked on her cheeks within 30 seconds. Panicking, she stammered, "Your Majesty, it's not like that." The Emperor stood as still as a statue, unable to process the compliment. After decades of being a ruler, he probably never expected to receive such praise in that manner. Ansia wished she could sink into the ground right then and there. This can't be happening. If I keep this up, the Emperor will never like me. So, she bowed her head in apology. Stumbling over her words, she mumbled, "I'm sorry, this is actually the first time I've seen a man's body like this." Blake gasped in disbelief at her explanation. Ansia's attempt to win the Emperor over had quickly turned into a disaster. Not only had she failed to impress him, but she had inadvertently bruised the ego of the naive husband beside her. Truly, it was a case of dodging the watermelon only to get hit by the coconut. The Emperor, Tenstian, cleared his throat to dispel the tense atmosphere. He averted his gaze from the two youngsters, hastily donning a luxurious silk robe and tying it tightly around himself, as if fearing that any more exposure would leave his daughter-in-law scandalized. Seeing this defensive gesture, Ansia felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. "He's tying that robe so tightly. I didn't mean to stare." Watching the Emperor swiftly retreat from the room, Ansia felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to crawl into. It was only their second meeting, and she had already caused such a colossal blunder. Blake stood quietly beside her, watching his father's back as if hoping for some semblance of affection from the Emperor. But Tenstian offered only a cold glance before turning away, leaving behind a powerful silhouette as he stated, "I will summon you both soon." It seemed Ansia and Blake had just endured an uncomfortable encounter with the Emperor. After her attempts to win his favor had led her into an awkward predicament, she had no choice but to excuse herself, saving her chances to amend things for another time. Throughout the meeting, Blake had remained silent, not uttering a word. He simply stood there, solemnly witnessing the entire scene unfold. Under the warm sunlight of the palace corridor, the silence enveloped the two, heavy with unspoken feelings. Ansia anxiously glanced at Blake, noticing that her husband looked particularly downcast. She surmised that being brushed off by the Emperor had left him feeling disappointed. Seeing him with his head bowed, devoid of his usual carefree demeanor, Ansia gently inquired, but he replied with a lackluster, I just want to rest a bit." With that, Blake released her hand, the first time he had ever rejected her comfort. He must have held on to the hope of receiving a warm welcome from his father, only to be met with indifference. As his mood worsened, he requested to see Eden, his loyal bodyguard, and quickly retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him, ignoring Ansia's worried presence outside. Ansia lingered in the corridor, anxious about whether this experience might leave any emotional scars on Blake. Just then, Eden appeared, trying to reassure her, "Your Highness, please don't worry too much. The prince will be fine soon." Hearing that brought her some relief, and she reminded him to take good care of Blake before she departed. Inside the room, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear Blake's steady breathing. Eden entered respectfully, asking, "Your Highness, did you call for me?" Upon hearing Eden's voice, Blake turned around, his eyes filled with contemplation and curiosity. Then he made a surprising request, "Eden, take off your shirt." Although this was a rather odd demand, Eden complied without hesitation. In just a moment, he had stripped off his shirt, revealing a fit and muscular physique. Blake gazed at him with admiration, unable to resist reaching out to touch each defined muscle. The look on his face was a mix of astonishment and a hint of envy as he thought to himself, if Ansia were here, she'd be drooling over this perfect body. The more he considered it, the more he admired Eden, using his impressive physique as a way to alleviate the disappointment from his earlier encounter with the Emperor. Blake innocently asked Eden, "What do I have to do to get a body like yours?" He recalled the memory of Ansia hurriedly apologizing to the Emperor, explaining that it was her first time seeing a man's body. The more he thought about it, the darker his expression became. Blake was secretly frustrated. It was surprising. If that was indeed her first time seeing a man's body, what did she think of his? She had even bathed him before. Suddenly, everything made sense. This was the reason the young prince had been feeling so down. He sighed and lamented to Eden, "Why do I have such a chubby belly, Eden?" Eden immediately refuted Blake's misunderstanding. "Your Highness, that's not true at all. You've misunderstood." Upon hearing that, Blake perked up and eagerly asked, "Really? So how can I get a body like yours?" Eden seriously considered that the prince's belly was a cute little tummy, but the more he spoke, the more blank the prince's expression became. Unfortunately, those words did little to comfort Blake. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the Emperor sat solemnly behind his desk, quietly holding a stack of papers. He repeatedly muttered the name of his lustful daughter-in-law, Ansia. In the prince's palace, the golden hues of sunset enveloped the space. Ansia was tenderly drying her little husband's hair, but his face bore no trace of joy. Whenever Ansia tried to look at him, he would quickly turn away, avoiding her gaze. It seemed that this boy, despite his young age, harbored quite the grudge. Ansia continued to smile brightly and said, "Your Highness, please turn and look at me. Why do you keep looking away?" Finally, Blake turned to face her but remained shy, wrapping a towel around himself to hide his round belly. Ansia was puzzled as to why he did this, even covering himself while bathing. What on earth could be the reason for such strange behavior? Not wanting to dwell on the oddity, Ansia decided to change the subject to lift the prince's spirits. "Your Highness, the cast iron pot I ordered will arrive tomorrow. I'll cook you lots of delicious dishes." However, much to her surprise, the prince, still sulking, flatly rejected the idea. "I don't want to eat anymore. From now on, I will stop eating." Finally, he mustered the courage to express his feelings to Ansia. "I don't have the body of a man, so from now on, I will work out to get one." Ansia was taken aback by his words. Did her comments to the Emperor really leave such an impression on him? At this point, she could only laugh awkwardly and explain, "I'm sorry, I forgot that my husband is also a man." Yet the prince was still squirming, unwilling to accept such a casual apology. He jumped onto the bed, rolled around, and declared, "From now on, I must train to have a six-pack, so I will never eat again." What kind of logic is that? Ansia thought to herself, trying to reason with the boy. "Please don't do this, I still haven't finished drying you off. Besides, I like you just the way you are, you have a very cute belly." Blake, feeling embarrassed, looked up at her and reminded, "I don't have a baby belly, you know." At this point, things were getting tough to salvage. It was her own fault for stepping on her own toes. Ansia racked her brain, trying to figure out what to say to soothe him. Suddenly, she dove toward the prince, catching him off guard, his eyes widening in fear. Ansia resorted to her last resort, a tickle attack. Sure enough, this tactic worked like a charm. Blake was so ticklish that he begged, "Ansia, stop it." After a while of rolling around on the bed, Blake's anger seemed to dissipate. Ansia gently caressed the dark patterns on his body before embracing him as usual, softly saying, "I like you, Your Highness. I want you to be healthy, so please eat a lot tomorrow. And didn't you say you wanted to grow faster than me? If you want that, then you can't skip meals." Hearing Ansia's encouraging words, Blake immediately forgot about the gloomy events of the morning. His eyes sparkled as he looked at her and declared, "I understand. I will eat a lot." Seeing the prince finally smile brightened Ansia's heart, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. The golden light of sunset streamed into the room, where the two played joyfully, creating a warm atmosphere. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a mysterious figure named Yunhan, a trusted subordinate of the emperor, knelt before the imperial glow. "You are the supreme ruler, Your Majesty." The emperor sat regally above him, urging Yunhan to report everything to him. It turned out the emperor was concerned for the safety of the prince and princess. He was eager to know whether they had returned safely. Yunhan respectfully reported, "Yes, Your Majesty, they have taken a bath and are now resting." The emperor suddenly recalled the image of Ansia, a girl with a radiant smile, yet capable of uttering things that left others speechless. He then remembered his son's expression from earlier that day. It seemed that the boy had changed significantly. In the emperor's eyes, the son who had always bowed his head, trying to erase his own existence, could now stand tall and proud, holding the hand of the princess. The empty gaze that once characterized him had transformed into something far more brilliant. Even his demeanor was no longer as gloomy as it had been in the past. Colin, a figure known for his cold and stern nature, had even praised the princess in his report. The emperor couldn't help but ask Yunhan, "What do you think of this princess? You've been observing her for a month, do you find her truly reliable?" Without hesitation, Yunhan replied, "Yes, she is a very good person." Entrusted by the emperor, Yunhan had secretly watched the prince for a month. He had also kept an eye on Ansia's interactions with the court officials and her potential to assist Blake should the curse worsen, thanks to her ability to wield the emperor's light magic. However, caught up in his curiosity, Yunhan gradually forgot his main task of following the prince. Instead, he found himself captivated by the princess, a cheerful, beautiful, intelligent, and slightly eccentric girl. If the prince had someone like her by his side, his life would undoubtedly change to the point of eliciting envy from others. The emperor was surprised to discover that Yunhan had such profound thoughts about his daughter-in-law. Noticing the emperor's contemplative expression, Yunhan couldn't help but ask, "Is there something troubling you, Your Majesty?" However, the emperor did not seem worried at all. In his eyes, Ansia was nearly perfect. It had been a long time since he had witnessed a genuine, warm smile that radiated like sunlight. A new day dawned, and the sunlight illuminated the castle. Ansia's long-awaited dream pot had finally arrived, a cast-iron pot that she had painstakingly conceived and designed. The prince was thrilled and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen something like this." Not only the prince, but also Eden and Melissa had never seen anything quite so peculiar. The group gathered around the pot, showering Ansia with compliments and calling her a genius. Puffed up with pride, she replied, "This is just the beginning." To inaugurate her new pot, Ansia decided to prepare a feast for everyone. The only task for the three others was to sit back and enjoy the meal. However, Melissa declined, insisting that as a maid, she couldn't sit and eat while the princess was cooking. Ansia didn't stop her, but instead agreed to let Melissa help. Seeing this, the prince excitedly raised his hand, saying, "I want to help too." Ansia couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. She nodded, "Then let's do it together." Just as they were filled with energy and ready to begin, there was a sudden knock at the door. Leading the group was Colin. The three of them greeted in unison, "We greet the light of the empire, the princess." Ansia recognized him immediately and joyfully exclaimed, "Is that you, Colin?" Colin smiled, while Prince Blake, curious, asked, "Colin, what brings you here?" He respectfully replied, "Your Highness and Princess, the Emperor wishes to invite the princess to meet him." Ansia was momentarily startled by Colin's words, unable to believe it. She asked again, "The Emperor is inviting me?" Colin promptly handed her a letter and said, "Your Highness, this is a letter from the Emperor." Ansia's eyes widened in surprise. This was indeed an invitation from the Emperor. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she wondered if she had done something wrong that might have angered him. If that were not the case, why would the Emperor want to see her? Not only did Colin bring the invitation, but he also had a gift from the Emperor for her. It was clear that His Majesty had put thought into this gesture. The gift was beautifully wrapped, but the expressions of everyone present were not those of delight at receiving a present. They all stood with their mouths agape in surprise, as if questioning the very nature of existence at such a bizarre turn of events. It turned out that the gift Colin mentioned was just one among a pile of boxes. The red box they had seen earlier was merely one of many. Ansia, feeling suspicious, asked, "Could this be a mistake? Surely these gifts were meant for someone else." Colin adjusted his glasses and replied, "There is no mistake, Your Highness. They are all gifts that His Majesty has sent to you." Ansia rubbed her chin thoughtfully, staring at Colin in disbelief. She couldn't fathom why the Emperor would send her so many gifts. Could it be that he's happy because I complimented his physique? After mulling it over, Ansia shook her head vigorously to clear her mind. Eventually, she regained her composure as a proper princess should and responded to Colin, "I understand. I will see him this evening." Melissa carefully braided Ansia's hair, and when she looked in the mirror, she saw a beautiful young lady staring back at her. Melissa admired her handiwork, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you look very beautiful." At that moment, Han entered and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, it is time to depart." Ansia was not in a rush. She turned to Blake and asked, "Do I look all right, Your Highness?" The prince, blushing furiously, was so flustered that he could barely form coherent sentences, stammering, Ansia is very beautiful, really, very, very beautiful." Hearing such praise from the prince made Ansia even happier. She gave him a radiant smile and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." The prince seemed a bit reluctant to part, taking her hand and saying, "All right, Ansia, please be careful." The warm light streamed into the royal palace garden, where a steaming cup of tea still exuded its fragrant vapor. Emperor Tenstian carefully lifted the cup to savor its flavor, while he awaited someone very important. On the surface, the emperor appeared calm, but his breath betrayed the facade. He felt a twinge of nervousness at the prospect of meeting the person who had changed his son. In the serene atmosphere, only the sound of water trickling in the lush green fountain could be heard. Before long, Ansia appeared, approaching the emperor with confident steps. He had been waiting for her and greeted her with a friendly demeanor. No longer frightened as she had been before, Ansia confidently bowed and said, "I greet you, Your Majesty." The emperor did not make it difficult for her. He took another sip of tea and, in a warm voice, said, "Please, take a seat, princess." In a moment of awkwardness, he complimented her, "That dress suits you very well." Ansia felt a sense of relief. She believed the emperor had let go of the incident when she had commented on his physique. She smiled sincerely and replied, "I came here to thank you for the gifts, especially the yellow dress. I truly love it." However, the emperor seemed to misinterpret her words and suddenly asked, "So, do you like gold?" The unexpected question made Ansia feel a bit embarrassed, but she laughed and replied, "What I meant was that I like that dress because it looks good when I stand next to the prince. The yellow color complements his crown." Hearing her mention Prince Blake piqued the emperor's curiosity even further. He asked bluntly, "So, do you like him?" Ansia, without hesitation, responded, "Of course. After all, he is my husband." Yet, in the emperor's heart remained a lingering doubt. How could someone as kind and perfect as Ansia love his son, whom he viewed as unhappy and isolated? A pained expression crossed his face as he recalled the cruel rumors that had led to the prince being scorned and shunned by others. Ansia gently thanked the emperor, then carefully cut a piece of cake and brought it to her mouth. The delicious flavor spread across her palate, prompting her to exclaim, "This cake is amazing." After pondering for a moment, she boldly added, "I'm sure Prince Blake would love this flavor too." Her words caused a subtle change in the emperor's expression, his eyes narrowing as he recalled his poor son. But in an instant, he regained his composure, lifted his teacup to drink and said sternly, "Then you can send some treats to the prince's palace." Hearing this, Ansia beamed with joy, her eyes sparkling as she sincerely thanked him. They shared a moment of silence, their gaze meeting without the need for further words. It seemed their conversation had reached a lull. Suddenly, the emperor remembered something and asked, his tone filled with curiosity, "I've heard that you are quite knowledgeable about Eastern culture, is that true?" Upon hearing this, Ansia guessed that the emperor had thoroughly investigated her. It was quite suspicious for a 10-year-old girl to have such extensive knowledge, but she remained calm and replied, "Not exactly, Your Majesty. But I'm very interested in Eastern culture." The emperor grew more intrigued and continued, "How did you come to learn about these things? Those books are so rare that even learned scholars may not know much about them." Ansia felt a bit flustered but kept her composure. Thinking quickly, she slowly stood up from her chair and approached the emperor. He looked at her with confusion, yet he bent down slightly to listen as she leaned in to whisper. Ansia softly murmured in his ear, "Actually, I can speak 3 languages fluently." The emperor was taken aback, hardly believing his ears, and asked, "You really can speak multiple languages?" She smiled confidently, "Yes, I can understand and use several languages from around the world, Your Majesty." Emperor Tenstian was astonished to the point where he struggled to process the information. His heart felt a mix of surprise and admiration. However, what startled him the most was how Ansia addressed him. He asked, puzzled, "What did you just call me?" Ansia maintained her bright smile and explained, "Since I am your daughter-in-law, you are my father." The emperor was both surprised and uncertain whether to feel happy or sad, yet a smile crept onto his face. He tried to conceal his delight, replying, "All right, let's say it is so." Deep in his heart, he loved his son dearly, and hearing that Blake cherished the daughter of the count, he had immediately requested the count to arrange the marriage. However, he hesitated and cautiously inquired, "You must feel quite awkward being thrust into marriage so suddenly. Please feel free to come visit me if you need anything. You don't have to be formal with me." The heartfelt concern from Emperor Tenstian motivated Ansia greatly. As the conversation came to an end, she respectfully bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I will visit often." Outside, the sun began to set, giving way to a sumptuous dinner. The table was laden with various dishes, including soybean paste soup, mushroom rolled omelette, and many other delectable treats that made everyone's mouths water. It was truly deserving of Ansia to be dubbed the culinary ambassador of Korea as she brought these dishes to the Empire of Light. Each dish sparkled and wafted delicious aromas, making it impossible for anyone to resist. As soon as Ansia invited everyone to enjoy the meal, they all gasped in admiration. Crown Prince Blake couldn't stop exclaiming, "Ansia, this dish is so delicious." Eden also eagerly praised her, "Your Highness, you truly are a culinary genius." Seeing everyone so happy, Ansia felt even more excited and gently reminded them, "Take your time eating, it might be hot." The atmosphere inside was warm and cheerful, but little did they know that outside, a figure quietly watched. It was Eun Han, the loyal servant of the emperor, tasked with monitoring the crown prince and the crown princess. He secretly admired the joyful atmosphere but also felt a twinge of unhappiness. The cold weather and an empty stomach, standing outside only able to watch, was a sort of misfortune, wasn't it? Eun Han helplessly reminded himself to control his emotions. As the emperor's right-hand man, his identity was kept secret, always appearing and disappearing like a shadow. Eun Han owed his life to the emperor, and in his heart, Tenstian was not just his master but also his savior. His loyalty to the emperor was absolute. However, the enticing aroma wafting from the room suddenly enveloped him, making it impossible for him to ignore. He wondered, what on earth is that dish that smells so good it could kill? Although he had tried many delicious dishes next to the emperor, Eunhan had never felt such a yearning for a meal before. Eunhan stared intently at the steaming pot of soup, his heart filled with hope that just a taste would be enough. At that moment, any sense of shame seemed irrelevant as the irresistible scent drove him mad. Unable to wait any longer, Eunhan leaped down from the tree, quickly approached the pot, gently lifted the lid, and prepared to taste. But just at that moment, the sound of footsteps behind him startled him. Damn it, he cursed under his breath and quickly retreated. The one who approached was Ansia. Fortunately, when she came over, Eunhan's figure had already disappeared. However, Ansia caught a glimpse of the pot lid being slightly ajar and wondered, why is the lid open like this? How strange. Just as she was pondering, a mischievous black cat appeared, as if it had been discovered, meowing as if to explain its presence. Ansia looked at the cat with delight, saying, "How cute. Did you open the pot lid?" The cat, who was actually Eunhan, nodded and meowed in agreement. Noticing that the kitten might be hungry, Ansia decided to pour a little broth for the cat to taste. Eunhan, in cat form, happily licked up the delicious broth, eating so eagerly that he forgot to breathe, which made Ansia laugh. "You must be really hungry. Who would leave such a lovely cat starving?" Ansia smiled gently, lifting the cat and saying, "If you don't have an owner, then I'll take care of you." Upon hearing this, Eunhan felt a rush of conflicting emotions. To get a taste of broth and be mistaken for a homeless, starving cat, to the point of being adopted as a beloved pet, made him feel a bit humiliated. In his cat form, Eunhan could only sulk, thinking, a meal really is a matter of disgrace. At that moment, the prince also approached. He noticed the unusual commotion and leaned in to ask, "Ansia, what are you doing?" Ansia, seeing him ask, eagerly boasted, "I found a black cat. Do you think it's cute?" Contrary to Ansia's cheerful demeanor, the prince appeared unfazed, looking at her with confusion. "Do you really need to hold it like that? Why do I suddenly smell vinegar around here?" In Ansia's eyes, love was still overflowing as she rubbed her cheek against the cat and replied, "It's so cute, just like me. I bet Eunhan has been suffering too much. He's only had a few bites of broth and is in such distress." Blake looked at her with confusion. "But it's a male cat, how can it be like you?" Ansia felt a bit doubtful, intending to lift the cat higher to check if it really was a male. However, when she attempted to see if the cat was indeed a male, Eunhan, noticing her action, was startled as if struck by lightning. If he didn't run quickly, his private parts would be exposed in front of a girl. So, Eunhan jolted, quickly escaping from Ansia's grasp and darting away without leaving a trace. Ansia watched in panic as the cat ran off, clicking her tongue in disappointment. Ah, it ran away. It was so cute. How unfortunate. I hope I get to see it again. At this moment, the cat was still shaken, hiding on the rooftop in its animal form. A little while later, in the emperor's palace, the emperor was very surprised by Ansia's presence. He looked up with curiosity and asked, "Is there something you need?" Ansia, as if lost in a dream, looked at the emperor and replied, "Didn't you say I could come here and visit you anytime?" However, what surprised the emperor was that he hadn't expected the girl to return so soon. There must be some reason for her visit. It turned out that the real reason was the soup that someone had shamelessly sneaked to eat. Ansia carefully poured the broth into a cup and said, "Today, that precious pot has arrived. It's a pot for cooking Eastern dishes. So, I made a pot of bone broth for you to try." Looking at the steaming, enticing dish being served, the emperor couldn't hide his delight. It seemed to warm his heart. He lifted the cup to take a sip. As expected, he nodded in appreciation. Indeed, it has a very unique flavor. But this response left Ansia a bit confused. "Do you mean you don't like it? Is it necessary to be so blunt, my lord?" Suspecting that the emperor was being very generous in his praise, he exclaimed, "It's very delicious. You have excellent cooking skills." Hearing these compliments, Ansia seized the opportunity to promise, "If you don't mind, I'll make it regularly and bring it to you." The emperor was very pleased with her promise and readily agreed. The effort to strengthen their bond through the bone broth was accomplished. Ansia then bowed and bid farewell to the emperor before returning to the palace. For her, today felt like a very long day. In no time, the glow of sunset began to envelop the magnificent castle. In the vast room, someone sighed wearily. Ansia flopped onto her bed, spreading her arms wide in satisfaction. "Today, I had tea with His Majesty and received so many gifts. Then, I cooked with that special pot and even met the adorable little kitten. Really, it was so cute, just thinking about it makes my face turn red. Imagine how red my face would be when I found out it wasn't a cat." Suddenly, a noise nearby caught his attention. It turned out to be Prince Blake approaching. Ansia instinctively turned to him and asked, "Oh, Your Highness, what's the matter?" Before Ansia could understand what was happening, Prince Blake leaped toward her in a strange manner. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he looked at her with an incredibly innocent expression and meowed, "Meow meow meow." This behavior was completely unexpected. It seemed the prince had buried his dignity deep underground just to impress her. Indeed, Ansia found herself frozen in place, astonished. Had the prince just imitated a cat's meow? Or was she simply too tired today to distinguish human sounds? To her surprise, Blake continued his antics. He hugged her, wanting to become a cat since Ansia liked cats. Then, he gazed at her with a mix of eagerness and a hint of sadness, hesitantly asking, "You won't look for another pet now that you have me, will you?" He even threw away all pretense, rubbing his cheek against her hand, saying, "I can be a rabbit, a cat, or even a dog. So please don't look for any other animal, okay?" After his confession, he even managed to meow again, putting on an expression that was adorably frantic. With his goofy demeanor, anyone could tell how smitten she was. Ansia immediately dove into Blake's embrace, exclaiming, "Your Highness, how can you be so cute?" Hearing her praise, the prince finally felt satisfied, breaking into a wide smile as his face turned bright red like a ripe tomato. In a corner of Richard's room, a servant carefully reported, "Here is the report from the royal family as you requested, my lord." Richard looked at the thick stack of documents filled with text, meticulously flipping through each page. He read every single word, clearly a man with ambition. After finishing, his expression darkened, and he murmured, "Why is everything like this? What the hell is going on?" The documents were merely a list of ingredients for today's Eastern dishes, but why were they all so trivial? Did the emperor really send gifts to Ansia every day? It was hard to believe. In Richard's troubled mind, he kept questioning, when did Ansia change? Exactly when did she manage to turn things around and win the emperor's favor? Emperor Tenstian held ultimate power in the empire. Richard had tried to attract his attention, but the emperor's heart seemed as cold as iron, never casting a glance in Richard's direction. First, it was the crown prince, now even the emperor had fallen for her. What had happened to Ansia? How had a girl who was always shy and secretly in love with him changed so drastically? The more Richard thought about it, the more his head hurt. He rubbed his temples and gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a variety of helpless expressions. I will have to accept that girls love if I knew what had happened to this world. She used to follow me all day long and always said she liked me, but she has completely changed after marrying. It's truly cruel. Yet, this only fueled Richard's desire to conquer Ansia even more. The longing for her grew stronger within him. Richard held his forehead in thought, his gaze increasingly reflecting a haunting determination. The more difficult something is to obtain, the more I want it. I will do anything to keep her for myself. At the castle estate, Richard faced his father with a cold expression. His tone was filled with impatience. "You were looking for me, right?" His father, the esteemed Duke Castle of the Empire, had a face twisted in anger. He clenched his fist tightly, barely able to hide his fury. This man was the emperor's younger brother, but had inherited none of his brother's calm demeanor. He furiously swung a candlestick, unable to restrain himself as he threw it hard at his son. Living with such a father, it was no surprise that Richard had developed a twisted mindset. The candlestick hit Richard's shoulder, shattering upon impact. Cassius, still seething with rage, glared at his son and began to berate him. "What the hell are you doing? Today the emperor brought gifts for the crown princess once again. That crown princess goes in and out of the palace as if it were her home. She's even going to participate in the royal ball soon." The royal ball was a grand event to celebrate the emperor's return after successfully sealing the Dark Gate. It was the most significant event in the empire, where envoys from all nations gathered. If the emperor appeared alongside the crown princess, holding hands affectionately, everyone would assume that he had chosen her, thus solidifying her position as crown princess even further. The men of this family all harbor filthy ambitions, wanting nothing more than to bring down the crown prince to seize the throne for themselves. Therefore, Castle could not allow this to happen. He believed the festival would be conducted discreetly, allowing Richard to deal with anyone involved. He even went so far as to insult his son by calling him a half-breed of slaves. Hearing such derogatory remarks, Richard's expression darkened, but he suddenly spoke coldly, cutting through Cassius's rage. "I have an idea to change the situation." Upon hearing this, Castle ceased his fury and curiously asked, "What idea? Speak." Richard confidently laid out his scheme. "I will make the crown princess our ally. She is always craving the emperor's favor, but at the same time, she longs for affection from her father, Count Valencia." Cassius, cunning and worldly, understood his son's plan. He smiled dangerously, murmuring, "Humph, this is worth a try." Suddenly, haunting memories of Ancia resurfaced. Count Valencia roared furiously, "Why did you force me to come back for such a trivial matter?" At that time, the original Ancia could only weakly apologize to her father. She could not resist, merely repeating her apologies. Ancia felt powerless, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at her father, trying to explain. But her words did nothing to quell Count Valencia's anger. He bellowed, "While this family is losing its status, you're idly doing meaningless work for me? Is this what your mother taught you? If you feel so guilty, then just go die. If you die early, this family will have one less mouth to feed. Maybe then it will prosper." The original Ancia could only huddle helplessly in a corner and cry, continuously uttering apologies as tears streamed down her face. It seemed she had reached the depths of despair. It turned out this was just a dream. Ancia jolted awake, her face flushed, and her breath coming in gasps. She screamed loudly. Prince Blake, who was nearby, hurriedly looked on with concern. "Ancia, are you all right? Did you just have a nightmare?" Ancia wearily wiped the sweat from her forehead and weakly replied, "Yes, it was truly a nightmare." That dream had been horrifying, so vivid that Ancia realized it was not just an ordinary nightmare but a memory of the original owner, a dark and terrible experience she had gone through. Seeing Ancia's fatigued expression, Prince Blake grew even more worried. He feared to ask himself, "Is it because I'm with Ancia that she had such a nightmare?" In the room, the atmosphere suddenly turned strangely silent. Ancia's screams faded, and Prince Blake's troubled words were no longer heard. Surprisingly, Ancia had embraced the prince without realizing it. Caught off guard by this unexpected action, Prince Blake's face turned red. Ancia did not let him go. Instead, she closed her eyes and gently said, "Your Highness, I like being close to you like this. Please, just keep it like this for a little while." The prince was softened by her tender words. He smiled, feeling at ease in Ancia's embrace, pressing his face against her chest, listening to her steady heartbeat, and a sense of peace filled his heart. The sky outside gradually changed color, the sunset casting its glow over the castle before slowly fading into the quiet night. At the estate of Count Valencia, he was enjoying a lavish dinner when suddenly a scheming voice spoke up. "I heard the Emperor has ordered garments tailored from famous shops for the Crown Princess, hasn't he?" My daughter is throwing a fit over this. Upon hearing Ancia's name, Count Valencia merely smiled faintly, pretending to respond. Oh really? The other person paid no attention to his awkward expression and continued speaking with a suggestive tone. Ah, I also heard that His Majesty has bought a valuable pink diamond for the Crown Princess. Count Valencia smiled awkwardly, responding dismissively. On the surface, he maintained a calm demeanor, but inside, it felt as if he were burning with anger. As the father-in-law of the Crown Prince, he was unaware of these matters and had to hear about them from others. He silently judged that all this was new information to him. Since marrying Ancia off to the prince instead of his beloved daughter Diana, he had lost contact with Ancia. Now, hearing that this daughter was receiving the emperor's favor, jealousy surged within him. Ancia, my dear daughter, Count Valencia gritted his teeth, clenching his fists to suppress his emotions. Just then, a servant approached respectfully to announce. Excuse me, my lord, you have a guest who wishes to see you. Count Valencia quickly regained his composure and asked. What is it? The servant replied that a guest, Duke Cassius, wanted to meet him. In the grand room dimly lit by candlelight, the living room door slowly opened. Duke Castle had been waiting, his demeanor arrogant, his eyes directed toward Valencia standing at the door. Long time no see, Count Valencia. Count Valencia greeted him warmly with a smile. Indeed, it's been a while, Duke Cassius. On the surface, there were friendly smiles exchanged, but Count Valencia was already analyzing the situation in his mind. Cassius, who had ignored him for so long, was now seeking him out after hearing the news about his daughter Ancia receiving the emperor's favor. Perhaps he intended to come back and take advantage of this relationship. In the conversation, which was polite yet charged with tension, Duke Castle wore a fake smile and offered compliments. You seem to be doing much better these days, Count Valencia. This statement struck at Count Valencia's pride, prompting an immediate retort that was somewhat mocking. With my daughter being favored by the emperor like this, how could a father like me not be pleased? Duke Castle smirked, intentionally probing. Count Valencia is truly a model father who knows how to love his daughter. Upon hearing this, Count Valencia burst into laughter as if genuinely pleased. She is very obedient. To the point that if I told her to die, she would do it immediately. In response, Duke Castle set down his teacup, adopting a more serious tone and inquiring. Rarely do you find a child raised so well. And what about your second daughter? Is she as outstanding as her sister? I'm very curious. Count Valencia's expression shifted to one of pride. He boasted, his eyes gleaming with pride. You cannot compare her to Diana. She is my pride and joy. Duke Castle smirked and continued, catching Valencia off guard. If the girl is indeed that exceptional, I want her to be my daughter-in-law. What do you think, Count Valencia? This unexpected proposal left Valencia almost speechless, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The thought of Diana becoming the Duke's daughter-in-law, which would mean she might have a chance to become queen, made Valencia unable to conceal his delight. Castle observed Valencia's reaction and realized he had won him over, then provocatively added. Of course, for that to happen, I first need to see how well you have raised the girl. Having said that, Duke Castle leisurely took a sip of tea, his gaze at Valencia filled with challenge. Count Valencia, despite trying to appear calm, was constantly weighing Cassius's true intentions in his mind. In another corner of the Grand Palace, Ancia was deep in thought, recalling the dark memories of the original owner of this body. Everything felt like a shroud of night, accompanied by the harsh words of Count Valencia. If you know you're at fault, then go and die. If you die early, this house will be better off. Get out of here, go follow your pitiful mother. Just thinking of those words left Ancia stunned. She rubbed her forehead, silently reflecting that real-life experiences were far different from what she had read in novels. How could a father utter such cruel words to his own flesh and blood? Looking at the original owner's body, Ancia felt a pang of sorrow. The memories of the pain that the original owner had endured were like a wound that had yet to heal. She recalled how the original owner had suffered countless humiliations, and ultimately, when everything had become unbearable, that little girl had chosen to end her life at the age of 10. The one who had driven the original owner to that brink was none other than her father, Count Valencia. Although he did not lay hands on her directly, his ruthless actions and words had pushed his daughter into despair. While lost in thought, Ancia was jolted back to reality by Melissa's voice. She bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, the Crown Princess, Count Valencia requests an audience." Upon hearing Melissa's announcement about Count Valencia's presence, Ancia couldn't help but be taken aback. She asked in disbelief, her voice still tinged with surprise. "Melissa, did you just say Count Valencia?" Ancia felt flustered, unsure how to face the man she knew to be a nightmare for the original owner. After all, she couldn't avoid him forever, so she finally commanded. "Tell him to wait in the parlor. I will come shortly." Count Valencia had been sitting there long enough for his backside to go numb, his face clearly showing irritation. He was mentally preparing to berate his daughter, thinking, "That brat Ancia dared to keep me waiting this long. After I see her, I will put her in her place." Time passed, and nearly an hour later, Count Valencia's frustration grew as the daughter who once feared him like a tiger dared to keep him waiting. Finally, the parlor door opened, and he immediately looked up, his expression sour, ready to unleash his reprimand. "What took you so long? Do you know how long I've been waiting here?" But as soon as he saw who stood before him, Count Valencia's vision dimmed, his face suddenly pale, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The person before him was not the timid daughter he once knew but a completely different Ancia. Ancia walked in with a calm demeanor, dazzling in a bright pink dress, adorned with sparkling jewels all over. From head to toe, she was covered in precious stones, exuding a cold, haughty aura. In the face of this spectacle, Count Valencia was left speechless in shock. "Is this really the Ancia I once knew?" he thought to himself. Standing opposite him, Ancia coldly asked, "Do you need something from me?" At that moment, all of Count Valencia's pent-up frustrations exploded. He glared at his daughter and immediately launched into a tirade. "You ungrateful wretch! Don't you know how to greet your father? Just because you have the Emperor's favor now, you think you're above everyone?" Melissa, Ancia's loyal maid, immediately admonished him sternly. "Please watch your behavior in front of the Crown Princess." But her reminder only served to further infuriate Count Valencia. He shouted, spittle flying everywhere. "What? A mere maid dares to interrupt the father of the Crown Princess? Ancia didn't wait for him to finish, frowning and coldly interrupting. "Do not speak to my people like that. If you continue to behave rudely, you are welcome to leave." With that, Ancia casually turned away, about to walk off, her demeanor indifferent as if he were just a stranger. This attitude nearly drove Count Valencia to madness. He bellowed, as was his habit, raising a hand in threat. "Do you think I will spare you just because you are the Crown Princess? You should remember your place." But Ancia did not back down. This time, she was ready to confront the one who had caused so much pain to the original owner of this body. Before Count Valencia could act, Ancia's cold, sharp voice cut through the air. "Count, it seems you haven't heard about Marquis Hamel, have you?" Upon hearing that name, Count Valencia froze. His outstretched arm stopped mid-air, and his expression changed drastically. The memory of Marquis Hamel's severed arm flooded back to him, causing him to gulp and retract his hand. "Lucky I didn't act, otherwise, I might not have a hand left today." The fearfulness and longing for affection that Ancia once possessed seemed to have vanished. Before him now stood a dignified crown princess, a woman of authority. Though filled with rage, Count Valencia quickly regained his composure, switching to a fake, mocking smile, trying to act like a loving father. "Ancia, it's just that I got a little hot-headed, lacking thought for a moment. Why are you so cold towards your father? But Ansia understood his insincerity all too well. She maintained her cold demeanor, firmly stating, "I demand that you leave this place immediately and never show your face in the Crown Prince's palace again. I will let you off this time, but if it happens again, don't expect me to hold back." Before Count Valencia could say more, a guard seized him and pulled him out of the room. He struggled and shouted, desperately pleading, "Ansia, listen to your father. Give me a chance." Ansia stood there, her expression darkening, her anger palpable. She knew exactly why he was here today. It was because of the rumors about her being favored by the emperor. He thought he could exploit her once more. What a scoundrel! She vowed to herself that she would never allow him back into her life again. After being shamefully dragged out of the palace, Count Valencia kept sending letters. The letters were filled with sorrowful and emotional words, sounding as if they expressed a touching father-daughter relationship, but in reality, they were just a coldly selfish farce. Ansia couldn't be bothered with that nonsense. She had much more important things to focus on, especially preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony as Crown Princess. Despite still feeling frustrated about her encounter with Count Valencia, Ansia poured all her energy into dance practice. As her body moved to the rhythm of the music, she reminded herself to execute every move as perfectly as possible. The formalities of the ball were merely ceremonial, but the real challenge was the dance itself. Ansia knew she had to present herself flawlessly at this debut. While the ceremony was just that, the dance was what worried Ansia the most. Her dance instructor continually reminded her, "Crown Princess, pay attention to your right foot." No sooner had the words left her lips than Ansia tripped, and her yelp echoed throughout the room, drawing the attention of everyone present, Crown Prince Blake, Melissa, and the instructor, who rushed over, concerned for her well-being. Although she sensed their care, being surrounded in such a situation made Ansia want to disappear into the ground. She swallowed her feelings and tried to appear okay, even though inside, it felt like a turbulent sea was rising. After the practice ended due to her fall, Ansia suddenly spotted a familiar sight, the black cat, Unhan. When she saw the cat approaching, she opened her arms wide and cheerfully called, "Come here, little kitty." She scooped the cat into her arms, cradling it and smiling brightly. "You saw me fall, didn't you?" she joked with the cat, while Unhan could only meow in response, wanting to remind her that she should have lifted her right foot first, but could only look at her helplessly. The more Ansia talked to Unhan, the more she felt a sense of loss. "Maybe I really don't have a talent for dancing." While Ansia wallowed in her sadness, Unhan's helpless meows became a source of encouragement in her ears. It was as if the cat was cheering her on, and she smiled, deciding to take this old cat out for a treat. The two made their way to the kitchen, where Unhan devoured his food as if he had been starving for ages. Watching the adorable scene of the cat eating, Ansia couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Crown Prince Blake walked in, sweat still glistening on his forehead from his sword training. Upon seeing the cat, he immediately grimaced, his voice dripping with jealousy. "Why is it still here?" Ansia cradled the cat and explained, "Your Highness, you shouldn't talk that way to a kitten. You should love animals too." Unable to contain himself, Crown Prince Blake sulked, "Why do you spend time with other males like this? I don't like it. You only need me." He even imitated the cat by saying meow, which made Ansia smile encouragingly. "As long as you're my husband, I'll love them all." Unhan, resting in Ansia's arms, could only feel exasperated. "I don't need rice water anymore. Just watching these two lovebirds is enough to fill me up." Suddenly, Ansia had an idea. She looked at Crown Prince Blake with a gentle smile and a teasing tone. "Your Highness, I would like to ask for your help with something. Will you agree to assist me?" Crown Prince Blake nodded eagerly. "Anything my beloved wife asks, I'm more than willing to help." His sincerity made Ansia laugh. "You agreed so quickly. What if I ask you something strange?" Blake responded with a bright smile, "That's no problem at all. As long as it's something my wife wants, I will agree to anything." Unhan stood beside them, pouting in exasperation, feeling like he was getting a full dose of their lovey-dovey behavior. Ansia gently held Blake's hand, her eyes filled with emotion. "Then, Your Highness, will you help me practice dancing? I want my first dance to be with you." Blake froze for a moment at her request. With such an invitation from his wife, no matter how difficult it was, he was determined to help. Ansia had originally planned to invite the prince to dance together once she had improved, but after 10 days of practice with little progress, she worried about stepping on his feet. However, Blake reassured her, "It's okay, even if you step on my feet, it won't hurt. Ansia is like a fairy." Ansia puffed her cheeks, shyly asking, "Am I really a fairy?" The prince continued to flatter her, "Yes, indeed. Ansia is a fairy." They gazed at each other, their eyes filled with innocence and deep affection. Finally, Ansia raised her small hand, placing it in Blake's, her excitement bubbling over as she asked, "Can we start now, Your Highness?" Suddenly, Blake blushed and looked down, feeling shy but still affirmed, "I'm not shy at all." Their hands slowly intertwined, and their steps began to synchronize as they entered the dance. However, their joy was short-lived. Just after they had taken 3 steps, Ansia misstepped and accidentally trod on Blake's foot. Mortified, she turned pale and kept apologizing, almost to the point of tears. Maybe I'll never be able to dance." The prince patiently comforted her, "Take your time, this is your first time, after all." Ansia felt flustered by his words. What do you mean by first time?" To avoid the awkward atmosphere, she shyly changed the subject. "I didn't expect you to dance so well. You've never learned how to dance, but you're so good at it." Prince Blake smiled softly, "I only watched you learn. Take your time, and you'll soon dance well." With the prince's encouragement, Ansia was determined to start over. She carefully moved each step, showing improvement this time. The two of them blended into the rhythm of the dance, their small figures reflecting under the gentle moonlight, creating a sweet scene. As the night enveloped the sky, they stopped, sighing with relief after completing the tiring practice. Ansia felt proud that she was finally close to mastering the dance thanks to Blake's patience and encouragement. Blake leaned against the balcony, his gaze gentle as he said, "Don't stress too much. His Majesty dances even better than I do. Everyone will surely be captivated by you." Hearing this, Ansia smiled happily. Blake turned to gaze at the endless night sky, mumbling, "I want to see that scene, the scene where everyone falls in love with you." Ansia understood his thoughts. She placed her warm hand on his, her eyes filled with hope. "You'll be there at the party when I come of age." Blake nodded in agreement, "That's right. I'll escort you then." Ansia kept her sparkling smile, "I'll wait for that day." The next morning, Ansia decided to impress the emperor by cooking a steaming pot of soup for him. She brought the dish over and said, "Father, guess what I cooked today?" The emperor looked at the strange soup, his face darkening as he joked, "You're quite bold, planning to assassinate me right before my eyes?" Ansia laughed, replying, "Don't worry, father, this dish isn't poisonous." The emperor continued to tease, what kind of murderer would admit to their crimes, but he quickly picked up a spoon and tasted it. He savored the dish, praising its rich flavor, which made Ansia delighted. "You liked the spicy rice rolls I made last time too," she said excitedly. The emperor laughed heartily and declared, "Even if this dish were poisonous, I'd still eat it." Ansia thought to herself, he really is father-in-law of the year, always supporting the meals she cooked, no matter how unusual they might be. It seemed the emperor was growing fonder of Ansia like a biological child. So much so that people joked that the prince was the stepchild, while Ansia was the real child. When Ansia seriously reminded him that he shouldn't eat anything poisonous, he nodded in agreement, mentioning Prince Blake. He sadly admitted that he was happy Blake didn't look down on him, even though he hadn't done anything for his son. Those words brought a somber atmosphere, as Blake was always the hidden pain for him. The emperor turned to Ansia, reminding her to take care of not only the prince's health but also that of the empire. But just as he was taking on a parental tone, Ansia quickly asked, "I heard from Colin that you stayed up all night, right?" The Emperor immediately changed the subject, avoiding the reminder, and offered to reward Ansia with a gift to thank her for the meal. When Ansia refused, the Emperor firmly announced that he would build her a greenhouse in the prince's palace. This made her feel deeply touched, as the current palace of the prince was quite old and no flowers bloomed in the winter anymore. The construction of this greenhouse was not just a gift, but also a reflection of the Emperor's deep intentions. Ansia recalled that the lake the Emperor intended to fill in was also the place where she had previously fallen, leading to her being transported into this world. Ansia tried to stop him, saying that such a mistake would not happen again. However, the Emperor was resolute, firmly putting down his teacup and stating seriously, "I cannot allow the lake that once posed a danger to you to remain there." His decision was unwavering, leaving Ansia with no choice but to smile weakly and keep her objections to herself, not daring to voice them in front of him. After the meeting, Ansia excitedly recounted the story to the prince. Upon hearing it, Blake was just as thrilled. "Really? That's wonderful." Ansia still felt a bit reluctant, so she asked the prince once more, "Is it really okay if we fill in that lake?" Seeing the prince's attitude, which was no different from the Emperor's, he casually replied, "That's the lake where Ansia fell. We should fill it in." Noticing Ansia's persistent questioning, Blake felt like his ears were about to wear out. He closed the book he was reading and looked at her with a determined expression, just like the Emperor. "I've wanted to fill it in for a long time." Seeing the prince's grandfatherly demeanor, Ansia couldn't help but chuckle. She teased, "At times like this, Prince, you're just like the Emperor. What crime has that lake committed for you both to keep blaming it?" However, thinking about the upcoming greenhouse, Ansia felt very excited. The two of them secretly calculated that if they filled in that lake to build the greenhouse, it would surely be quite large. The prince eagerly asked her, "So, Ansia, what kind of plants do you want to grow there?" As the daughter of the leaf and branch family, someone else might have answered that they wanted to plant exotic orchids or peonies. But a cooking enthusiast like Ansia immediately thought of cabbage. The prince was completely puzzled by this strange name. Ansia kindly explained, "It's a type of vegetable originating from the east. We can use it to make kimchi." The prince looked like he was about to be dazed by this point. "First cabbage, and now kimchi?" He asked, "What the heck is kimchi?" Ansia reluctantly took on the role of a culinary tour guide. "It's my favorite dish. It's made from chili powder, so it's quite spicy. I don't think you would be able to eat it, Your Highness." A competitive little boy like Blake could hardly stand to lose face like this. He confidently pounded his chest and declared to Ansia, "I can eat it." But Ansia remained firm. "Now isn't the time. Wait until the prince is older to try it." Unexpectedly, the boy protested vehemently, "I'm clearly already grown up." "How grown up are you, little old man?" With limited height but limitless imagination, Ansia couldn't help but pinch the prince's chubby cheeks when she saw his expression. "Our prince is so adorable. Truly, my husband is different." Being treated like a 3-year-old and pinched until his face turned red made Blake feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, Ansia changed the subject. "Do you have a favorite flower you'd like to plant there?" Blake immediately thought of roses and answered without a second thought. Ansia skeptically asked, "Roses?" In response to her doubt, the prince smiled brightly. "I want to plant roses to give to Ansia." It turned out that even though he was only 8 years old, the prince had quite an imaginative mind. Everyone knew that roses were symbols of love, and they were often used as gifts for proposals. However, when Ansia heard Blake's words, her mood grew slightly heavy. She gently placed her hand on the table, gazing thoughtfully out the window, her mind filled with a jumble of ambiguous thoughts. She wondered if it would be all right to accept roses from the young prince. Time passed quickly, and another morning arrived. Today, the sky was unusually clear, with lazy clouds drifting by. Ansia had just woken up from a long sleep. She sat up groggily, leaving the comfort of her bed. It seemed she wasn't fully awake yet, partly because today was the day of the banquet. The prince, sensing movement, also woke up immediately. Still dazed, he rubbed his eyes and looked at his wife. "Ansia, are you leaving now?" Hearing the prince's adorably sleepy voice made Ansia turn to him with a smile and reply, "Yes, your highness. But don't worry, I'll be back soon." The prince sitting next to her smiled back, giving her strength. "Do well, Ansia." Prince Blake's smile made Ansia feel a pang in her heart. He always smiled at her like that. How could she possibly resist the adorable face of the prince? Even though she was the only one to receive gifts from the emperor, the only one learning royal etiquette and dancing, and even the only one permitted by the emperor to attend social gatherings, Prince Blake always reserved the brightest smile for her. He didn't even forget to remind her, "Ansia, have fun." Even though he was the one left alone in this cold palace, forever unable to step outside, the prince seemed to believe that Ansia's happiness was his own happiness. This made Ansia love him even more. After chatting with Prince Blake, Ansia moved to the emperor's palace to prepare for the banquet. She was carefully attended to by the servants, who gracefully placed a soft pink bow in her shiny golden hair. It looked neither gaudy nor overly simplistic, but rather incredibly elegant. Each of Ansia's nails was also meticulously groomed. Was there really nail art in this era? It truly was magical. A flurry of servants surrounded the princess, some brushed her hair, some tied the bow, and some filed her nails. They paid attention even to the finest details. After a flurry of activity, the servants finally produced a result that was quite satisfactory. Ansia appeared in a chic pastel pink dress, accompanied by matching elegant jewelry. She looked just like a true princess. If Ansia weren't already married, surely a lot of suitors would be chasing after her. The refined young woman turned around, smiled, and thanked them, saying, "Thank you all. I'm sorry for bothering you so early, I really feel bad about it." The servants were enchanted by the princess's friendly demeanor, blushing shyly as they hurried to respond, "It's our honor. You look absolutely stunning, princess. You will surely be the center of attention at this banquet." Hearing such high praise made Ansia unable to suppress her delight. Who wouldn't be happy to be complimented? She slowly descended the spiral staircase, carefully ensuring that she wouldn't trip. The emperor was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He looked up at Ansia, who was approaching him slowly, looking resplendent and beautiful like a flower. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You look so beautiful, Ansia." Seizing the opportunity, Ansia flattered her father-in-law a little, saying, "You look very dignified and handsome too, father." The two of them looked at each other, sharing a very knowing smile. An outsider might think she was the emperor's biological daughter. Ansia continued to flatter her solid support, teasingly adopting a dangerous tone. "Today I feel like there's something very different about you, father." Sure enough, her tone puzzled the emperor, who burst into laughter and replied, "That's perfection, my dear. I look splendid today, don't I?" Hearing her teasing, the emperor couldn't help but chuckle. He then extended his large, sturdy hand and said, "Let's go." Ansia cooperatively placed her small hand in his. She thought to herself that perhaps the author should change the story's title from "Waiting to Become the Prince's Wife" to "One Day I Became the Biological Daughter of My Father-in-Law." What a twist of fate! Blake was staying as a guest in his own palace, while the little boy sat at home sulking and biting his nails. Meanwhile, his biological father and beloved wife were off hand in hand enjoying themselves. The banquet was about to begin, with the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling decorated in a mystical manner. Just as Ansia and the emperor entered, the voice of the guards announced, "The emperor is entering. The princess consort is entering." Below, the crowd immediately bowed in respect, collectively calling out, "Long live the great son of the empire, His Majesty the Emperor. Long live the hope of the empire, Her Royal Highness the Princess Consort." The crowd of nobles below all bowed their heads before the two. It was Ansia's first time experiencing such a VIP welcome, and she wasn't quite accustomed to it. She scanned the crowd below, and it seemed that a certain gaze was fixed intently on her. Sure enough, it was none other than the infuriating male lead who kept clinging to her. As soon as he noticed Ansia's gaze landing on him, he smiled smugly. Seeing this guy's expression was enough to make Ansia shudder. What was he smiling about? It was truly irritating. She suddenly thought that if Richard wanted to be the main character, he should at least reach the caliber of His Majesty the Emperor, or at the very least be as adorable as her little bunny husband. Noticing Ansia's troubled expression, Emperor Tenstian asked with concern. What are you thinking about that makes your face look so blank? Unexpectedly, Ansia whispered for her father. The Emperor leaned down, curiously bringing his ear closer to her. Ansia softly replied. In this place, you are the most handsome, father. The Emperor had heard Ansia's sweet flattery many times before, to the point that it could have made his ears go numb. But every time, he always smiled happily. His smile immediately caused a stir in the hall below, with everyone murmuring and glancing at each other in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Some even feared they might be seeing things. Seeing the nobles react as if they had seen a ghost, Ansia was puzzled. She didn't understand why just one smile from the Emperor could cause such a commotion. Surely, he must be very stern most days, to the point that even a smile could shake public opinion. But as soon as that smile faded, the Emperor's face returned to its cold, stern demeanor, as serious as a mountain of ice. The atmosphere immediately fell silent again. Ansia couldn't help but marvel. He truly was the powerful emperor ruling the empire, exuding a distinctly commanding presence. Soon after, the emperor solemnly announced the beginning of the ceremony. The nobles below expertly bowed, waiting for his command. The servants presented the emperor with a glass of wine, and he raised it high, proclaiming in a loud voice. Today, I dedicate all my respect to the God of Light as well as to our people. Ansia sat to the side, watching her father-in-law perform a series of solemn rituals. Following this, he would invite her to dance, marking the official beginning of the ball. Ansia felt a bit sad, clutching her dress tightly, as she actually wanted to reserve the first dance for Blake. But it seemed she was being too childish. After concluding the ceremony in honor of the divine, the emperor continued. Today, I plan to open the festivities with a dance with my beloved daughter-in-law, but unfortunately, my dancing skills have faded. Ansia didn't quite understand his words at first, but then the emperor went on. Finally, I send this respect once again to the God of Light. And now, let us all enjoy this joyful celebration. As the emperor returned to his seat, Ansia couldn't help but feel puzzled, glancing at him with questions in her eyes. The emperor understood her thoughts and smiled gently. I heard you want your first dance to be with Blake, right? Ansia blushed as she admitted it and suddenly realized that this was why the emperor had given up his own dance. He grinned. I will wait for a second opportunity from you. His words touched Ansia deeply. She looked at the emperor with gratitude and whispered, Thank you, father. The emperor gently patted her head, as if to express an intimate affection. It is I who should be thanking you. The emperor's warm hand made Ansia feel her heart soften. This scene caused the nobles below to feel as though they were witnessing a dramatic play. They never expected that the usually dignified emperor would display such tenderness today. Some even wondered if they were seeing things. While the crowd buzzed with conversation, Ansia leisurely chatted with the emperor, then stepped down from the podium to greet the nobles. This was her first party as the crown princess, and each person continuously praised her. Marquis Season was the first to speak, and Ansia politely thanked him in return, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you. I heard your son is the deputy commander of the Swordsman Battalion. Congratulations. After Marquis Season, it was Count Maraikon. Ansia smiled and conversed with each person, maintaining a calm and respectful demeanor. Besides being cautious in her words and actions, there was one more thing she needed to do, memorize the names of all the nobles. Ansia thought to herself that if she had studied as diligently as she was trying to remember these names before, she would have probably become a historian by now. Knowing the names of all the nobles was basic knowledge that the crown prince and crown princess needed to have, and Ansia was ready to learn and fulfill her role at the party. Ansia's first debut with the nobility became a significant challenge as she had to greet everyone on her own without any assistance. Ansia told herself that this was enough for people to remember the crown princess. Suddenly, her gaze locked onto a man with an unpleasant expression, Count Valencia, who was staring at her with a distinctly unfriendly look. He turned away and left, accompanied by a child. Ansia quietly observed and realized that the girl was likely Diana, the female protagonist of the novel she had entered. Mixed feelings washed over her, and she reminded herself to stay strong. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared, Richard, the thick-skinned boy, beaming as he greeted Ansia. "Crown Princess, it's been a while," he started, but Richard's presence only made Ansia's mood plummet. She responded politely but coldly, trying to maintain her composure. However, Richard seemed oblivious to the atmosphere and added a stale compliment, "You're looking more beautiful every day." He then extended his hand and politely asked, "Crown Princess, may I be your first dance partner?" Ansia immediately frowned, thinking to herself that the person who should be dancing with the Crown Princess for the first dance was the Crown Prince, not this thick-skinned guy. She crossed her arms and flatly refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, Richard, but I'm afraid that won't be possible." Her blunt rejection made the surrounding noblewomen unable to contain their amusement. They were enjoying the spectacle. Richard was undeterred, still smiling as he said to her, "Crown Princess, there's no need to be shy. If you don't know how to dance, I'm more than willing to help." Richard's confident words left Ansia speechless, but she maintained her calm demeanor and bitterly replied, "I don't wish to dance with anyone less handsome than the Crown Prince." This was truly a fatal blow, causing Richard's face to darken, his anger boiling to the point that he gritted his teeth audibly. The noblewomen standing around burst into laughter, not holding back their teasing remarks, "Crown Princess, no one can compare to the Crown Prince in terms of charm." Ansia simply smiled, while Richard's face turned an even deeper shade of anger, as if he wished for a hole to hide in to escape the humiliation. Ansia thought to herself that perhaps her words had hurt Richard's pride, but at the same time, she didn't care much. The two turned their backs and went off in opposite directions, one feeling joyful and the other seething with rage, nearly foaming at the mouth. As the sunset gradually descended, the ceremony was coming to an end. Ansia felt exhausted and quietly sought a corner to breathe a sigh of relief. "Finally, I can breathe," she thought, but the surrounding space still felt unfamiliar, causing her some anxiety. Ansia wondered what Blake was doing at that moment and if he missed her too. Just a few hours apart made her miss him dearly. She also couldn't help but think of her little bunny, wondering if the Crown Prince was crying for her. Suddenly, there was a gentle knock at the door, and a voice came from behind the curtain, "Can I come in?" Ansia was surprised, not expecting anyone to want to enter. Upon realizing it was a girl's voice, she felt a bit suspicious. However, she cheerfully replied, "Yes, please come in." A girl wearing elegant moss-green shoes stepped through the curtain. When Ansia saw the girl, she couldn't hide her astonishment. It turned out to be Diana, the heroine of the novel she had entered. Diana smiled brightly and cheerfully called out, "Sister." Ansia hadn't expected the heroine to appear at this moment, and she smiled back, greeting Diana by name. Diana flashed a sweet smile and complimented her, "You look amazing today. You look like an angel. How can someone leave such a deep impression on me?" The admiration in Diana's eyes warmed Ansia's heart. In the storyline, Diana had always cherished Ansia, but the favoritism of Count Valencia had torn the two sisters apart. Whenever Diana wanted to play with her sister, the Count would intervene and beat Ansia, creating wounds that could never heal. Eventually, Ansia couldn't bear the pressure and distanced herself from her sister, leaving Diana to live in torment until her death. The little girl had blamed herself for Ancia's death and lived in anguish until she left Count Valencia and willingly helped Blake, who was despised by everyone. But now, everything had changed. Ancia did not die, and Diana did not have to endure feelings of guilt in this life. Diana continued to gaze at her with admiration, praising, "You look wonderful." When you greeted everyone, it felt like all the misunderstandings in your heart had been resolved. Ancia smiled and thanked her sister, and they chatted happily in the twilight. Diana was very concerned about Ancia's health and felt warm when she learned that Ancia had fallen into the water. But their cheerful conversation was suddenly interrupted when Diana turned away and glanced around as if she were inspecting the area. With only the two of them left, Diana sneakily handed Ancia a gift box. "I got this for you," she said. Ancia carefully accepted the gift, unable to contain her curiosity. "What is this?" Diana cheerfully explained, "This is a warming stone made from ManWha flint. It can keep your body warm." She scratched her head in embarrassment and added, "I didn't get the chance to give it to you sooner, winter has already passed." Seeing Diana's concern, Ancia waved her hand dismissively and replied, "You don't need to worry about me so much. I'm fully recovered now." Unexpectedly, Diana leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry, Father won't find out. I secretly bought it with my own savings." Then, without giving Ancia a chance to refuse, she pressed the stone firmly into her hand, insisting, "You have to accept it." It had been a long time since anyone had shown Ancia such care, which filled her with happiness. She responded, "Thank you, Diana. I'll definitely use it." Suddenly, the little girl, who had been laughing just moments before, was on the verge of tears. She was overwhelmed with joy that her sister had accepted her gift and no longer seemed distant. That happiness brought tears to her eyes. Ancia gently offered a handkerchief to Diana. "Wipe your tears, Diana." Taking it, Diana wiped away the lingering drops from her eyes and said, "Thank you, but I could have used my own handkerchief. Even your handkerchief is so beautiful. Did His Highness give it to you?" Thinking about it, her smile grew even brighter. "I'm so glad to see that the relationship between you and His Highness is so strong." Ancia knew that Diana's smile came straight from the heart, even more adorable and beautiful than anything she'd read in novels. As the sun began to set behind the towering castle, the two sisters said their goodbyes. The ceremony ended, and finally content, Ancia climbed into the carriage to return to the Crown Prince's palace. She stepped gracefully from the carriage and was immediately greeted by the clear voice of young Blake, who came rushing over, hugging her tightly. Ancia relaxed, enjoying the embrace of the Crown Prince, and whispered softly to Blake, "I'm back, Your Highness." The boy, too, seemed to savor this moment. Then, excitedly, Ancia asked Blake to take a good look at her. "Your Highness, how do I look today?" The prince looked her over and began to praise her, "You look wonderful." They both laughed, and someone even smiled so broadly that their eyes crinkled with delight at her husband's compliment. After a refreshing bath, Ancia let out a sigh of relief. "At last, I can finally rest. I feel completely at ease." The prince, sitting nearby, curiously asked, "Ancia, did you enjoy yourself today? Did you dance? His Majesty is quite the dancer, isn't he?" Ancia eagerly shared her experiences from the party. "I was a little nervous, but it was truly enjoyable." As for dancing, she hesitated, then replied, "No, I didn't dance." Surprised, the prince asked, "Why not?" Ancia looked him in the eyes, full of sincerity, and gently said, "Because I want my first dance to be with you." Hearing this, the prince's smile widened as he moved closer to her. Still unaware of his intent, Ancia happily continued, explaining that His Majesty understood and respected her decision. Unexpectedly, the Crown Prince's mood darkened. He gripped the bedsheet tightly and questioned her, "Ancia, you should have danced with His Majesty. I can't go to places like that." Despite her repeated attempts to comfort him, the prince knew he was cursed, unable to ever leave this place. Ancia gently held his tense hand and whispered, I've told you, Your Highness, you will be cured when you grow up. In her mind, she thought, I've already met someone who can break the curse for you. She's truly a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Lifting his hand, which was marked with unsettling patterns, she continued, Your Highness, please promise me one thing. Prince Blake, a little confused, didn't understand why she wanted him to make a promise. Ansia's request was simple. After the curse was lifted, he had to give her his first dance. The prince knew that day was far off, perhaps it would never come. But he still promised, of course. Who else would I dance with but you, Ansia? Hearing his reassurance, Ansia smiled with satisfaction. But the prince still felt uneasy. He held Ansia's hand tightly, quietly voicing his innermost fears. Her words of comfort reassured him, Don't worry, the curse will surely be broken soon. Yet what truly troubled the prince wasn't the curse itself, but the fear that Ansia might leave him one day. He was terrified that she would disappear without saying goodbye. The very thought brought tears to his eyes, spilling over like rain. Ansia tried to comfort the distressed Prince Blake with soothing words. Your Highness, where would I even go? Why worry so much? However, her reassurance only seemed to make Blake more anxious. He stepped closer, tears streaming down his face, and pleaded, Ansia, please don't leave me. You're all I have. I'll do anything you want, just please don't abandon me. Ansia felt her heart clench at his pain. She held Blake, gently whispering, Please, don't cry. The prince leaned against her shoulder, but his voice remained desperate. Promise me you'll never leave me. Ansia felt a pang of guilt and hesitation as she wrestled with her own thoughts. The promise was simple to say, but it felt as difficult as telling a lie. But with Blake's continued pleas, she eventually nodded, though reluctantly. All right, Your Highness, I promise. I'll never leave you. Despite her words, Ansia's heart held another plan. She knew that she needed to protect him from unnecessary pain and shield him from those who sought to manipulate him. If she could encourage a bond between Blake and Diana, his curse might be broken. And if Richard, who harbored schemes around Diana, truly intended to take advantage of her, Ansia was determined to disrupt his plans before her departure. In the days that followed, Ansia devised ways to bring Blake and Diana together, hoping to foster their connection. She sent an invitation to Diana to visit the palace and informed Blake of her arrival. Yet Blake showed no excitement, responding coldly. Ansia observed him quietly, reminding herself to put in every effort to create the right conditions for their love to bloom. Adjusting his collar, she smiled encouragingly, You'll be all right soon. Although she knew it would be challenging, Ansia believed she was doing what was necessary for Blake's future. While this encounter between the two came sooner than in the original story, she hoped that this early encouragement would help them form a lasting bond. Ansia and Crown Prince Blake waited at the palace entrance for Diana's carriage to arrive. When Diana stepped down, dressed in a radiant green gown, she immediately ran to Ansia, embracing her tightly. Like a little bird, she chirped with excitement, expressing her happiness at seeing her sister again. Sister, I'm so happy you thought of me. I was too excited to sleep. You look so beautiful today. Ansia gently nudged her and reminded, First, you should greet His Highness the Crown Prince. Diana, blushing with embarrassment for forgetting her manners, turned and greeted Blake. He responded with a courteous smile, which filled Ansia with relief, happy to see them getting along. Everything seemed to be progressing as she had hoped. Excusing herself under the pretense of needing to meet the Emperor, Ansia quietly slipped away, entrusting Diana to Blake's care. Blake readily agreed, promising to take good care of Ansia's dear little sister. As she left, Ansia reassured herself that this was a necessary step to free Blake from his curse. Later, in the palace library, Ansia tried to pass the time by reading, but her mind kept drifting back to Blake and Diana. She wondered if they would truly connect as they did in the novel, or if there could be another way to break the curse. Although Diana was the only one known to have the power to lift it, the idea of Blake falling for her, leaving Ansia, or even seeking a divorce stirred an unexpected wave of jealousy within her. Despite knowing that her marriage to Blake was a political alliance and could easily be dissolved, the thought of him happily finding new love made her uncomfortable. Ansia bit her lip, chiding herself, "You can't be selfish, Ansia. The person meant to be by Blake's side is Diana, the true heroine. That's the best you can do for him." Resting her chin on her hand, she wondered if there was anything she herself could do to help Blake. She noticed that all the books she had chosen were about light magic. A faint glimmer of hope flickered within her. Maybe, just maybe, she could learn this magic and find a way to lift Blake's curse herself. Ansia quietly returned to her room, balancing a hefty stack of books. She thought to herself that if she managed to read through all of them, she could probably pass the entrance exams to Harvard. Along the way, she couldn't help but wonder how things were progressing between Blake and Diana. But as soon as she reached her room, loud bickering greeted her from the other side of the door. Standing outside, Ansia was surprised to hear such heated arguing between Blake and Diana. She opened the door to find Blake looking at her with a face of innocent exasperation, lamenting, "She keeps saying all these nonsensical things." Diana, not one to back down, was red-faced and furious, snapping, "You're the unreasonable one." Ansia sighed, looking from one to the other, and tried to stay calm. "What happened? Both of you, explain yourselves, one at a time." But neither wanted to yield, and they soon launched into a spirited debate about their love for Ansia. Diana declared loudly, "I love her the most because she's my sister." Blake, on the other hand, proudly announced, "Ansia is the one I love most in the world, she's my wife." Ansia could only sigh, half wishing she could disappear with some kind of magic spell. She hadn't expected to get caught in such an adorable, if ridiculous, rivalry. But seeing both Blake and Diana, each showing their love for her in their own way, made her laugh despite herself. Later, in the kitchen, Ansia busied herself making a fragrant bean soup. Suddenly, Blake appeared behind her, wrapping his arms around her gently. "Are you making soybean soup?" "It smells delicious," he said, his eyes bright with anticipation. Ansia giggled, "So, you still remember this soup from the first time you tasted it?" Blake replied playfully, "Of course. My wife's soybean soup is the best there is." Ansia smiled, brushing off his flattery, and reminded him, "Hurry and eat up. You still have sword training to do." Out on the grassy field behind the palace, Ansia, Blake, and Diana sat chatting together, laughing like a small family. Despite the chaos that ensued whenever Blake and Diana were together, with Blake constantly grumbling that "my sister-in-law doesn't act like a sister-in-law" and Diana running up to Blake whenever she spotted him to argue about who Ansia loved more, Ansia felt a deep warmth. Time flew by as fast as a dog running across a field. It had already been 2 years since Ansia set foot in the palace. The bickering between Blake and Diana hadn't come to an end, and they kept squabbling over who Ansia loved more. Blake proudly beat his chest, declaring himself Ansia's husband, but Diana never let it slide. She teased her brother-in-law, "You two haven't even kissed, so how can you call yourself her husband?" This made Blake's face flush bright red, but he couldn't argue back. Ansia watched from a distance, feeling that her husband was almost on the verge of tears, so she stepped in to make peace. She gently adjusted Blake's collar and reminded him that it was time for training. Seeing her tending to him, Blake responded with a loving tone, "Of course, my dear." Diana stood by, wide-eyed, but she seemed to have grown used to this public display of affection by now. She pouted but didn't give up, challenging Blake to a race to the training grounds. The two quickly dove into a new competition, once again bickering about who would reach the goal first. Ansia stood from afar, letting out a sigh of resignation. Her close maid, Melissa, chuckled quietly and remarked, "They're getting along really well today, aren't they?" Ansia glanced over at Blake and Diana, wondering if the two could ever grow closer than just friends. Over the past 2 years, Ansia had reflected a lot on her own feelings, and now she realized she truly wanted to be by Blake's side, to live happily together in this palace with those she held dear. her father-in-law, her sister like Diana, and good friends like Melissa, Han, and Eden all made her life more meaningful. However, Ansia also understood how fragile this happiness was. If Blake's curse couldn't be lifted, everything might fall apart. If the day came when Blake reached adulthood and she still hadn't found a way to break the curse, Ansia knew she would have to quietly leave it all behind. She looked up at the vast blue sky, silently determined that before Blake came of age, she would find a way to lift the curse. With a fiery determination in her heart, Ansia turned to Melissa and said, "Let's go to the Emperor's quarters." In the distance, the massive glasshouse towering over the lake had come into view. Ansia's visit to the Emperor wasn't just a gesture of respect, it was also a step in presenting her plan to free Blake from his curse. Within the palace's serene halls, her resolute voice echoed. "The Crown Prince's curse will be lifted. The heir of the Bayan bloodline has the power to break this curse using light magic. When the two open their hearts to each other, the curse will vanish on its own." Yet, seeing the Emperor's skeptical expression, Ansia realized that convincing him wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, she remained calm, determined to find a way to gain his trust. Later, in the prince's quarters, Ansia cautiously asked Blake, "If one day you met someone with light magic, would you want to marry them?" As steadfast as ever, Prince Blake took her hand and replied, "I've already said, the only person I want is you." Before Ansia could protest, he held her hand firmly, his gaze unwavering yet gentle. "If breaking the curse means losing you, then I'd rather live with the curse forever." Ansia was stunned by Blake's determination and heartfelt sincerity. 2 years had passed, and in that time, the prince's residence had transformed in many ways. The lake was now filled in, replaced by a glasshouse teeming with greenery and flowers, along with a spacious training room and an expansive cabbage field. The palace was no longer just a symbol of power, it had become a place of peace, romance, and laughter. Ansia herself had become a noblewoman of the empire, beloved daughter-in-law of Emperor Tenstian. She spent her days caring for both Blake and Diana, the two endearing yet stubborn children who had become her world. She was also gradually learning to manage royal affairs, a responsibility once designated to the Empress, a position Emperor Tenstian had never shown any intent to fill again. The Emperor had granted Ansia her own residence, Sepia Palace, along with an office on the 3rd floor of the main palace. This floor was not only her workplace but also a treasure trove of ancient books on light magic and curses, all part of her ongoing efforts to find a way to release Blake from the curse that had haunted him for so long. Each day, she silently studied, turning page after page of ancient texts in forgotten languages, clinging to the hope that one day she would uncover the way to break the curse. This place had become her private research rose-touri, shared only with Emperor Tenstian, her secret ally in unraveling the mysteries that bound Blake. Ansia continued her diligent pursuit of ancient texts, despite the complex characters that could easily make anyone dizzy. But fueled by her determination and love, she steadfastly searched for any clues that might help free Blake from the curse. Suddenly, her gaze froze, an unusual expression crossing her face as she uncovered something significant. According to an ancient record, 1,000 years ago, this land was known as the Kingdom of Zelkan, but it had been destroyed by Philip. The Asteric Empire subsequently emerged, and with it, the ancient language of Zelkan gradually faded into obscurity. Even the priests could not fully decipher this language. The ancient records revealed a horrifying truth: Richard, a scheming and powerful figure, had used ancient dark magic to deceive Emperor Tenstian. While rumors circulated about magic that could transfer from one person to another, Emperor Tenstian had fallen into Richard's trap, facing the cruel curse. With boundless love for Blake, the Emperor sacrificed himself, hoping to save his son from pain. Ansia shuddered at the recollection of that tragedy. She reminded herself that she must prevent history from repeating itself and find a way to protect everyone from the tragic fate of this story. With a sigh, Ansia contemplated how to deal with Duke Kazal and Richard, the formidable foes about to act. She knew that if she revealed her ability to understand the ancient language, Richard would surely change his plans. Suddenly, a faint noise from the door startled Ansia, making her alert. Her gaze turned toward the source of the sound, only to see Emperor Tenstian standing behind the door. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled in welcome. The Emperor smiled gently, his warm voice calling her name, melting Ansia's heart. "Today," Ansia teasingly remarked, "you seem very happy today, father." The Emperor, seemingly accustomed to her playful demeanor, replied softly, "You're lying." Ansia giggled in protest, "No, I'm telling the truth. Everyone says you're the first love of so many noblewomen in the empire." Hearing the flattering remark, the Emperor quickly denied it. "Those are just baseless rumors, don't believe them." He then silently raked his fingers through his hair to regain his composure, prompting Ansia to burst into laughter. During her years as the Emperor's daughter-in-law, Ansia had come to understand him better than anyone else. Though he appeared stern, the Emperor always concealed his bashfulness. Changing the subject, he looked at the painting on the wall and asked, "Are you admiring this painting?" Ansia nodded in admission. "Are you here to admire it too?" But the Emperor denied it. "I came to see you." Ansia looked up in surprise and whispered, "I heard that important guests have arrived." "Is it?" The Emperor casually replied, "There is no one more important than you." Though his expression remained unchanged, Ansia could sense the sincerity in the Emperor's words. Emperor Tenstian looked at Ansia with eyes full of love, as if she were his own daughter. She smiled, accepting that affection, feeling as though there was no distance between them. In fact, everyone in the palace had long believed Ansia was the Emperor's daughter due to the bond they shared, resembling a father-daughter relationship. The main purpose of the Emperor's visit today was to encourage Ansia to find a way to break the curse as soon as possible, but he also reminded her to know her limits. "I know you haven't slept in days. You should rest, or your body won't be able to handle it," he advised kindly. However, Ansia firmly refused, her voice strong. "I enjoy doing this, so I'm not tired at all." The Emperor would not relent, his tone warm yet resolute. "No matter how much you enjoy it, you should take a little break." Unexpectedly, Ansia shot back, "You're the one who needs to rest. You stayed up all night again, didn't you?" "I can tell." The Emperor was taken aback, but instead of arguing, he gently ruffled Ansia's hair and said softly, "If you overwork yourself, there will be unpleasant consequences. Both Blake and I will worry about you." His words left Ansia momentarily speechless, and she could only respond obediently. "I understand, father," she replied softly. Elsewhere, in the training yard of the palace, Blake and Diana were engaged in their practice. The warm sunlight bathed the clear blue sky, creating a beautiful backdrop for the intense sword-fighting match between the two. Blake, the stubborn brother-in-law, faced off against Diana, the headstrong sister-in-law. Their swords clashed, neither willing to yield, and the duel dragged on endlessly. Blake gritted his teeth, determined not to let Diana gain the upper hand, while Diana fought back just as fiercely. Suddenly, Diana lunged at Blake, forcing him to step back to evade her. Victory seemed to tilt in Diana's favor, but at that moment, Blake roared, regaining his spirit and launching a fierce counterattack. They continued to battle evenly until both were exhausted, lying sprawled on the grass, gasping for breath. Once they had calmed down, Diana suddenly asked, "Your Highness, why haven't you said anything from the beginning? Is it because I'm a girl, so you're going easy on me?" Blake replied honestly, "No. The reason is that you are Ansia's sister." He then countered with a question of his own, "What about you? Why did you stop when you were so close to defeating me?" Diana smiled and replied, "What does it matter? I couldn't bear to hurt my brother-in-law." This statement made Blake chuckle. Ansia, who had previously been the one teasing them playfully, could now only watch as they shared a genuine bond like true siblings. Lying on the grass, Blake asked Diana a surprising question, "Why do you want to become a knight so much?" Diana gazed off into the distance, raising her small, calloused hand, which had grown rough from sword training, to the sunlight and softly said, "Only then can I become stronger." Blake patiently inquired, "So why do you want to be stronger?" Diana looked up at the high sky, where her desires for freedom and strength intertwined, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. Diana fell silent for a moment, then clenched her fists and revealed the reason behind her desire for strength. Only when I become stronger can I protect my sister from danger. Her voice was filled with determination, and her eyes sparkled with resolve. Blake couldn't help but praise her. Ansia is so lucky to have a sister like you. Inside, however, a twinge of disappointment stirred within him as he often felt like a burden to Ansia. He believed that Diana would be the one to protect her well. Blake gazed up at the deep blue sky, his expression somber as if contemplating a distant journey. He spoke to Diana in a grave tone, "If I die, please protect Ansia in my place." Hearing these words, Diana shot up in anger, scolding him fiercely. "What nonsense are you saying? Never mention that again. Do you know how much Ansia loves you? Don't talk about dying. If you die, she will be devastated." Blake remained silent, but his eyes were still resolute. "But the curse still lingers." "I can't do anything else," he replied. Diana, full of fire, exclaimed as if she wanted to shout at the prince, "The curse will eventually be broken. If you keep talking like that, I won't let you rest. We must work together to protect her." Diana's words served as a source of encouragement. Blake, though still uncertain, silently nodded in agreement. Diana stood up, sword in hand, and said earnestly, "Let's swear as knights." Blake looked at her serious demeanor, his previously distracted gaze now filled with determination. He stood, took the sword, and made a vow alongside Diana. She smiled in satisfaction, reinforcing the strength of that promise. They exchanged looks of trust, knowing they would fight for those they loved. As night fell, Ansia quietly watched Blake sleeping peacefully on the bed. The curse remained, showing no signs of waning even after 2 years. She didn't understand why the curse still lingered despite their hard work. However, looking at Blake's serene face while he slept, Ansia smiled to herself, thinking, he must be so tired today. Gently, she brushed Blake's hair aside, inadvertently causing him to stir awake. Startled, Ansia asked, "Did I wake you?" Blake smiled, still half asleep, and replied softly, "No, I'm very happy." He took her small hand in his, now much larger than hers, and pulled it to his cheek, his voice playful yet gentle, "Your hands are so warm. With Ansia by my side, I'm sure I'll dream sweet dreams." Suddenly, he jolted awake, his face briefly showing panic. Ansia worriedly inquired, but Blake couldn't recall anything except that it felt like a very sad dream. Ansia gently reminded him, "Next time, if you dream of anything, please tell me." Blake smiled reassuringly, "Everything is fine now because I have you with me." Seeing the tiredness in Blake's eyes, Ansia understood that he was very sleepy. She softly patted his shoulder and whispered, "Good night, baby." Suddenly, Blake's eyes widened in indignation, all traces of sleep vanished. He sat up, protesting, "I am not a baby." Ansia still didn't understand why the boy had this attitude. She casually replied, but in her eyes, he was always a cute little prince with a gloomy expression. He looked at her with confusion. Seeing the prince's sulky face, Ansia finally understood the issue. It seemed that kids didn't like being called little darling. And this seemed to be quite common in this world too. So she had to compromise. "All right then, let's go to sleep again, my little husband." But the prince still struggled and refused. "I'm not little at all," he protested, but Ansia calmly replied, "Yes, you are still small." Although she knew perfectly well what the prince wanted, she couldn't overly praise him. The prince noticed that his wife was no longer trying to comfort him and was teasing him instead, which only made him angrier. Seeing the prince's frustrated expression made Ansia even more perplexed. "Sister, don't hurt his pride anymore. Last time you didn't see your husband as a man, and now you see him as a little darling. How could he not be upset?" The next morning, in the sunny garden, a gentle breeze carried the fluttering leaves. The prince still couldn't shake off the anger from yesterday. He sulked and hid in a corner of the garden to measure his height, muttering, "Just wait and see, one day I will be much taller than you, don't you dare mock me." Just then, Ansia came by and called out, "Your Highness, come on, it's time for a meal." She expected to see someone with a sulky face saying, "No, I don't want to eat anything." What's up with that? Wanting to grow tall but refusing to eat? With that kind of logic, it's no wonder his wife calls him a little kid. But Ansia still hadn't noticed his sulky demeanor. She asked worriedly, "What's wrong, are you feeling sick?" The prince sighed and complained, "I've eaten so much, yet I haven't grown at all, my height hasn't changed." So what's the point of eating? Ansia tried to comfort him. Everything takes time, you need to be patient. She propped her chin on her hand, thinking that he must be very concerned about what she said the night before. But as far as she remembered, the original story never mentioned that Blake was short, did it? Although Blake was a bit shorter than the main character Richard, who was about 1.8 meters tall in the original story, Blake wasn't that much shorter either. He was probably just not at the age to grow yet. She took his hand and coaxed him. Your Highness, I've finished cooking. Don't you want to eat the food I made? Indeed, with just one tactic, this little rabbit had completely forgotten about what had just happened. He perked up and asked, Ansia cooked? Seeing his excited expression, Ansia couldn't help but laugh as well. The two of them held hands and cheerfully made their way back to the palace. At the Valencia estate, Diana was still diligently practicing with her sword. She looked very serious as she followed each stance, but she still seemed dissatisfied with what she had just done. Diana looked at the wooden sword in her hands, thinking, I still haven't mastered it. Eden had told her that she needed to practice her left hand much more. So she encouraged herself, I have to practice again to get more used to it. Unexpectedly, at that moment, she heard some strange movement behind her. It turned out that the one who had suddenly entered the room was Count Valencia. Seeing her father suddenly enter, Diana was so startled that she broke into a sweat. Count Valencia looked at her with anger, his voice tense as he asked, What are you doing? Diana panicked and denied it. It's nothing, father, but the wooden sword she had hidden behind her back seemed to betray her. A cunning man like Count Valencia could easily see through this unusual behavior. His eyes were filled with danger, and his expression darkened. He stormed over and grabbed Diana, demanding, Then what the hell is that in your hand? Looking at the sword lying on the ground, Count Valencia began his reprimand. I've told you countless times not to touch that wooden sword again. What if you get hurt? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. That girl Ansia keeps ignoring me, and because of that, I've become a laughingstock in noble circles. He recalled Duke Cassius's proposal and held on to hope. If Diana could marry the Duke and become a true Duchess, he could erase all the previous mockery. Count Valencia looked at Diana with fury. Diana, is it because you don't want to become a perfect woman that you refuse to listen to your father? Tell me what happened at the prince's palace today, and you better not hide anything from me. Be honest and spill it all out. He spoke in a threatening tone, and at that moment, Count Valencia was far from the kind father image he had tried to maintain. Diana was so scared her face turned pale. She stammered, Why do you want to know about that? Unlike the tense atmosphere at the Valencia estate, the atmosphere in the prince's palace was warm. The prince was marveling at the delicious dishes on the table. The table was filled with all sorts of new and exciting foods that fascinated him. The enticing aroma wafted through the air as he picked up a piece of bean sprout to examine, though it seemed he had never seen this before. What is this? It looks like a one-eyed monster. Ansia, stepping into her role as the culinary ambassador, began to explain, This is called bean sprout soup. It's made from bean sprouts. I cooked this using the bean sprouts we harvested. His Majesty brought the seeds to me from an eastern country. Those round seeds will grow long like this. If you eat them, you'll grow as fast as these bean sprouts. Blake, still innocent, asked in confusion, Really? Hearing this made the little boy instantly excited. So what if it looked like a monster? If it meant he could grow quickly, he would eat anything. With that strong determination, he slowly brought the bean sprout piece to his mouth, looking resigned. It seemed that Ansia's cooking skills had been criticized by someone. Ansia sat beside him, eagerly waiting. How does it taste? The prince candidly explained, Its tail feels like hair. It makes my tongue feel all ticklish. It doesn't have any sweet or salty flavor. Ansia burst into laughter at this honest review. That's exactly how it tastes. That's what makes it appealing. Even though he didn't particularly like it, the prince obediently swallowed it without spitting it out. If he were to spit out food made by his wife now, it would be a story for sure, showing how foolish he looked. Ansia wondered if he even understood what he was saying. Ansia beamed at the prince, "You should try the soup too." Seeing this, the prince reached out to take a spoon, scooping a small ladle of soup, and with an expression of great reluctance and fear, he reluctantly brought the sip of soup to his lips to taste. Anyone who didn't know might have thought there was poison in the soup. But suddenly, the prince's expression changed completely. His face lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow! This is so good." Seeing the results of her hard cooking being praised by the little boy, Ansia puffed up with pride, and the family atmosphere became much warmer. Just let him criticize it now, and they would know each other well. From inside the room, their laughter echoed out. Ansia kept reminding him that bean sprout soup was very nutritious and to make sure to eat all of it, not just slurp the soup. In response, the young prince nodded eagerly, but over here, Diana was not feeling so cheerful. She walked heavily, her mood very poor. Perhaps the conversation with Count Valencia earlier had made her very sad. Diana's eyelids drooped, hiding her exhaustion, as she walked alone down the quiet corridor. She told herself that she couldn't do this. The sky had gradually turned to night, enveloping everything in darkness, which made the atmosphere around the Valencia estate even gloomier. Looking at the reflective crystal neatly placed on the table, Count Valencia shouted, "Diana, why did you bring the reflective crystal home?" Facing her father's fury, she tried to respond calmly, "Because it was broken." Count Valencia, still not satisfied, continued to question her. Was there anything suspicious happening at the prince's palace? Diana remained composed as she replied, "No, father." Count Valencia glared at her, asking again, "What's the progress on breaking the prince's curse?" No matter how much her father pressed, Diana kept her face determinedly silent. She persisted in saying, "I don't know." The more he heard, the angrier Count Valencia became. He slammed the table and continued to rant. Today the eldest son of the Duke announced his engagement to the daughter of the Marquis. Count Valencia, furious, stood up and stormed directly toward Diana, his face twisted with hatred. He scolded, "You're not as smart or beautiful as Ansia. You can't even stand at the center of the noble class. Moreover, you don't obey your father." Diana looked deeply pained, unable to refute her father's wild accusations. Count Valencia's gaze suddenly fell upon the wooden sword, and he shot a sly look at it. Then, immediately, he picked up the wooden sword and questioned Diana, "Why haven't you thrown that away? Are you keeping it to provoke me?" Unexpectedly, the girl lunged forward to seize the wooden sword. She could endure her father's insults, but this was something she could not lose. Therefore, Diana desperately pleaded with Count Valencia, "Please, father, give it back to me." But the strength of a frail girl like her was no match for a middle-aged man like Count Valencia. He immediately grabbed Diana's arm, quickly noticing something unusual. He stared in shock at her hand, becoming even angrier. "What happened to your hand? What is wrong with your hands?" No one would think this was the hand of a noblewoman. The calluses on Diana's hands only drove Count Valencia further into a frenzy. Who would marry a girl who couldn't even take care of her own hands? Diana was now scared to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. She was old enough to understand that her father's words were not out of concern for her. He was furious because he feared that her value would diminish in this arranged marriage. At that moment, a thought ignited in her mind. She was not a beautiful piece of jewelry. Gathering all her courage, she said to Count Valencia, "Father, I don't want to get married anymore." But her words were like adding fuel to the fire. Count Valencia was so shocked that he stammered, "What did you say?" Diana stood tall in the face of her father's rage, resolutely declaring, "I will become a knight. I will join the Knight Academy next year." Count Valencia seethed, grinding his teeth, "A knight? How can a girl like you become a knight? Are you telling me that you will do the same thing that commoners and lowly nobles do?" Diana stood her ground even more, responding, "That's just a misconception of yours. The commander of the 3rd Night Squad, Countess Salnon, is also a woman." He dismissed this outright, sneering, "She looks more like an old woman." Do you want to become a rough woman like her? Diana confidently stated to Count Valencia, yes, I will become a royal knight to protect my sister. Therefore, I hope you will stop planning to force me into marriage. A sudden slap struck Diana's face, leaving it swollen. Diana herself couldn't believe that her once kind father had turned into someone completely different. Trembling, she looked at him, still in disbelief at what had just happened. Before Diana could say anything more, Count Valencia threatened her, if you dare say such things again, I will teach you a lesson. Diana's carriage slowly approached the prince's palace. Just a few nights had passed, and winter had already arrived. In Diana's hand was another reflective crystal ball. She looked down at it helplessly, her face filled with sorrow. The girl shivered, recalling the chaotic and haunting memories of the previous day. Her legs were marked with the welts from the recent beating. Count Valencia kept cursing, this is all for your and your family's benefit. So don't repeat that nonsense about wanting to be a knight. Saying that, he threatened her, tomorrow is your last chance. If you haven't placed the reflective crystal ball in the right spot by then, I will immediately betroth you to the family of Duke Kogal. Diana felt utterly unwilling. She didn't want to become her father's pawn and do things that went against her conscience. Clenching her dress tightly in her hands, she intended to tell Ancia about this, but ultimately decided against it. Her sister couldn't even achieve her dream life and was being forced into marrying the cursed prince. She had already suffered enough, Diana couldn't trouble her any further. I will take the punishment, even if it's difficult. She has never asked me for help, and it's all my fault. So, let me bear the consequences alone. I won't drag Ancia into this, she thought, carrying this tangled web of emotions as she sat in the carriage. The carriage was slowly approaching the gates of the prince's palace. Meanwhile, Ancia stood by the large window, watching the first snowflakes of the season fall. She couldn't help but exclaim, the first snow is falling again. Is it already mid-October? Time flies so fast. Before you know it, Christmas will be here. Suddenly, something caught Ancia's attention. She tilted her head slightly, her bright eyes focusing on Diana. Normally so lively, today the girl seemed pensive, her face somber, her gaze distant. Ancia immediately grew suspicious. Diana looked lifeless today. The girl didn't even notice her sister's gaze fixed on her as she stared blankly into space, her face pale. Perhaps Diana hadn't slept well the previous night. Unable to hold back any longer, Ancia walked over and asked worriedly, Diana, is something wrong? If you can, tell me. I'll help you solve it. Startled, Diana forced a smile, trying to appear fine. But deep down, she felt as if tears were close to spilling out. Nothing, sister, she replied, trying her best to act normal. Seeing this unusual behavior, Ancia grew even more suspicious. She gently asked again, are you really okay? Is something so difficult that you can't share it with me? To avoid making her sister worry, Diana took a deep breath, trying to regain her spirit, doing her best to act her usual mischievous self. I'm really okay, sister. I just want to go out and play in the snow. Come play snowball fight with me and the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, however, wasn't thrilled, turning away and saying, I don't want to play. But there was no escaping Diana's playful nature. She started teasing him, afraid of the cold, huh? I knew it. Blake, proud as ever, couldn't bear to be underestimated by his little sister-in-law. Fired up, he joined in for the snowball fight. But no sooner had he begun than he took a large snowball straight to the forehead. Diana laughed heartily from the sidelines. Oh, Your Highness. You look just like a snowman now. And with that, the two kids started their usual play, one chasing, the other running, their laughter ringing out across the grounds. Meanwhile, Ancia and Melissa watched from the window. Seeing their joyful play, Ancia couldn't help but feel nostalgic. She touched the snow with her bare hand, remembering the carefree days of her youth. Seeing the Crown Princess smile, Melissa suggested, you should go out and play with His Highness and Lady Diana. Ansia immediately declined. I'll pass. This game isn't for me. Seeing how quickly Ansia refused, Melissa gently reminded her, it's good to uphold your dignity, but today is the first snow of the season. You should set your burdens aside and just enjoy it. In truth, Ansia wasn't overly concerned with appearances. She just didn't like touching snow, cleaning it up was tiresome, and it left her hands freezing. Hearing this, Melissa chuckled. Ansia looked at her in confusion. Is it that funny? Melissa replied, it's just that sometimes, I feel like the crown princess is my age, a grown-up like me. Who would want to be called old? Seeing Ansia's mildly offended look was enough to make Melissa's day. Finally, with Melissa's constant urging, Ansia reluctantly agreed to go outside and join the two children. Under the snowy white sky, the three small figures played joyfully, their laughter echoing through the palace. When the fun finally ended, they all returned inside. Seeing Diana drenched, Ansia gently reminded her, Diana, you should go take a bath. Your clothes are all wet from playing in the snow, aren't they? At this, Diana jumped and quickly refused, no need, sister. I'll bathe when I get home. I'm really strong, you know, ever since I was born. Noticing Diana's soaked shoes and her slightly trembling legs, Ansia grew suspicious. Are your feet hurting? Diana, caught off guard, denied it, not at all. But there was no hiding anything from Ansia. She had even noticed Diana's cheek was a little swollen, and she'd stumbled a few times during the snowball fight. Determined, Ansia pressed for the truth. Be honest. Tell me what's really going on. Diana continued to insist, I'm really fine. Then, without warning, Ansia stepped closer, gently wrapping her own warm hands around Diana's freezing ones, her gaze caring and direct. I'd be very sad if you kept lying to me. Seeing the resolve in Ansia's eyes, Diana finally began to open up, hesitantly at first. Overwhelmed, her eyes filled with tears before she broke down completely, sobbing louder and louder as she let out all the pain and frustration she had been holding back. Ansia wrapped her arms around the girl, comforting her with a gentle embrace. In her sister's warm hold, Diana finally felt the full extent of Ansia's love and reassurance as she shared everything on her heart. Ansia was still in shock, unable to believe it. She scolded Diana, why didn't you tell me the truth? You should have let me know from the start. The reason Diana was afraid to share her troubles was her worry that if she did, Ansia might distance herself and not want to see her anymore. Ansia looked at Diana with compassion in her eyes, saying gently, why would I ever want to avoid you? You've done nothing wrong. Still hesitant, Diana asked, you really don't hate me? In truth, Ansia cared deeply for Diana. Her little sister's kind heart made her so lovable. In Ansia's heart, there was no reason to dislike her. Ansia took Diana's hand gently, her voice warm as she said, I don't hate you, Diana. Diana looked at her sister in surprise, not expecting such a direct reassurance. At this, her eyes began to well up again, and she quickly wiped away the tears, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Thank you, Diana whispered. Seeing Diana finally happy again, Ansia felt at ease. She didn't want her little sister to carry such a load of worries alone. The atmosphere in the room grew warm and comforting. Before they knew it, night had fallen, and only the flickering candlelight illuminated the room with a soft glow. Silence filled the space as everyone seemed to have drifted off to sleep. Diana had already nestled into her warm blanket and fallen asleep without realizing it, leaving Ansia the only one still awake, unable to fall asleep. She sat quietly, watching her sister. Ansia truly cherished this little sister of hers and admired Diana's lively and kind nature. Though she could never forgive Count Valencia, she didn't want to let those feelings affect her view of young Diana, who, in the end, was just a victim herself. What Ansia hadn't expected was the cruelty of Count Valencia. She used to think that he truly loved Diana, believing he would never treat her as harshly as he had treated Ansia. But it turned out to be nothing but a facade. Count Valencia didn't love any of his children, that monster favored Diana only because he thought she might bring him benefits in the future. In truth, Count Valencia was selfish, his deepest affection was reserved for himself. Seeing the bruises on Diana's small, pale legs, Ancia felt her heart ache even more. He had struck Diana with a leather whip and even forced her to perform heavy labor. Just the thought of it made Ancia's face flush with anger. She thought to herself, a piece of trash like him deserves to be thrown out with the garbage. At that moment, a soft noise broke the silence. The door to the room slowly opened, and someone stepped inside. It was none other than Prince Blake. He quietly called Ancia's name. Normally, the two would bicker constantly, but tonight, Blake seemed unusually concerned about his sister-in-law. He asked, "Ancia, is Diana asleep?" Ancia replied in a low voice, "Yes, she's sleeping soundly now." After some thought, Ancia made a decision. She would stay with Diana tonight. After all, her little sister had just endured a major shock, both physically and emotionally. So she hesitantly asked the prince's opinion. Surprisingly, the prince, who usually insisted on being close to her, immediately agreed, "All right, go ahead. Don't worry about me." Ancia still felt torn. Her eyes revealed her hesitation, as Diana needed her presence more than ever, yet she knew that without her, Blake might also struggle to sleep peacefully. Weighing her options, Ancia wondered if there was a way to be there for both of them. She could sleep in the middle, with Diana and Blake on either side. Blake noticed her worried expression immediately. He gently took her hand, his voice soft and comforting. "This isn't your fault, Ancia. Don't blame yourself." At her lowest, his reassuring words felt like a tremendous source of strength. She smiled warmly at him and promised, "You're right, I won't blame myself. Don't worry about me, Your Highness. Now, please go and get some rest." A few days passed, and today the palace was unusually chaotic. The harsh, shrill voice of Count Valencia echoed throughout the hallways, "Get out of my way, all of you." Despite his loud demands, the guards stood firm, blocking his path as they sternly replied, "You are not permitted to enter." Count Valencia's face twisted in fury, unable to mask the murderous intent in his eyes as he shouted back, "Do you have any idea who I am? I shouldn't have to introduce myself. I am the father of the crown princess." But the guards maintained their stance, firmly replying, "The prince has ordered that Count Valencia is not allowed to enter." Unable to believe what he was hearing, Count Valencia asked, shaken, "The prince you speak of, is it the crown prince?" Hearing that name, he paled. He had assumed this was solely Ancia's doing and hadn't expected the order to come from the prince, a person he dared not confront. Questions swirled in his mind, especially why that monster was getting involved. Count Valencia, undeterred, continued to demand entrance. "I've come to take my daughter home. Move aside." As he grew increasingly impatient, he pushed against the guards in an attempt to force his way in. But the strength of an aging man was no match for the royal guards. He was quickly restrained. The guards warned him, "If you continue this behavior, we won't show mercy." At that moment, a commanding voice cut through the tension, "What is all this noise?" The source was none other than Prince Blake himself. With his appearance, silence fell over the scene. The guards bowed respectfully, "Your Highness." Count Valencia, however, was still fixated on entering, but now he found himself facing the prince, who was resolute and unyielding. Blake ordered, "Take Count Valencia to the conservatory." In the palace's grand conservatory, a place where many historic events had taken place, only Blake and Count Valencia remained. Blake casually lifted a steaming cup of tea and took a sip, appearing relaxed. Across from him, Count Valencia scrutinized his son-in-law. Although Blake was his own son-in-law, this was the first time they had met face-to-face since the wedding. Valencia recalled Blake as a dark, withdrawn child, but his demeanor now was utterly different. Blake's cold, merciless gaze met Valencia's, sending chills down the Count's spine. He felt as though his heart were suspended by a thread. For the first time, A man who had spent half a lifetime wielding power and cruelty felt genuine fear before the young man he had once dismissed. Blake looked up at him, his gaze cold and filled with a deadly calm. Count Valencia felt his heart pounding erratically, as if suspended by a thread. It shocked him to realize that, after all his years, he could actually feel fear toward a young man he had once dismissed as insignificant. Unable to bear Valencia's arrogance any longer, Blake set down his teacup, and Valencia got straight to the point. "Diana is waiting for me. I'm here simply to take her home." But Blake paid no mind to his words, responding indifferently, "Diana is sleeping. From now on, she will live in the Crown Prince's palace." Count Valencia was stunned to hear this and immediately assumed Diana had betrayed him. Struggling to hide his fury, he maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Your Highness, perhaps she's told you something absurd? I worry for her. She has a troublesome habit of lying, which has strained our relationship." He began weaving a story, claiming he had only disciplined Diana because of her desire to become the crown princess. Blake saw through the Count's excuses and coldly asked, "So, you've treated my wife the same way you treated Diana, haven't you?" Though Blake could see the Count's hypocrisy, Valencia continued his defense, insisting that everything he had done was out of love for his daughter. Blake's patience wore thin as he placed his teacup down firmly and asked, "It's just a misunderstanding?" The Count nodded in agreement, then suddenly turned and said, "Your Highness, surely you know that time isn't on your side. If you can't stay by Ancia's side, wouldn't it be wise to pass power to our family? Ancia needs status to avoid scorn." At these words, Blake couldn't contain his revulsion. He curled his lip in a bitter smile and, with loathing in his eyes, sneered, "How disgusting." The Count recoiled, his face draining of color. Blake spoke slowly, "I am not going to die." A shiver ran down Valencia's spine, and suspicions flared in his mind. Could it be that Blake had broken the curse? But Blake quickly crushed that hope, vowing he had promised Ancia he would live. "Even so," he declared with finality, "even if I were to die, Ancia would never return to that house." Count Valencia laughed smugly, believing he still had the upper hand, convinced that Ancia had no choice but to come back. But Blake only watched him with a piercing gaze, then said slowly, "Are you wondering why a monster like me might seem so confident?" The prince's words left the Count frozen in place, his face a mix of shame and fear. Blake stepped closer, his voice icily calm. "Count, it seems you're quite interested in my curse, aren't you?" Count Valencia hurriedly waved his hands, stammering, "And no, it's not like that," but before he could finish, Blake suddenly grabbed his arm, causing him to flinch. With a fiery gaze, Blake said, "Then I'm sure you've heard the rumors, that the curse the goddess cast is said to be like an infectious disease, able to spread from one person to another." The Count's face turned pale with terror. Trembling, he stammered, That's just a baseless rumor." Yet deep down, unease began gnawing at him. Blake's lips twisted in a knowing smirk, and his eyes gleamed with a strange power that seemed to pull Valencia into its depths. Suddenly, a mysterious light enveloped them, causing Valencia to cry out in pain as he staggered to the floor, intricate curse-like patterns appearing on his skin. Blake stood over him and coldly warned, "Stay away from Ancia. Don't let me see you again." With that, he turned and left, leaving Count Valencia trembling on the floor, almost collapsing in fear. At last, peace returned to the palace. As sunlight streamed into the room, Diana began to stir. Ancia sat beside her sister, gently stroking her hair, relieved that Diana had slept through the disturbing events. Thinking of Blake, Ancia allowed herself a small, soft smile before leaving her sister's side to return to her husband. When she entered their room, she saw Blake, his face tinged with fatigue. But as soon as he noticed her, he offered a warm smile, his eyes bright and gentle, so different from the look he'd given Count Valencia. "Your Highness, did you stay up all night?" she asked with concern. Blake chuckled, trying to brush it off. "No, of course not. I just couldn't sleep." Suddenly, he held out a rose, looking a bit sheepish. "Here, this is for you." I went to the conservatory yesterday and saw the roses in bloom. I thought you might like one. Ansia's face lit up in surprise, a sweet smile spreading across her lips. Thank you, Your Highness. It's beautiful. She reached out to take the rose, but just then, Blake stumbled, his vision darkening as he collapsed. Ansia rushed to catch him, alarmed. Your Highness, are you all right? He gave her a faint smile, trying to reassure her. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. But Ansia, still worried, started to get up to fetch the royal physician. Blake gently held her hand and murmured weakly, no need, just stay here with me. Seeing Blake so vulnerable, Ansia could only stay by his side, helpless. The room fell into an unusual silence, filled with a quiet, unspoken understanding between them. On the large bed, two children held hands, creating a peaceful scene. Ansia awoke with a strange pang in her heart, as if she had just emerged from a nightmare she couldn't quite remember. Just then, a familiar, innocent voice called her name. It was Blake, smiling gently at her, as though his presence alone could soothe the lingering worries from the previous day. Ansia gently stroked his cheek and asked, Did you sleep well? Blake smiled playfully, Yes, very well. Noticing that his face was still flushed, Ansia asked curiously, Your fever's gone down, so why are you still red? Blake, looking bashful, teased, It's because you keep touching my face. His sweet joke made Ansia chuckle as she thought to herself, Oh, my husband is so adorable. To her surprise, Blake moved closer, guiding her arm around his neck, and softly whispered, I never said I didn't like it when you touch me. Ansia blushed, feeling a noticeable change in Blake's newfound boldness. After the incident with Count Valencia, the emperor had him sent to a small island in the south, near the chaotic valley. In truth, it was a disguised exile, as the place was practically a living nightmare. Rumor had it that Count Valencia had gone mad, yet even if this were true, the emperor showed no intention of reversing his decision. Since then, Diana had moved into the crown prince's palace to prepare for the academy entrance exams. Seeing her sister hard at work, Ansia brought her tea, kindly checking in on her. Diana looked up, pleading, Sister, I'm so hungry. Can I study and drink the tea you made at the same time? Though her logic was a bit odd, Ansia simply smiled, finding her little sister's affectionate antics endearing. Ansia gently reminded her, Don't push yourself too hard, there's always next year. But Diana was determined, even refusing a special recommendation letter. Ansia watched her sister with pride, offering her full support. When the exam results came in, Diana ranked 9th. Ansia congratulated her enthusiastically, but Diana seemed downcast. It was only later that Ansia discovered her sister's sadness stemmed from the thought of being separated from her once she started at the academy. After promising Diana that they would always be together, Ansia was surprised when her sister seriously linked their pinkies, making her chuckle gently. Though uncertain about what the future held, Ansia had faith that they would reunite. However, putting all that aside, the New Year festival was approaching, and the palace was more vibrant than ever, adorned in brilliant shades of red. Thoughts raced through Ansia's mind. According to the story she knew, this was the year Emperor Tenstian would fall into Richard's trap and lose his life, leaving Blake to fend off dangerous enemies alone. But as the crown princess, Ansia would not let that happen easily. She resolved to find a way to change the plot to protect those she loved. The festival was lively, and as Ansia, the emperor, and Blake entered the banquet hall, the audience fell silent to respectfully greet them. The party began, filled with laughter as people rose and danced. Ansia felt at ease watching the performances. Suddenly, Richard's voice broke through the festivities as he approached Ansia with a scheming smile, Aren't you going to dance today? Ansia replied coolly, wanting to avoid any entanglement, but Richard continued to provoke her, suggesting that she was declining because she couldn't dance well. Just then, Diana appeared, loudly defending her sister, My sister dances beautifully, don't speak nonsense. Richard flinched at her words but responded mockingly, deriding Diana as a rude little lady. Diana ignored his taunts, taking Ancia's hand and leading her away. The two sisters chatted happily as they walked off, leaving Richard standing in the corner with a frustrated expression. Under the sunset in the vibrant red rose garden, Ancia and Diana continued their cheerful conversation. Diana, wearing uncomfortable high heels, complained about her sore feet and vowed never to wear such shoes again. Seeing her sister so strong and spirited made Ancia laugh, although she found it strange to compare Diana now to the fragile female lead in the original story. She decided to ask about Richard, but Diana bluntly replied that she did not like him, finding him bothersome and his boastful habits quite annoying. Ancia felt relieved knowing that her sister was not attracted to him like the original plot suggested. As night fell, the palace glowed with lights. Ancia settled into a chair next to the emperor, surprised that the banquet had lasted until after midnight. Emperor Tenstian noticed her return and gently inquired about her well-being, subtly suggesting that she could go rest if she felt tired. However, with a mischievous glint in her eye, Ancia proposed that they share a drink. The emperor chuckled lightly, appearing somewhat reluctant, but ultimately agreed and led her to a high balcony where they could see the splendor of the palace below. Ancia stood in awe of the shimmering and enchanting view illuminated by the lights. Meanwhile, Emperor Tenstian quietly swirled the glass of wine in his hand, seemingly lost in old memories. He mentioned Blake, recounting how, as a child, he would often hide there while playing hide and seek. The story cast a somber mood over Ancia. Suddenly, she suggested that the emperor visit the crown prince's palace as a New Year's gift, believing that Blake would be very happy if he came. Emperor Tenstian sighed, his eyes briefly filled with sadness, declining the suggestion because he feared that even a small mistake could put Blake in danger and cause him pain. But Ancia was not ready to give up. She spoke to him with conviction, "You are being too cautious. I will definitely find a way to break the curse on His Highness. As long as I am alive, no one can harm the crown prince." The emperor remained hesitant, gazing intently at the deep red wine, his expression revealing his uncertainty. Ancia pressed on, "Moreover, father, I want to remind you that there is no dark magic in this world that can transfer a goddess's curse from one person to another. I'm not sure where you heard that, but please don't believe it. And you must be careful of the Castle family, especially Richard Cassius." Emperor Tenstian listened to Ancia's lengthy yet caring words and couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself that a small kitten like Blake could hardly do anything against him, yet Ancia couldn't hide the worry in her eyes. She knew that the emperor was not easily deceived, but the original story had shown how he fell into Richard's trap. One day, Blake's condition would suddenly worsen, and the door to darkness would swing open again. To fulfill his duty, the emperor would have to seal that door himself, but using the power of light could threaten Blake's life. Ultimately, he would have to risk using dark magic, a very dangerous choice that could cost him his life. The thought sent a shiver down Ancia's spine. She looked at the emperor with determination, affirming that he was capable and would surely break the curse. The emperor pondered for a long while before gently ruffling Ancia's hair, reassuring her that he would not act recklessly because there were two people he needed to protect. Those words warmed Ancia's heart, making her feel as if she had a wonderful father in this world, despite the original host having endured such terrible experiences. Ancia vowed to do her utmost to prevent the tragic fate that awaited the emperor. As spring gradually replaced the cold winter, it was also time for Diana to head to the academy. She looked earnestly at Blake, reminding him that he was the only one she could trust to protect her sister. The prince nodded with determination, promising to take care of Ancia. After a moment of emotional sentimentality, they began to bicker about who loved whom more, bringing a humorous atmosphere back to the moment. Ultimately, Ancia intervened, urging Diana to set off quickly before it was too late for her enrollment. When Diana was about to leave, Ancia accompanied her for a short distance. She looked back at Blake with lingering affection, and although she felt reluctant to part with her sister, she smiled and wished her a safe journey. The two sisters stepped into the carriage while the prince watched the vehicle roll away from the palace. The atmosphere in the carriage was quiet, only the sound of the wheels clattering. In that moment of separation, both held private thoughts in their hearts. Suddenly, Diana gently handed Ansia a small box. "Sister, please keep this," she said. Ansia asked with suspicion, "What is this?" Diana hesitated for a moment before explaining that it contained the documents and keys to the Count's estate, which their father had given her before leaving, reminding her that he would be divorcing. Ansia was taken aback by this unexpected situation, firmly refusing, "I can't accept this." But Diana wouldn't give her a chance to decline. She held Ansia's hand tightly, emphasizing that their family was on the brink of collapse, yet thanks to Ansia's mother, they had managed to hold on until now. "This property rightfully belongs to you," Diana insisted. Reluctantly, Ansia accepted the box, but her heart was still heavy as she looked at Diana. "Thank you, little sister." Diana burst into laughter at Ansia's serious demeanor. "Why are you so tense?" "I'm just giving back to you what belongs to you," she said cheerfully. At that moment, the academy loomed in the distance among the dense trees. Diana excitedly peered out the window, exclaiming, "Sister, I think we're almost there." Sure enough, moments later, they arrived. Diana pretended to be gallant, helping Ansia out of the carriage and acting like a true knight. Ansia's face was a mixture of shock and awe at the scene before her, a long line of tall knights playing trumpets to welcome them. The enrollment ceremony was being held with great pomp, the music resounding with majesty. Diana, exuding confidence, stepped into the ranks of the new students, looking so mature and different from her childish self around Ansia. Sitting in the stands, Ansia couldn't help but exclaim, "Our Diana is truly the coolest." Before saying goodbye, the sisters shared a lingering look. Diana raised her hand in a knightly salute, "Sister, I'm off." Then she got sentimental again, saying, "I really can't leave you behind. If there's a fly buzzing around you, you must tell me, and I'll swat it away." Ansia smiled reassuringly at her little sister, saying, "You don't have to worry. Just remember to write to me often. Go now, it's getting late." Diana turned back one last time to wave goodbye to her sister. Finally, the sisters officially parted ways, this farewell stretching on for 5 long years. Ansia forced a smile as she watched Diana's strong silhouette gradually fade into the crowd of students. She glanced down at the box that Diana had entrusted to her, gripping it tightly. She would do her best to take care of it. What Ansia wanted most now was to return to the palace, where someone was always waiting for her. On her way back, as night fell, Ansia arrived at the prince's palace. Although he couldn't go outside, Prince Blake could watch the recordings of Diana that Ansia had captured. Both he and Eden watched intently, praising Diana's impressive appearance. However, the prince lamented that he wanted to see footage of Diana from the ceremony. He turned to Ansia, asking regretfully, "Why isn't there any footage of me?" Ansia could only chuckle and shake her head, "It wasn't my enrollment ceremony." Just then, Han, who stood nearby, eagerly announced, "No worries. I recorded everything. Not just one, but dozens of recording stones." Han proudly declared, "I captured images of the princess and the top knights, it's worth watching over and over." Ansia was perplexed as to why he had recorded such things. It turned out that the request for Han came from the emperor himself. Hearing that made Ansia feel uneasy, and she chuckled nervously, "Oh father, why would you waste precious recording stones on such trivial things?" No matter how many times she thought about it, Ansia couldn't understand why the emperor ordered Han to capture these moments. Melissa, standing nearby, smiled widely and remarked, "Surely that's a gift from His Majesty." Seeing her little husband so excited, Ansia couldn't help but feel cheerful as well. Thankfully, her little bunny husband really loved these gifts. In 2 years, who's the bunny and who's the wolf will still be a mystery. Ansia thought to herself. The Bayan family was descended from Lawanan, a great god of light who, alongside Philip, had founded the Asteric Empire. The goddess of light had grown angry when Philip betrayed her, sealing away the power of light throughout the continent. The strength of the light descendants had weakened to the point where no one could recognize who among them was truly a descendant of light. Nonetheless, this was still an ancient family of light, and Ansia held on to great hope for the legacies left behind by the Bayan family, believing there might be some clues that could help her find a way to lift the curse on Prince Blake. Even if it was just a faint hope, Ansia was determined to try. She gently caressed the key to the family estate that Diana had entrusted to her before heading off to school. She silently speculated that the library of the Bayan family must contain many books about curses or light magic. That was precisely why she had come here. As the carriage entered the estate, Ansia gazed at the towering house, deserted and still amidst the shadows of the trees, a stark contrast to its once prosperous lineage. "Let's hurry inside," Ansia urged Melissa with determination. Together, they stepped into the abandoned mansion. Ansia skillfully opened the heavy wooden door, revealing the room filled with books, the former study of Count Valencia. She looked around and couldn't help but judge. Compared to the standards of a family with such a grand history, the number of books here was woefully inadequate. She noticed a few books on light magic on the shelves, but they were pristine, showing no signs of having been read. It seems they didn't gather anything from the library of the Bayan family, Ansia thought to herself. Deciding to head to the main archive, she hoped to find something more useful there. Ansia used the key Diana had given her to unlock the archive. With a heavy creak, Melissa pulled the door open, and Ansia couldn't hide her anticipation. Surely there must be something of value in here. As the light flickered on, the dark room suddenly sparkled and shimmered, reflecting the glimmer of jewelry and gold. Ansia was taken aback. The archive was nothing like she had imagined. It was filled with gold, silver, and jewels, but not a single book in sight. Even the mirrors were made of gold, accompanied by expensive jewelry boxes. Ansia sighed in disappointment. Don't even mention lifting a curse. There's not even any material about the airs or light magic here. No wonder this family has fallen into ruin. Seeing that there was nothing to be gained, Melissa suggested, "Your Highness, maybe we should just head back?" The carriage rattled along the main road. Today's trip had truly not gone well at all. Ansia sat in the carriage, dejected, her gaze lost in the distant scenery. She was forced to return to a place filled with nothing but terrifying memories, only to leave empty-handed. Ansia closed her eyes, exhaustion overwhelming her as terrifying memories from that mansion flooded her mind. The harsh insults and curses from Count Valencia. "Both you and your mother should just die. I get furious just looking at your face." It was hard to tell if the nauseating memories were the cause of her discomfort or if it was the motion sickness from the carriage, but her face turned pale. Feeling helpless, she pressed her hand against her mouth. Noticing her distress, Melissa quickly asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Ansia showed no signs of improvement, Melissa hurriedly brought the carriage to a stop, and they both stepped down onto a lush green patch of grass. Ansia was so weak that she had to lean on Melissa for support, looking drained of all vitality. Seeing this, Melissa grew increasingly worried and fumbled, suggesting, "Your Highness, should I call for the royal physician?" But Ansia didn't want to cause any trouble. She shook her head in refusal. "I'm fine, I just have a bit of motion sickness. I just need to stand here and get some fresh air." Gazing at the vast green field before her, with the sun casting a gentle glow and the breeze rustling through the leaves, everything seemed to work to soothe Ansia's troubled soul. Although she wasn't the original Ansia, every time the past of the original owner resurfaced in some way, she felt an immense weight, as if someone were squeezing her heart. After regaining her composure, Ansia decided to return to the prince's palace with Melissa. However, her gaze suddenly caught sight of something that made her gasp in surprise, a young man standing in front of a tree full of flowers. The figure was so familiar that she could instantly recognize him. It was Richard, the male lead from the novel. Ansia curiously followed Richard's every move. Today, his expression was melancholic, a stark contrast to his usual carefree demeanor. She silently speculated, could it be that today is the day that changed Richard's life forever? His eyes were filled with so much emotion, hidden beneath a facade of nonchalance. What kind of person was he really? As a person who had crossed into this story, Ansia was well aware of the plot. Richard's mother was a Roman slave. The Romans had once ruled the eastern continent thousands of years ago, and they were the aristocrats who dominated the Zelkan Empire. Yet these people were lost in luxury and indulgence, ruling over others through oppression and exploitation. The goddess of light was furious at the cruelty of the Roman Empire, so she bestowed power upon Philip to drive them away. When the Zelkan Empire fell, a new empire was founded by Philip. The Roman Empire crumbled due to its brutal policies of slavery. Even now, thousands of years later, they were still despised by the world. While his wife was pregnant, Duke Castle had an affair with a beautiful slave girl, and from that union, Richard was born. Initially, he was raised as a slave, but eventually, Duke Castle came to believe that Richard was his own child. Thanks to Richard's innate intelligence, he was ultimately recognized by Duke Castle as his illegitimate son. Richard was overjoyed by this recognition, and after trying even harder, Duke Castle promised to acknowledge his commoner mother as well. However, that happiness didn't last long. Richard's mother began to cough continuously in their dilapidated room, her condition worsening. Richard, filled with worry, asked anxiously, "Mother, are you all right? I'll go ask the Duke to call the physician." But his mother weakly stopped him, saying, "It's fine, dear. I'm okay. Don't bother him." Despite having to obey his mother's wishes, Richard felt frustrated. He clenched his fists, but ultimately, out of love for his mother, he sought out Duke Cassius. He sincerely pleaded with the Duke, "Your Grace, my mother is sick. Please let me call the physician to check on her. I promise I'll study even harder." Duke Castle showed no anger at the request. He coldly asked, "Is that woman ill? I hope she's not suffering from Tassin disease." At that time, Richard was too young to understand what that illness was. He was about to ask when the Duke turned his chair away and coldly ordered Richard to leave. Clenching his fists in frustration, Richard had no choice but to comply with the Duke's orders. Sadly, Richard's mother's fate did not improve. She passed away, not from a disease, but at the Duke's command, she was dragged out and killed. Thus, Richard's mother was buried beneath layers of earth, and Richard's fate was no better. That child lost his beloved mother in just one night. He called out for her in despair, but all that answered him was the suffocating silence of the night, just like Richard's bleak future. Until Richard was confirmed to have no connection to Tassin, the door to the warehouse remained tightly shut. Finally, it swung open. Richard was eager to uncover the truth behind his mother's death at the Duke's hands. Thus, once he was released, he immediately headed to the Duke's library to read about the Tassin disease mentioned by Duke Cassius. Tassin was a plague originating from the Romans, highly infectious and often fatal. Symptoms included bleeding in multiple areas, dark bruises, and a terrifying appearance that made the afflicted look like descendants of the curse. Thus, it was also known as the second curse, inflicted by the goddess of light. The more Richard read about it, the more he became convinced that his mother had never suffered from Tassin. Whenever any Roman contracted the illness, people would attribute it to Tassin and attempt to kill them. This was why Richard's mother had no choice but to endure her suffering in silence. He recalled his mother's frail instructions not to tell anyone about her illness, yet he had naively approached the Duke, pleading for help. Richard agonized over the realization that his momentary foolishness had cost him his mother's life. After that day, Richard changed completely. He swore before his mother's grave that he would take revenge on Duke Castle and everyone in that family. He would gradually strip them of everything they held dear and ensure they met a terrible death they could never anticipate. When that day came, the throne would belong to him. All those who had once looked down on him for his lowly status would have to kneel at Richard's feet, venerating him as the great light of this empire. Ansia couldn't understand what compelled her to approach Richard. So she walked over to greet him. "Long time no see, Duke." Richard had regained his usual dignified demeanor. "I didn't expect to see you here, but I'm glad to meet you." Ansia seemed indifferent to his polite words, her gaze fixed on the vibrant red flowering tree before her. She thought to herself, "So this is it, this is the tree." It was a simple, unassuming tree, yet its blossoms were extraordinarily beautiful. Noticing Ansia's fixation on the tree, Richard explained in as normal a tone as possible, "This is a grave marker for a Roman woman who was buried here." Ansia was taken aback by Richard's calm statement. She was surprised to hear him mention Roman so casually. As far as she remembered, Richard had never discussed this with Diana. She gently probed, Was she someone you knew? To her surprise, Richard simply replied, no. I've just heard that she had Tassin. Despite hearing this, Ansia walked over to the flowering tree and quickly stopped, taking out her handkerchief to tie it around one of the frail branches in an elegant form. Richard was taken aback by her strange action and instinctively stopped her. What are you doing? Ansia didn't look at him, still trying to shape the handkerchief on the branch. I heard this is a Roman mourning ritual. Richard was even more bewildered. You're paying respects to a Roman? Ansia, undeterred by his astonishment, replied, am I not allowed to? Richard remained adamant in stopping her. Rarely did he show such vulnerability. Don't you know what Tassin is? You're being too careless. With a racing heart and a sense of urgency, Richard's demeanor shifted, and Ansia replied softly, we can't be sure if it's Tassin or not. I've heard that many Romans were killed merely because they were suspected of having this vile disease. If it truly were Tassin, then the bacteria would have been eradicated long ago. Richard appeared to lose his usual composure, looking at her with alarm. The goddess's curse can be transmitted to others. Ansia was still focused on tying the handkerchief, struggling to secure it properly. She calmly responded, I don't believe that. The gentle breezes of the area seemed to loosen the tension within her. Just as she reached for the handkerchief, intending to tighten it a bit more, Richard suddenly rushed over and grasped her hand tightly. He looked at her with disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend her actions. Everyone around is saying that you see yourself as a goddess, forgiving a monster. Are you enjoying those words? Are you really that foolish? Ansia was taken aback by Richard's unusual attitude. This was the first time she had seen him lose his composure. It took her 3 seconds to gather her thoughts, then she brushed his hand away and looked him straight in the eye. I've never thought of myself as someone so forgiving. I just dislike such vague fears. Richard still didn't grasp the fear she was referring to. Ansia turned to adjust the handkerchief on the tree, continuing, it's indeed important to remain vigilant, but I don't want to be bound by such vague fears, only to disregard and hurt others because of them. By the time she finished her sentence, she had successfully tied the handkerchief in accordance with the ancient Roman ritual. Richard stood frozen, seemingly trying to digest her philosophy. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. You truly are an interesting and unique girl. That's a classic line from romantic leads, Ansia replied, noticing his playful demeanor. She then admonished him seriously, Sir, aren't you too old to be learning basic etiquette? Richard was quick-witted. Do you want me to call you Your Highness, the Crown Princess? In the face of his teasing words, Ansia maintained her serious demeanor, responding, It's not about whether I want it or not, it's about your obligation to address me properly according to common decency. Richard had reverted to his usual self, the pitiful demeanor from before was gone. He chuckled, I'll remember that. Ansia wasn't finished yet. She continued her lecture, also, you must apologize for your disrespectful words about the Crown Prince. You referred to him as a monster, and I require you to remember that you are Blake Lalusilan, the Crown Prince of this empire. Richard said nothing in response, his deep red gaze remained fixed on her. If everything developed according to the original narrative, Richard's wicked actions would soon commence. In the original story, Richard had exploited many people, even sacrificing their lives to become emperor. However, the story had diverged significantly from the original plot. Somehow, Ansia felt that this hopeless plan could still be altered. Returning to the present, Richard replied quietly, I know that. Who in this empire doesn't know that truth? Before departing, Ansia turned back to Richard, offering a few final words. I'm glad to hear you say that, Lord Cassius. You are a talented man. If you know how to use your talents correctly, all blessings and glory will come to you soon. The Castle family is filled with greedy and useless individuals, making it easy for Richard to take over without resorting to underhanded tactics. If you are content with your title as Duke and do not harbor greed, then everyone will be happy. Ansia's well-meaning words, however, were not well received by Richard. He replied with a playful smirk, blessing? Does that mean you will be by my side? Ansia rolled her eyes in frustration. The title of Crown Princess was often referred to as the blessing of the empire, and Richard was clearly playing word games with her. Not wanting to argue any further, Ansia turned to leave, saying, "You really should go back to studying the basics of etiquette. I've spent too much time here already, and I must be going." As she walked away, Richard called out after her, "I genuinely look forward to our next meeting." He then stood there, laughing to himself like a madman, likely concocting some dirty scheme in his mind. Ansia quickly made her way back to the carriage. She instructed the servant, "Hurry back to the palace." She mentally noted that she had been out longer than she had intended. "I need to return to the palace soon to see my little husband." With that hope in her heart, it felt as if the carriage was moving faster. At that moment, Ansia was unaware that at the flower tree, the wind continued to blow, carrying the petals through the air, while her handkerchief remained tied to the tree, a tribute to the bitter fate of the woman buried there. Richard's face no longer bore the sorrow from earlier. In front of this grave, he didn't need to wear a disguise. Was this the first time his mother received a gift? "I will visit you again next year." He whispered a farewell, bowing before his mother's grave. Emperor Tenstian always tried to agree with everything Ansia requested, no matter how challenging it was. He could give her anything she desired, and if she wanted to learn something, he would immediately find a master in that field to teach her. Living up to Emperor Tenstian's expectations, Ansia studied diligently and even passed on everything she learned to Blake in the Grand Hall. Ansia's bright and clear voice filled the air as she taught him, her enthusiasm radiating throughout the room. "Your Highness, 1,000 years ago, in the Zelkan Empire, education was reserved solely for the nobility. Books at that time were extremely expensive because they were made from animal skins. The Crown Prince had 1,001 questions he wanted her to answer, and Ansia didn't mind at all. She explained everything in great detail. When the Zelkan Empire fell and the Asteric Empire emerged, the Romans began a movement to revive Zelkan. This revival was led by the 5th Prince of the Old Empire, and everything became increasingly brutal afterward. They targeted Emperor Philip and even burned down the Tlos Palace. As she spoke, an odd feeling surged within Ansia. It was an uncomfortable sensation that gnawed at her, as if she were falling into a deep pit. In her memories, there was only the color red of raging flames. In that fiery chaos, a woman stood at the center, screaming frantically, "Is it you? You're the one who set the fire, aren't you? How could you do something so terrible? Open the door, hurry." Strange sounds and images echoed in Ansia's mind, making her feel increasingly unsettled. She clutched her head, trying to suppress the memories flooding back, but they only intensified, spiraling her into a whirlwind of confusion and fear. "What is happening to me?" she murmured, struggling to anchor herself in the present as the haunting visions threatened to consume her. The prince noticed and immediately asked with concern, "Ansia, what's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ansia tried to regain her composure and softly reassured him, "Prince, I'm fine, I'm just thinking about a few things." But Blake remained worried about her. "Are you really okay?" It seemed that Ansia was genuinely all right, and she redirected Blake back to their studies. Although the palace had been completely burned down, Emperor Philip was still safe. Laskell had anticipated that this movement would fail, so he had burned everything written in the Zelkan language. At that time, Laskell had told his factions that all knowledge and history of this land belonged to the old Roma. If the Zelkan Empire disappeared, its knowledge in this world would vanish as well. Conversely, if the Zelkan Empire ruled the world again, that knowledge would be restored. Ansia was still diligently teaching, but when she turned to look at the prince, she was alarmed. The prince seemed to be in great pain, his whole body trembling. Yet no matter how Ansia asked, he forced a smile and reassured her, "It's nothing, I'm still fine." Blake always insisted that he was fine, but it was clear that he was in pain. There was no way he could be as okay as he claimed. Thus, Ansia took the opportunity to end the lesson. "It's getting late, let's stop here." She even suggested that the prince take a break from their sword training the next day. However, the prince declined. You already skipped a lesson yesterday, but at this rate, even practicing swordplay is beyond me. Ansia still wanted him to rest a little. So, she gently sat on the bed and then patted the spot next to her. Come here, prince, lie down and rest a bit. You must be very tired after studying so much. The prince hesitated, criticizing how small the bed was, but he couldn't refuse the enthusiastic invitation from his wife. Blake's fingers tightened around the hem of his pants, and he blushed as he finally mustered the courage to say the main reason, but this is Ansia's bed. Hearing that, Ansia burst out laughing. What does that have to do with anything? Saying this, she pulled the prince toward her bed. If you refuse the invitation like this, your wife will get angry. Blake, though embarrassed, couldn't do anything else. On that little bed, the two of them were tangled up together like vines. Ansia carefully felt around his body to check his temperature. Finally, she sighed in relief when she found that he didn't have a fever. Remembering something, Ansia suddenly jumped up and jumped off the bed. Wait a minute, I'll go get the heater. But she hadn't even taken half a step when Blake, in a teasing tone, said, Don't go. He looked at her with sparkling eyes. I'm not cold as long as Ansia is here. Seeing the prince's weak state, Ansia felt helpless. I'm sorry. It's because I don't have that light power. If I were a descendant of light magic, you wouldn't have to go through so much pain. But Blake wouldn't let her speak such self-deprecating words. He smiled sweetly. As long as Ansia is by my side, that's enough to make me the happiest person in this empire. Seeing the prince smile so happily, Ansia couldn't help but smile back at him. Then, the two of them drifted off to sleep together. Before long, the sky changed color, and it seemed they had been lounging in bed long enough. Ansia appeared to have woken up, and she began to feel her husband again. His hands were warm, and it seemed like he was starting to regain his color. Now, she was quite confused about what to do if Blake's condition worsened. Her absent-minded actions roused Blake from his sleep. It seemed he had gotten much better. He could even practice swordplay right now, but Ansia still stopped him. Don't practice anymore, you decided to stay with me today. This reminder made the prince cheer up, and he nodded enthusiastically. That's right, I will spend the whole day with Ansia. Seeing his adorable expression, Ansia couldn't resist pinching his cheeks a few more times. Coincidentally, today she also received a letter from Diana sent from the academy. The length of the letter was enough to show how much Diana missed her sister. The prince sat beside her, curious to know if Diana had successfully completed her training. After reading the letter for a while, Ansia recounted all the events to him. These things seem really interesting, Your Highness. Ansia enthusiastically suggested to him, I will reply to her. Would you like to send a message as well? To her surprise, the prince declined. I'll see her during the upcoming holiday. But what struck Ansia as most unusual was that the relationship between Blake and Diana still resembled that of close siblings. How could the main character and the supporting character become like this? Ansia held Diana's letter tenderly in her hands, reading it over and over again while smiling to herself. Suddenly, her gaze fell on something. There, on the table, was the vibrant red rose, the first gift that Prince Blake had given her. At that moment, he hugged her from behind and asked, What are you doing, Ansia? Unexpectedly, she replied, Wow, the rose is so beautiful. Relating to the question she hadn't answered, the prince wasn't one to shy away from sweet talk. He softly complimented her, but Ansia is even more beautiful. Hearing that, Ansia couldn't hold back any longer. She burst out laughing. You even know how to talk like that? My husband has truly grown up. The prince patted his chest confidently and declared, I'm 11 years old now, I've matured. We're only 2 years apart, so what difference does it make? I don't look like a malnourished child to be that confident. That reminder certainly put things into perspective. 2 years is not insignificant. Then the prince puffed up, becoming stiff, his expression falling as if he were sulking. Seeing this, Ansia felt a pang of worry. Was he upset? She should stop teasing him right away. Ansia reached up to feel the prince's forehead again to make sure he wasn't running a fever. He had no more symptoms, but she still felt anxious. Recently, his condition had been deteriorating, so she had to keep a close watch on him. The prince also enjoyed this attention. He pressed Ansia's warm hand against his cheek and happily praised, "Your hands are so warm." Seeing such a cute expression, Ansia couldn't resist. She immediately jumped into his embrace, exclaiming, "My husband is truly the cutest in the world." The prince continued to tease and was even cool about it, right? So, in that dimly lit room, the two of them lingered in their affectionate banter, unable to let go of each other. One early morning in the palace, the sky was blue, the clouds white, and the sun was golden. The weather today was beautiful. Ansia, the chef, had prepared a new dish for the prince. "Let's try hot tofu along with soy milk." A group of people gathered around the enticing meal, all of them eager to praise, "It's so delicious. Really, it's amazing. The crown princess is truly a genius." Ansia blushed and explained, "These are Eastern dishes. I just followed the recipe." She was already sweating with nervousness. If this continued, she would be overwhelmed by compliments every day. Ansia also didn't forget to bring some for her father-in-law. She turned back to remind everyone, "Enjoy your meal. I will bring some to His Majesty before it gets cold." Just at the right time, whenever there was delicious food, the cat Unhan would appear. A meal is a humble thing, they say, but why does this spy always chase after such humble bites? Hearing a cat meow, Ansia knew the black cat was paying her another visit. She bent down and cheerfully said, "Long time no see. Where have you been?" This scene, however, was once again caught by her jealous husband. Just looking at Blake's face, it was clear he was getting envious of the cat. The cunning young man took the cat from Ansia's arms, saying, "I'll play with it. You should go eat before your food gets cold, that'll put your mind at ease." He even forced a grin, baring all his teeth to ensure he'd take good care of the cat. Ansia, reassured, left, her silhouette growing more distant, leaving both man and cat lost in their own thoughts. Unhan was in a complete panic, lamenting, "This is really bad. I have to escape, but I can't even move." Sensing a bad omen, he waited for Ansia to disappear before Blake's cold voice questioned him, "Unhan, who are you?" Unhan was so terrified that he seemed to turn from a black cat into a white one. Clearly, he was in big trouble. A spy exposed like this was done for. The prince's voice grew threatening, "Don't even think of running. I know full well that you're no ordinary cat." Now, no matter how innocently Unhan looked at the prince, it was too late. Was this struggle for food worth all this suffering? He was likely screaming internally by now. Of course, the prince had no intention of letting this suspicious black cat go. Whenever there was good food, it would come begging, and even compete with him for his wife's affection. Blake began interrogating, "You've been watching Ansia and me, haven't you? I really want to know who you really are." Unlike the gentle way he acted with Ansia, the prince used a firm tone, recalling memories of his childhood. Every time he fell ill, there would always be someone who appeared and healed him. After I was sent to a separate palace, because traces of the curse began to show, the nights there were no longer lonely. I could sleep peacefully each night. I had to struggle with nightmares and unbearable pain. Sometimes, I even called out my father's name, but he never helped me, not even once. Then, a man in a black cloak appeared. When he approached, I felt so much better. He healed me. I couldn't see his face clearly because every time he appeared, he was shrouded in mystery, always surrounded by darkness. But I could sense a faint, dark smell around him, like black water or, more precisely, like a thin mist. And now, I can feel that power coming from you, and that scent is the very smell of black water. Listening to the logical and well-founded deductions, Unhan could only look up at him, bewildered. He thought silently, since the prince now knows my identity, there's no point in hiding it any longer. With that decision, white smoke like a whirlwind began to form around him. In a flash, he returned to his human form, kneeling with respect. "I am honored to meet your highness, the future of the empire." Then, he gently removed the hood of his sealing cloak, revealing jet black hair and an East Asian face. "My name is Han," he said, likely feeling deep inside that he wanted to bow even lower to beg forgiveness from His Majesty. "I apologize, Your Majesty, for the sake of food, I betrayed you." Blake was stunned to realize that, just as he had suspected, this person was indeed the one. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. Han confessed everything to the Crown Prince. "I am under His Majesty's command. He sent me here to secretly protect you." Upon hearing this, Blake felt a hint of doubt. Incredible. You would never have guessed that the Emperor, who is also your biological father, would send someone to protect you. Blake gave a weak smile. Deep inside, he thought, "I thought I had been completely abandoned after the goddess's curse. Yet he didn't forsake me." Noticing Han's distinct appearance, different from the locals, Blake curiously asked, "Are you from the East?" Han quickly nodded, confirming the Crown Prince's assumption. Blake looked at Han, unable to hold back his admiration. "You look so pure. Though a bit dark, your power remains clean and pure." As he was praising Han, the Crown Prince suddenly recalled recent events. His face turned serious as he asked sternly, "But you said this was a secret mission, so why did you reveal it to me?" Remembering this, Han looked downcast. He sighed and admitted, "Forgive me. I just really missed the taste of my homeland's food." He told Blake every detail. "Ever since I saw the cooking of the Crown Princess, old memories came flooding back. I couldn't bear it any longer and had to reveal my identity." Han helplessly admitted, "I disobeyed His Majesty's orders purely for personal reasons. I will report everything to him and accept any punishment. I also hope Your Highness can forgive me for my disobedience." Blake, not one to make things difficult for others, quickly replied, "You've been protecting me all this time, so I don't want you to be punished for this." Seeing that Han wanted to say more, Blake swiftly interrupted. "Don't speak of this to anyone, not even to His Majesty. I'll keep this a secret as well." At that moment, Han felt a twinge of disappointment in himself. He sighed and sincerely said to Blake, "Thank you, Your Highness." Blake said no more and suddenly stepped closer to Han, his tone affectionate yet admonishing. "Stay away from Ansia." Han turned pale with fear, thinking to himself, "Am I being seen as a homewrecker? Do I really come across that way?" The Crown Prince wasn't done yet. He gave Han a warning look, coldly adding, "If I catch you flirting with my wife again, I won't let you off so easily next time." Blake then stared at Han with an intensity that could swallow him whole. So young, and already such a fierce jealousy. Han was rooted to the spot, unable to move. The Crown Prince stood by, assessing him from head to toe before nodding to himself. "Yeah, he has that Eastern charm that Ansia really likes. And he's handsome, too." Blake thought to himself that he couldn't allow this good-looking Easterner to be near Ansia. He could lose his wife in no time, it would be best to keep him away from her. Meanwhile, at the Emperor's palace, Ansia was probably on her way there, unaware of the fiery clash unfolding at home between Han and the Crown Prince. She lightly knocked on the heavy door, knock knock, and then opened it skillfully. Seeing the person inside, she smiled brightly and greeted, "Father, I'm here." Coincidentally, Colin was also present. Though still busy with the stack of documents in his hands, he didn't forget to greet her. "The Crown Princess is here for a visit?" Ansia wasn't surprised to see him there and asked politely, "Are you waiting for me?" Colin smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm always waiting for you to arrive." Ansia wasn't naive enough to fall for such sweet talk and bluntly pointed out, "It seems like you're waiting for everyone in the palace, not just me." Caught off guard, Colin laughed and explained, "To me, you're the goddess of the palace, the only one who can save me from this endless workload." Ansia nodded, feeling somewhat flattered. Though he sounded playful, what Colin said wasn't entirely untrue. He rarely had a chance to rest on time. Tired of listening to their banter, the Emperor interrupted. Enough of this nonsense. Go outside, both of you. Colin, like a student granted early dismissal, eagerly took his leave. Yes, Your Majesty. I obey, he called out cheerfully. He thought to himself, if the Crown Princess hadn't shown up, I'd probably be stuck here all night. Seeing the young man hesitate to leave, Emperor Tenstian spoke with a hint of menace in his voice. Do you wish to stay in this palace forever? If so, I'll arrange it for you. Colin got the hint, quickly bowed, and dashed out, leaving the Crown Princess standing there, having witnessed the entire scene. Ansia turned to the Emperor, who was buried in paperwork, and sighed, repeating a familiar refrain. Your Majesty, are you overworking yourself again? It seems you're dedicating more and more time to your duties. Without lifting his head from the documents, the Emperor teased, so, you came here just to nag me? The Emperor, as always, was adept at redirecting conversations with Ansia. He glanced at her and then scolded, it's so cold, yet you're dressed so lightly. I think I'll need to get you a new cloak. And thus, the conversation spun in a full circle, with Ansia now the one being lectured. Smiling wryly, she changed the subject, holding up a warm box. Your Majesty, please try this dish I brought for you. Seeing the food, Emperor Tenstian's expression softened, and he smiled as he said gently, come, sit beside me and let's eat together. Ansia's face lit up as she agreed. Inside the box were soft, steaming tofu cubes with a delicate, white dipping sauce. Unable to hold back his praise, Emperor Tenstian remarked, this tastes wonderful. What is this dish? Ansia eagerly explained, it's tofu I made from the soybeans you gifted me the other day. The Emperor was surprised by her creativity, and Ansia, noticing his interest, continued excitedly, yes, even His Highness helped shell the beans. Hearing about his son, the Emperor's surprise deepened. Ansia, seizing the opportunity to bridge the gap between Tenstian and the Crown Prince, added, you'd be amazed by his skill. If you visited the Crown Prince's palace, you might even find him sitting there, shelling beans one by one. Mention of Blake brought a familiar silence from the Emperor, who looked hesitant. Ansia, noticing his reaction, asked sadly, you still don't want to visit the Crown Prince's palace, do you? Ever since Blake and I visited your chambers 3 years ago, you two haven't seen each other. The Emperor asked with a touch of concern, how is the boy today? Is he well? The moment Blake was mentioned, Ansia's face brightened, and she replied happily, yes, he's well, no longer feverish, and even seemed cheerful. She knew that, even if he didn't visit directly, the Emperor still cared deeply for Blake. That, to her, was enough. Hearing her words, the Emperor felt relieved. Then we must thank God's grace for that. And how about you? Ansia, delighted by his concern, smiled and replied, I feel so happy knowing that both you and Blake enjoy the dishes I make. The Emperor, a bit embarrassed, muttered, this girl, talking nonsense. But in his heart, he couldn't hide his deep, overwhelming joy. Ansia spoke earnestly, Father, I'm not joking. Please try this dish as well. I prepared it to your taste, you love spicy food. The Emperor, showing his care for her, wanted her to join him in eating. With such a well-prepared soup here, it would be a waste not to enjoy it together. Ansia nodded in agreement. The spoonful of soup was bright red, and just by looking at it, one could tell how spicy it was. But the spiciness suited Ansia perfectly. She ate with great enthusiasm, exclaiming, ah, it's so spicy. This dish is delicious, isn't it, Father? The Emperor chuckled, clearing his throat, when my daughter-in-law sings, I must praise her song, how could I say otherwise? Of course this dish is delicious, it was made by you, after all. Beaming at his praise, Ansia smiled widely. The Emperor suddenly thought of something and asked, is there anything you need? I should reward you for bringing such wonderful food. Ansia rested her chin on her hand, thinking deeply. Usually, she would decline, but today was different. She wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the Crown Prince's curse. So, she told the Emperor, there's a place I'd like to visit. Seeing her sincerity, the Emperor readily agreed, where? Just tell me the place. She hesitated for a moment, clutching and releasing her dress as if what she was about to say would make him uncomfortable. Finally, after a moment of inner struggle, Ansia looked at Emperor Tun with determination and clearly said a name. That place is Tenon Palace, father. The emperor froze upon hearing the name. He asked in disbelief, Tenon Palace? Tenon Palace was the last palace of the Zelkan Empire and, at the same time, the first palace of the Asteric Empire. Once a grand, majestic structure with ancient architecture, the palace was renamed and repurposed after the Asteric Empire was established. To avoid burdening the national treasury and to gain public support, Emperor Philip renamed Zelkan Palace as Tenon Palace and continued its use. However, this noble intention turned into tragedy. The last prince of Zelkan, John, launched an attack on the royal palace through a hidden passage in the castle and set everything. The flames had burned non-stop for an entire month, and Tenon Palace was almost entirely consumed, left as little more than ruins. Since then, the palace and the surrounding area had become forbidden ground, where no one was allowed to set foot. That was why, when Ansia mentioned the name, the emperor was stunned. With a perplexed look, he asked, "Why would you want to go to Tenon Palace?" Ansia no longer concealed her intentions and answered honestly, "If I can get into Tenon Palace, there's a chance I may find evidence of the stone we've been searching for." But in truth, that was only an excuse. The real reason was due to the strange dreams that Ansia often experienced, haunting scenes so terrifying that just remembering them made her shiver. In these dreams, a woman screamed amidst blazing flames in a lavishly decorated room filled with gemstones. There was also a stone tablet within that room. Ansia was convinced that only Tenon Palace matched these details, and she was sure that stone must still be there. The emperor sighed, shaking his head. "It's not that I don't want to help you, but that place is far too dangerous. The area has been corrupted by dark magic, and everything was wiped out by the Great Fire. I can't let you go there." Ansia, however, remained firm in her plea. "I only want to go to Tenon Palace to search for clues. Please don't worry, I won't stay long." Even with her reassurances, the emperor still refused. That is forbidden territory, by the will and decree of the first emperor. No member of the royal family is permitted to take even one step onto that ground. Anyone who dares to trespass risks invoking the wrath of God and will face terrible misfortune. If a member of the royal family steps foot where even commoners are forbidden, it would bring a catastrophe upon the empire. If royalty dares to set foot on such a place, there is sure to be a great battle. The emperor repeated this ancient decree, a stern warning left to those who survived the palace's tragic fire. But now, Ansia felt more desperate than ever. She couldn't hide the truth any longer and finally confessed, "The crown prince's condition has only worsened. He may be stable today, but I don't know when the pain will return. If we can reach Tenon Palace, I believe we can find a way to break his curse." Ansia emphasized, "No, it's no longer just a possibility, I am certain of it. We will succeed, so please." Before Ansia could finish, the emperor interrupted her, letting out a reluctant sigh. "You're my daughter, too. I can't allow you to risk your life in such a dangerous place just for Blake's sake." The sincerity in the emperor's words left Ansia choked up, unable to say anything further. She was deeply moved. Though he wasn't her biological father, he was 1,000 times better than her real one. Still, she couldn't abandon her plan. "I'll protect myself by cloaking myself in a thin layer of magic stone. Blake is a precious family member to me, too. Maybe I won't be able to break the curse, but I can't just sit by and watch him suffer or give up so easily." Neither of them was willing to back down. The emperor spoke firmly, trying to end her dangerous ambitions. But in the end, he couldn't resist the sincerity in her eyes. "Please, father, let me go there just once. If you refuse even after I've begged this much, then I'll have to end our bond as father and daughter." The emperor sighed in helpless resignation and reluctantly agreed, though he reminded her firmly, "Only once, Ansia." Ansia was stunned, freezing in surprise for 15 seconds. She thought she would have to plead much harder than this. She hadn't expected the emperor to agree so quickly. Once she gathered herself, she quickly began thanking him profusely. Night had fallen over the royal palace, and lights still shone brightly from a corner balcony. By this time, the black cat, lured by food, had returned to his true form. He hid alone in the shadows, sulking. For someone reputed as an elite spy, his appetite had given away his identity. He sighed deeply, still astonished at being caught while approaching Ansia in cat form. And to top it off, the crown prince had been openly jealous. Besides feeling regretful for betraying his master, he felt concern, knowing his master was likely still awake. Staying up this late night after night would eventually take a toll on his health. The emperor, noticing an unusual movement outside the window, glanced over and recognized it immediately. With a calm look, he turned away to glance at another window. This former eligible bachelor, who now carried himself with the same grave demeanor as always, wore only a thin cloak that exposed his well-toned physique. In a low voice, he asked, "Is that you, Unhan?" At that moment, Unhan entered from behind. "Forgive me, your majesty. Did I wake you?" he asked politely. But the emperor hadn't been sleeping, he was deep in thought, gazing at the moon. He looked at Unhan with unwavering eyes and said, "I was waiting for you." Unhan was used to this and immediately knelt down. "Please give me your orders." The emperor, however, gently reminded him, "Tonight, I'm asking for your assistance, not ordering it." What the emperor wanted was for Unhan to accompany and protect the crown princess. He needed Unhan to stay by Ansia's side and ensure her safety. But unlike other missions, this one made Unhan hesitate. Perhaps it had something to do with the fact that he'd just been mistaken for a romantic rival by the crown prince? In reality, Unhan felt his lowly status made him unworthy of being by Ansia's side. The emperor paid no attention to such thoughts. "Unhan, I know your background, but you are the only one I can trust, and the only one strong enough to keep Ansia safe." This was also the first time Emperor Tenstian had entrusted Unhan with such an important task, so he resolved to be especially vigilant. With great seriousness, he accepted the mission. "Understood, your majesty." Seeing Unhan agree, the emperor smiled with relief, as though a weight had been lifted from him. But Unhan didn't leave immediately. Instead, he declared with determination, "But please, do not consider this as mere assistance. Protecting the crown princess is my duty, and I'm honored to do it. I will follow all your commands." The emperor, pleased with Unhan's attitude, nodded, permitting him to withdraw. A new day arrived. Ansia stood quietly by the window, looking out at the sky, thinking to herself, "Finally, the day has come for me to go to Tenon Palace. I need to leave Blake without him finding out. If I tell him that I'm going to the Forbidden Grounds to break the curse, he'll never let me go, even if it's a matter of life and death." Thus, someone shamelessly fabricated an excuse. "Your Highness, there's a grand ball coming up at the Royal Palace, and I'll be busy preparing, so I might be home a bit late today." Blake, naturally, had no reason to stop her. He smiled and reminded her, "Take your time, but don't overwork yourself, all right?" Before she left, Ansia made sure to advise him, "Don't worry about me, Your Highness. And please be careful during your sword practice." After a heartfelt farewell, she smiled and said, "I'll be on my way, then." But just as she was about to leave, the crown prince gently took her hand, looking into her eyes with warmth. "Be careful," he said softly. Ansia thought their goodbye was over, but the two lingered, waving to each other enthusiastically as though they were parting for a much longer time. Seeing Blake so happy only strengthened her resolve. "This time, I have to find a way to break that curse," she thought with determination. Soon, her carriage began the journey to the royal palace, a place that always stood grandly against the sky, the proud symbol of the empire. Following the emperor's instructions, Ansia made her way directly to a hidden chamber on the third floor. Opening the door, she poked her head inside and called, "Father," hoping to surprise him. To her astonishment, the emperor wasn't alone. There was also a stranger present, a man she'd never seen before. Stepping into the room, Ansia greeted, "Sorry I'm late, father," before turning her gaze to the unfamiliar man and asking, "Who is he?" The emperor looked at the man and calmly introduced him. This is Unhan. He will be your escort on the journey to Tenan Palace. As the emperor introduced him, Ansia couldn't help but size him up. Why does he seem so familiar? Even though I've never seen his face or heard his name before. Unhan then respectfully bowed to her and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Crown Princess, the blessing of our empire. I am Unhan." Seeing Unhan's distinctly Eastern features, Ansia suddenly remembered something, and she gasped, covering her mouth. I remember now. He's Unhan, the Prince of the Moon. Unhan was indeed the Prince of the Moon, a vast kingdom in the east. He had nearly been executed for being chosen by an unusual black dragon and had to flee to the Asteric Empire to survive. When Unhan was at his most desperate, on the brink of death in a foreign land, Emperor Tenstian had appeared. He rescued Unhan, who was covered in festering wounds, and took him in, partly because he saw a reflection of his own suffering son, Blake, in him. From that moment on, Unhan was fiercely loyal to the emperor. He was tasked with protecting and closely following Blake, even caring for him when he fell ill, becoming the emperor's trusted aide in safeguarding the crown prince. That was the full extent of Unhan's story as Ansia recalled it. Lost in her thoughts, Ansia barely noticed Unhan's confused gaze on her. He couldn't help but ask, "Crown Princess?" Hearing him brought her back to the moment, and she awkwardly explained, "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I feel like I've seen you before." Her casual comment made Unhan feel uneasy. Could it be that the Crown Princess knows I transformed into a cat? It wasn't until Ansia mentioned, "It must be because you look like someone from the east," that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, the emperor didn't want to hide the truth from her any longer. He revealed, "Actually, I entrusted Unhan with your protection. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you sooner." As a loyal subordinate, Unhan quickly stepped forward to take responsibility. "It's not the emperor's fault, Crown Princess. I begged him not to disclose it, that was my error." Unhan's sincere apology only flustered Ansia further. She shook her head, saying, "It's all right. I should be thanking you for protecting me and the Crown Prince." Unhan bowed politely, "Thank you, that is very kind of you." The emperor then turned to Ansia with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you for understanding, Ansia." He handed her a small box, requesting that she take it. Ansia looked at the strange box in surprise, raising her curious gaze to her father. "What is this, father?" The emperor didn't provide much explanation. Instead, he looked at her fondly and said, "This is a gift, and it will protect you." Inside the box was a necklace created by the priests at the sacred temple, which could help its wearer resist dark magic. Ansia carefully accepted the gift from him. "Thank you, father, it's beautiful. I'll make sure to take good care of it." Once that was settled, the emperor instructed her, "Now, Unhan will use magic to take you to Tenan Palace. If anything dangerous happens, you must return immediately." As he spoke, worry was increasingly evident on his face. Ansia cheerfully reassured him, "It's just a ruin, father. Even without your warning, I would return if I felt in danger. So please stop looking so glum, those frown lines will ruin your handsome face sooner or later." Hearing her playful remarks, Emperor Tenstian could only shake his head in exasperation. "You're starting to ramble again." Unexpectedly, both Ansia and Unhan, two people who had just met, managed to collaborate effortlessly, exchanging compliments that made the emperor feel like he was on cloud nine. They threw around phrases like, "Father's face is the national treasure of the empire," and "Your Majesty is the most handsome man in the country." The emperor, although pleased by the flattery, tried to maintain an air of annoyance and cleared his throat, saying, "Enough with the nonsense, you two." Seeing his adorable demeanor made Ansia think of her bunny husband back home. It was evident they were father and daughter, even their shyness was strikingly similar. Eventually, the two of them had to part with a sense of longing. Ansia turned to Unhan with excitement, saying, "Let's hurry and go." However, Unhan suddenly froze in place, looking at Ansia with a somewhat reluctant expression, as if grappling with what to say. Finally, after a moment of inner turmoil, he hesitantly spoke, "I need to tell the Crown Princess something. We need to hold hands to use the teleportation spell." Inside, Ansia couldn't help but laugh at his naivety. Was he really so innocent? How could someone like him survive in a 19+ novel? She gave him a friendly smile, the kind that set standards, and replied, then I'll rely on you to protect me." With that, they grasped each other's hands. Eunhan gently instructed, "Please close your eyes and reduce your energy." Ansia focused intently on following Eunhan's guidance. Soon, a glowing light began to materialize around them, spreading and enveloping the space. The wind whipped around them, making their garments flutter. In an instant, they found themselves in the Forbidden Land. Eunhan softly reminded her, "Crown Princess, you can open your eyes now." As she opened her eyes, Ansia was met with a mystical and ruined landscape, including the castle before her. She couldn't help but ask, "Is this really Tenon?" Eunhan nodded in confirmation. What surprised Ansia was the desolation of this place. Despite having mentally prepared herself for the dark atmosphere, she didn't expect it to be in such ruins. The ground seemed polluted by the power of dark magic, with fierce red smoke billowing up from the dry earth, creating a truly frightening sight. Eunhan couldn't help but remind her, "Crown Princess, do you want to go back?" But Ansia remained steadfast in her response to his skepticism. "Having come this far, we can't return empty-handed. Let's take a little tour of this palace." All around them was nothing but desolation and decay. There was no sign of life in this land, not even a blade of grass could grow. Before them lay a heap of bones belonging to unfortunate souls. Eunhan hurriedly warned, "Crown Princess, please be careful where you step." He was genuinely worried about the current situation, doing his utmost to persuade her. "The closer we get, the more I sense the intensity of the dark magic. We should really consider going back." However, driven by a strong desire, Ansia could not easily turn back. The dream still urged her on hour by hour, so she resolutely refused. "I want to see a little more clearly." The two continued to wander around the outside of the castle. Suddenly, a gigantic stone appeared before them. Ansia perked up, saying, "Eunhan, look. There's a stone here." Though they vary in size, they seem to have been created by the same person at the same time. There are also countless tiny inscriptions carved into it. With her superior language skills, Ansia quickly realized that this was an ancient language and the content was a letter from the Looms tribe. Eunhan asked her skeptically, "What does it say?" Standing before the massive stone from 1,000 years ago, Ansia felt no fear. She read each word clearly. "The great emperor of the Looms, Claude, declares that chosen by the heavens, Looms established the Zelkan Empire and turned it into a grand empire by divine will. Many covet the power of Looms without any gratitude. One among them is Philip, who was bestowed with the power of the goddess of light. He destroyed the Zelkan Empire and founded a new empire. On the royal calendar, the 1st of September, 678, to rectify the laws that have been broken, I, Claude, will destroy this palace to punish Philip and those ruthless ones who wish to seize the throne. You fools will all submit to Looms. If you wish to defy my command, I will reclaim all that Looms has given to you. The barren lands will be ruled by darkness and will suffer in torment forever." And that was all that was inscribed on the stone, the chilling words revealing the extent of the hatred the author had for Philip. Eunhan witnessed the scene and couldn't help but admire Ansia. "Oh, you're amazing. The Crown Princess is truly a genius," said Eunhan. Yet, the contents of the stone tablet still lingered in Ansia's mind. She looked doubtful and asked Eunhan, "What do you think about the words on the stone tablet?" Eunhan replied, "They're all filled with resentment." He not only blamed the people until the very end, but also didn't mention the destruction of the nation through tyranny. It's pathetic and disturbing. But Ansia had a different thought. She felt there was something strange about these words. She rested her chin in her hand, half believing, and said, "Don't these words sound like a command for everyone to swear allegiance to Claude and Looms?" Ansia muttered the words repeatedly. "If you dare to disobey, everyone will be burned alive and killed. But it's your fault for not obeying." These words seemed to be written by someone who despised intellectuals. At the same time, the biggest enemy of Looms was Philip, yet there wasn't a single line accusing him. Philip was merely mentioned as a weak adversary. After hearing Ansia's analysis, Eunhan was finally stunned with realization. he asked in surprise. You think this tablet was erected by Emperor Philip himself? Ansia rubbed her chin and nodded. That's right. If you want to stir up people's anxiety and draw their obedience, wouldn't it make sense not to mention that Philip was chosen by the goddess? Perhaps it was Emperor Philip himself who set up this stone tablet, not Claude or the people of Lomes. At this moment, an unknown, mysterious force seemed to pull Ansia toward the stone tablet. She reached out, lightly touching its surface, and unexpectedly, the necklace Emperor Tenstian had just gifted her began to glow. Ansia was stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, new images appeared in her mind. A girl with white hair, her face obscured, stood before the stone, shouting at Philip. What on earth is this? How could you do this? Are you even human? The image of a man appeared in Ansia's mind. It was Philip. Angrily, he responded to the girl's accusations. Stop speaking so crudely. I am the head of the empire. No matter what you say, I will no longer forgive you. These memories played in Ansia's mind like a looping film, leaving her dizzy. She only snapped back to reality when Unhan called her name. Not daring to share what she had seen with Unhan, she simply told him she felt lightheaded. Sensing something was wrong, Unhan became worried. Your Highness, this could be the effect of dark magic. We should return to the palace. Ansia, though visibly pale, tried to reassure him. I want to take a look just a bit longer. But this time, Unhan was determined to follow his own instincts. He couldn't let the crown princess fall into danger. Looking at her with concern, Unhan said softly. His Majesty has ordered that we return immediately at the first sign of danger. Your safety is the top priority. Before he could finish his sentence, Unhan sensed a looming danger. Quickly lifting Ansia into his arms, he apologized. Forgive me, Your Highness. Ansia had barely understood what was happening when terrifying monsters began to surround them. Carrying her, Unhan fled at a speed as swift as the wind. But the monsters were powerful. One with sharp fangs roared directly in front of them. Ansia, terrified, pleaded with Unhan to put her down, fearing they couldn't escape together. However, Unhan didn't respond, only urging Ansia to hold tightly onto him as they evaded the creatures. They delved deeper into the pitch-dark palace, yet the monsters relentlessly pursued. Their escape route was soon blocked by crumbling ruins. Unhan set Ansia down, drawing his sword with unwavering determination to protect her. As the monsters charged, Unhan prepared to fight to the death. But strangely, the creatures did not attack them. Instead, they rushed at the wall, destroying it. The wall collapsed, revealing an empty space beyond. Ansia stood frozen, clearly shaken by the recent events. She noticed something unusual, a mysterious space beyond the broken wall. The creatures, rather than harming them, simply hovered in front, seeming almost gentle. They looked back at the two, gesturing forward with nods, as if trying to lead them. Ansia felt an instinctive pull, sensing that the monsters meant to guide her, not harm her. Recognizing her intent, Unhan stepped forward, holding out his hand to stop her. You mustn't go in. These creatures could change their minds at any moment. We need to return to the palace immediately. But Ansia stubbornly resisted his warning. No, I want to go inside. Think about it, Unhan. The monsters didn't attack us. It's almost as if they were here all along just to guide us. The creatures, though a bit frightening, seemed almost inviting. Ansia hesitated, wondering if her instincts were right. What if it was just a trap? Suddenly, her necklace began to glow, filling her with newfound courage. She asked Unhan to follow the creatures with her a bit further. Reluctant but resigned, Unhan had no choice but to comply. Together, they followed the monsters down the dark corridor until they reached a staircase descending into a pitch-black basement. There was no sign of life below. Unhan moved in front of Ansia, his arm outstretched to block her path. It's dangerous down there. I suspect this could be the monster's trap. Please, be cautious, Your Highness. Ansia clenched her fists, determined. Unhan, I want to break the Crown Prince's curse. I'm willing to face any danger to lift it. Besides, we can't be certain there's any real threat down there. I can't just give up so easily. If I do, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. She looked at Unhan with pleading eyes. He hesitated. As her guardian, his duty was to ensure her safety. But seeing Ansia's unwavering resolve, he finally agreed. Please reconsider, Your Highness. Very well, but if we detect any sign of danger, we'll return to the palace immediately. Ansia nodded gratefully, smiling. I understand. Don't worry, we'll be careful. Together, they cautiously descended the dark staircase, testing each step to avoid slipping. To their surprise, the basement opened up into a much larger space than they had expected. The monsters, once seemingly threatening, now proved helpful as they took turns emitting light, illuminating the path forward. Ansia's gaze was soon drawn to a massive golden gate ahead. Understanding her intentions, Unhan quickly spoke up. Allow me to check it first. Unhan cautiously stepped forward and touched the solid gold door. After inspecting it closely for a while, he finally concluded. It seems to be locked. Someone sealed it with magic. Ansia, curious, asked, so how do we break the seal? Unhan hesitated, uncertain of the solution, and offered his best guess. We'd need to find a password set long ago or somehow break the seal. But with our current resources, it would be very difficult to open it from the outside. The situation felt like a dead end, and Ansia looked disheartened. She and Unhan had worked so hard to reach this place, and she was now so close to finding a clue to break Blake's curse. Memories of Blake suffering under the curse's torment, but still smiling to reassure her, filled her mind. She couldn't give up so easily. Determined, she stepped forward, lightly touching the door, and said to Unhan, let's search around. Maybe we can find a clue hidden in the decorations. As soon as Ansia's hand made contact with the door, the space around them suddenly lit up. Unhan was too stunned to speak. With just a gentle touch, Ansia had somehow broken the seal. What kind of power did she possess? How was she connected to this place? Ansia herself couldn't understand why the door had opened so easily. She guessed that perhaps the seal had weakened over time, but Unhan shook his head. No, Your Highness. The power of this seal is immense. It should have blocked all my attempts. Yet the door opened just because of you. Ansia was taken aback by Unhan's words. Why did the door open so easily for her, without any effort at all? However, now wasn't the time to dwell on it. The most important thing was discovering what lay beyond the door. They slowly opened the door and stepped inside. The scene within was completely different from the dark, cold exterior. Everything gleamed, sparkling with gold and jewels. Ansia was awestruck by the dazzling beauty of the room, which was decorated with precious treasures that filled it with light. Unhan, equally impressed, murmured, "This is truly a great fortune." Suddenly, something startled Unhan, and he cried out in alarm, "Your Highness, look over there." Following Unhan's gaze, Ansia looked ahead, where large stone slabs were stacked. From a distance, they deduced that these were inscriptions. Drawn to the writing, Ansia decided to approach and read them. The first stone read, "In October of the year 505, the 11th queen gave birth to the 17th crown prince." Ansia carefully translated the text for Unhan, who muttered, "Then there must be many concubines and children of this emperor." He continued, "It must have been a tyrant who led this country to ruin." The next stone slab recorded, "In June of the year 508, Prince Lakshul was appointed crown prince." Unhan recognized the name. Prince Claude was known as the last surviving prince of the kingdom of Zelkan and the leader of the movement to restore it. Ansia read another stone. In July of the year 508, Crown Prince Claude was engaged to Lontel Belasian, daughter of the Belasian family. Ansia was shocked to realize that belonged to her own lineage. She never expected to encounter a connection to the Belasian family in a place like this. Lontal Belasian was a light mage who had destroyed Zelkan and founded the European Empire with Emperor Philip. Ansia couldn't stop wondering if she truly played a vital role in the founding of a new nation. She continued reading the inscriptions on the stone tablets, feeling an overwhelming sense of curiosity. A series of tragic events appeared. August, year 508, the 8th princess passed away. September, year 508, the empress began coughing blood, her skin turning a deathly shade, mirroring the princess's symptoms. The emperor ordered the empress to be confined. In 508, the 8th crown prince died, as did the 4th empress and princess of Italian. The entire royal family was devastated by the plague. Ansia shivered as she read the final lines. February, year 510, Crown Prince Lakshul passed away. Unhan, equally stunned, asked, "What? Did Crown Prince Lakshul die before the fall of the Zelkan Empire? Then who led the movement to restore Zelkan?" The following lines left them even more shocked. April, year 510, the emperor passed away. Ansia was struck by the realization, both the crown prince and the emperor died in 510. This completely contradicted the recorded history, where Philip and Lontal Belasian were said to have overthrown a crumbling empire to establish a new one. But according to these stone inscriptions, the empire wasn't toppled by a revolution, it simply fell apart due to these tragic deaths. May, year 510, Philip, a distant relative, emerged and ascended the throne. The signs of the plague vanished, and the people hailed him as a savior. Ansia vaguely sensed that this discovery was entirely different from the history she'd learned. She shared her thoughts with Unhan, saying, "This is so different from what history records. It's not just a fabrication. Philip used the circumstances to inherit the throne, and the Zelkan Empire wasn't overthrown, it was simply renamed. The Renaissance movement we know about is all a lie." Unhan nodded in agreement, murmuring, "When a new nation is established, it often cloaks itself in justifications. But it seems like it was all deception from start to finish." Ansia was feeling disheartened. The final stone tablet merely recorded the history of that time and didn't mention the curse of the goddess of light, the very thing she desperately wanted to understand to save Blake. She scanned the room for more clues, but there was only emptiness. With a sigh of resignation, Ansia felt that all her efforts had been in vain. She'd come here to find a way to break Blake's curse, but instead unearthed a dark truth about history. While she was lost in these swirling thoughts, the gemstone on her necklace shattered, an ominous sign that something dreadful was on the horizon. Ansia clutched the broken necklace, recalling her father's words, "The stone of light has broken. This was the necklace my father gave me." Seeing the situation worsening, Unhan quickly urged, "Your Highness, we must leave at once. Close your eyes, and I'll take you back to the palace." Once again, light enveloped them, transporting them through space. Ansia opened her eyes, though her vision was still blurry. When she finally regained clarity, she found herself standing before the emperor. The emperor asked worriedly, "Are you awake?" Ansia, exhausted, held her head and apologized to the emperor. Seeing her lifeless appearance, the emperor grew even more concerned and asked, "What happened to you?" Ansia sadly clutched the necklace in her hand and hesitantly replied, "I accidentally broke the necklace you gave me." Saying that, she extended her hand to show the emperor the necklace, shattered into many pieces. The emperor's eyes grew sorrowful. He wanted to say something but then held back. Finally, he stepped forward and embraced Ansia, taking her by surprise. He gently reassured her, "What are you saying? Are you hurt?" When Ansia confirmed that she wasn't injured, the emperor's body relaxed, releasing the tension from his worry. But Ansia still felt deeply guilty. She leaned her head on the emperor's shoulder, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes began to blur with tears. Unable to hold back any longer, she broke into sobs, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, father. I couldn't do anything. I'm truly sorry. The emperor sighed helplessly. It's all right, my child. You don't need to apologize to me. Even though the emperor said this, Ansia continued to cry like a child. She felt useless, having been unable to achieve anything despite her efforts. The emperor held her even tighter, comforting her. I'm sorry. Perhaps I've placed too much pressure on you. The two leaned into each other, serving as support in a moment when they were both torn by their own sorrows. The emperor tried to console Ansia, while she held him tightly, her tears still flowing. She knew that both the emperor and Blake were facing difficulties, but she felt powerless to help them. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted outside the door. Colin, usually calm and composed, now looked disheveled as he rushed over and opened the door. His urgency made the emperor frown, and he asked, "What is going on, Colin?" Colin panted heavily, finally managing to speak. "The crown prince, he has fallen unconscious." This news hit Ansia like a shock, plunging her into despair. She had only left Blake for a little while, and yet. At the crown prince's palace, the sky was darker than usual, and the room was frighteningly silent. Blake, the crown prince, was enduring excruciating pain from the curse. He suffered intensely but made no sound. Witnessing this, Ansia felt even more heartbroken. She took Blake's hand, gently saying, "Your Highness, you have a high fever and have been unconscious for 3 days. It's my fault." For the past few days, Ansia hadn't left Blake's bedside, continuously blaming herself. She whispered, "It's all my fault. Blake shouldn't have to suffer this much. I'm truly sorry." Ansia lowered her head, her voice filled with regret, her heart choking. "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I was too greedy. I will leave as soon as you wake up. Please, wake up." She held Blake's hand tightly, pressing it against her cheek. But as soon as she mentioned leaving, Blake, even in his unconscious state, struggled to open his eyes, his gaze pleading with her not to go. Ansia felt a surge of joy at seeing Blake stir, the worry in her heart dissipating. Blake, weakly, tried to remind her, "Ansia, don't go. Please don't go." Ansia quickly replied, "I won't go anywhere. You can rest easy." Hearing this, Blake managed a faint smile, despite his pain. But the agony soon overwhelmed him again, causing him to sweat, his face paling without a hint of color. The somber atmosphere still enveloped the palace. In the hallway outside, there were whispers among the servants. Han anxiously asked Melissa, "Has the crown prince been unconscious for 4 days?" Melissa quickly gestured for him to speak quietly. "Keep it down. The crown prince will hear you." The sky was brightening, the morning sunlight gently illuminating the room, but it could not dispel the cold atmosphere that pervaded the place. In the silent room, Crown Prince Blake lay unconscious on the bed, while Ansia vigilantly held his hand, having not slept for days. Her face was filled with worry and self-blame. She continuously apologized to him, but all that answered her was the stillness of the air. At that moment, the door opened. From outside, Emperor Tenstian, after 3 long years, had finally come to meet his son. His appearance was hurried and frantic. When Ansia saw the emperor appear, she was utterly stunned. She hadn't expected him to show up here. Noticing her shock, the emperor moved towards her and gently patted her back, as though trying to offer her some strength and reassurance. Afterward, his gaze shifted to the young man lying on the bed, weak and unconscious, and he looked at him with a mixture of concern and urgency. For the first time in so many years of not daring to meet, the Emperor Tenstian sat down beside his son. Gently, he placed his large hand on the boy's face and softly murmured, "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Your father has come too late." But Ansia didn't think so. She earnestly reminded him, "You're not late at all. This is just the beginning." The emperor turned to her, his weary demeanor evident as he looked at Ansia. "The crown prince will be fine. So don't overthink it, and don't put too much faith in those magical remedies. Ansia didn't understand what the emperor meant and asked curiously. "Why do you say that, Your Majesty?" The emperor gently held Ansia's small hand in his. "I have 2 children to protect. Don't worry, I won't pay attention to those rumors about magic, because I don't want to be criticized either." Ansia didn't expect the emperor to confide in her so openly. But thanks to his reassurance, she felt somewhat at ease. After several tense days, from being in the Forbidden Land to returning home, and hearing about the Crown Prince's coma, she hadn't had a single moment of peace in her heart. Thanks to the emperor's assurance, she was finally able to smile with a bit of relief. "Yes, I trust you, father." Seeing her finally smile, the emperor felt his own tense mood relax somewhat. Elsewhere, at the Duke's mansion, the dimly lit study was filled with books. Richard was reviewing a report from his subordinate about the situation at the palace. "The emperor has recently been visiting the Crown Prince's palace, hasn't he?" he asked coldly. The mysterious subordinate respectfully replied. "Yes, that's correct. The Crown Prince has been in a coma for 4 days now, with no signs of waking up. His condition has never been this severe. At this point, the position of the next Crown Prince must be reconsidered." Richard silently speculated. Would Emperor Tenstian choose the greedy Duke Castle or the foolish Frank as the next Crown Prince? If another member of the royal family were to assume the title, the Castle family's privileges would be indefinitely diminished. But that was a minor concern. Richard was confident he could gradually reclaim power. What truly mattered was that if such a change occurred, the throne would drift further out of his reach, perhaps forever. Suddenly, his face twisted with malevolence, and a murderous gleam flashed in his eyes. Richard had devised a perfect plan: eliminate everyone standing in his way, install Duke Castle as a puppet emperor, and eventually have the Duke hand over power to him. A dark aura seemed to envelop him, shrouding the room in a suffocating gloom. His thoughts turned to a heinous crime, and his cold eyes radiated a terrifying chill. "I will make Emperor Tenstian disappear. I will kill Tenstian and place Duke Castle on the throne. If Castle becomes emperor now, I can easily seize the throne from him later." In his mind, he began sketching out a flawless murder plot. Richard let out a sinister chuckle and called for his subordinate. "Zomi." The loyal subordinate instantly responded, ready to execute Richard's every command. Staring into the distance, Richard spoke coldly. "Spread the word of what I am about to tell you and make sure it reaches Emperor Tenstian's ears. In Loms, there's a dark sorcerer capable of wielding ancient magic. He can break the curse of the goddess of light." Richard was confident this rumor would lure the emperor. The emperor would believe he could lift the curse on the Crown Prince, and in that moment, Richard would strike and kill him. The subordinate, astute as ever, understood Richard's scheme immediately upon hearing it. But life rarely goes as planned. It seemed Richard's carefully crafted plan yielded no results. Furious, he questioned his subordinate. "What did you say? Even after hearing the rumors, the emperor hasn't done anything?" Despite his meticulous calculations, the bait had failed to entice the target. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Richard was livid. Exhausted, he buried his face in his hands and decided to temporarily halt his plan to assassinate the emperor. He recalled that Emperor Tenstian cared deeply for Ansia. If the Crown Prince were to die, Ansia would become a princess, and her husband would naturally ascend to the throne. Now, a new plan began forming in Richard's mind. "Emperor Tenstian and Ansia, I will join your family. Then, step by step, I will climb my way to the throne." Nothing could be more perfect. His smug expression was so punchable that anyone would feel the urge to knock his teeth out. Confidently, Richard declared to his subordinate, "More importantly, I need to find a gift for Ansia, a gift so valuable she cannot refuse." At this moment, in the Crown Prince's palace, dawn had begun to break. The doctor was still tirelessly examining the Crown Prince. Putting away his stethoscope, he spoke in a sorrowful tone, "Today marks the 10th day. I am sorry to inform you, but if he does not wake up today, he likely won't survive much longer. This news seemed to paralyze Ansia in place. She never expected this day to come so soon. Her hands dropped weakly by her sides. All her previous efforts now felt in vain. Ansia was overwhelmed by a crushing sense of guilt, as though it was suffocating her and squeezing the life out of her heart. Ansia blamed herself for everything. She believed she had meddled too much, causing the novel's plot to change and triggering a butterfly effect that led to Blake's suffering. Grasping the boy's hand tightly, Ansia prayed to the goddess of light, begging her to take away Blake's pain. He has done nothing wrong. He's just an innocent child. Why must he endure this torment? She thought. It's not his fault that he was born a descendant of Philip. Please, I beg you, take away his suffering. Seeing Ansia's shoulders trembling, the emperor approached her and gently patted her back. His hand was as warm as always. He gazed at Ansia with a look full of fatherly affection. Ansia, this is not your fault. So please, stop blaming yourself, he said. In front of the emperor, Ansia tried her best to appear composed, knowing full well how much more agonizing it must be for a father to watch his child suffer. Surely, the emperor's pain surpassed hers many times over. His deep, gentle voice was like warm water flowing into Ansia's heart. If I had known you would feel this way, I wouldn't have allowed you to come to the palace. Blake's curse was caused by Philip's wicked actions and partly by my own inadequacies. You have done nothing wrong, Ansia. Ansia stubbornly insisted on taking all the blame. She couldn't let go of her guilt, but before she could express her determination to find a way to break the curse, the emperor interrupted her. You are the greatest gift that the heavens have given to Blake and me. Your existence alone is more than enough. So please, don't ever entertain such self-destructive thoughts again. As he spoke, he clasped Ansia's small hand. Then, looking at her with unwavering determination, he added, if Blake leaves this world, I will bestow upon you the title of princess. Ansia's face was filled with disbelief. Her round eyes widened as she stared at the emperor. What did you say? What do you mean by that? The emperor confided in Ansia, sharing secrets he had long kept buried. He admitted that he had once resolved not to have children, hoping to end the goddess's curse in his generation. But he had fallen into the vortex of love and grown greedy, longing for a child of his own. That desire led to Blake's birth. Consequently, he tormented himself with guilt, believing his greed had brought this curse upon his son. Why do both of you insist on taking all the blame? Ansia interjected indignantly. This is not your fault, Your Majesty. Yet the emperor remained steadfast in his belief that he was to blame. He didn't want any more children to suffer the curse as Blake had. Ansia watched the emperor's lonely figure, realizing that any words of comfort would be meaningless in the face of Blake's worsening condition. The goddess of light had cursed Philip, who had ascended the throne, and the emperor could not be certain if her wrath had been appeased. If one of Philip's descendants were to renounce the throne, the curse might be lifted. That was why, if Blake were to pass, the emperor wanted to name Ansia as a princess and intended to abdicate in her favor. How could anyone possibly be happy being forced into such a position at such a young age? Ansia thought bitterly. Her hands fell limply to her sides as she pleaded with the emperor, please don't say things like that. His Highness will recover and break free from this curse. Her voice was firm and resolute. Seeing Ansia's tear-streaked face, the emperor realized he had let his emotions overwhelm him and burdened a child like Ansia with his worries. He hurriedly reassured her, of course, the boy will be fine. But what if he doesn't make it? Before the emperor could finish, Ansia covered her face and began to sob. There will be no what if. Please don't even entertain such thoughts, she cried. Hugging Blake tightly as he lay on the bed, she repeated to the emperor and herself over and over, Blake will wake up. He will overcome this. He will overcome this. The room returned to its usual silence, broken only by Ansia's muffled sobs. Suddenly, a familiar, soft voice called her name, and Ansia's heart leaped with joy. Blake's weak eyes opened, and the first thing he saw was her tear-streaked face by his side. Seeing signs of Blake waking up, Ansia immediately threw herself into his arms. After 10 days, Blake greeted her with a bright smile. Though still weak, he forced a smile to ease her worries. Ansia felt a little embarrassed. This girl had somehow transmigrated into a novel and ended up falling for a younger man 2 years her junior. But as luck would have it, her bunny-like prince was cursed, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. Worse, the curse tormented him on a regular basis, leaving him unconscious for 10 long days this time. So, when he finally woke up, Ansia felt like she had been revived. She hastily asked, "Am I hugging you too tightly?" Just as she was about to let go, worried she might hurt the crown prince, he reached out and held on to her. Despite his fatigue, he mustered the strength to sit up and pull her close, murmuring, "Don't go." Seeing her tear-streaked face, the prince felt a pang of sorrow. With trembling hands, he gently touched her face, wiping away her tears. "Ansia, why are you crying?" Blake asked softly. Ansia couldn't stop the tears, and they soaked his hand. She pressed his hand to her cheek, crying and laughing at the same time. "It's just... I'm so happy to see you. Are you feeling all right? I'll call the royal doctor right away." But Blake clung to her, refusing to let her leave. "Don't go. Stay here with me." And so, the pair of lovebirds began their affectionate display, spreading their sweetness far and wide. The emperor, watching from the side, turned red with embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he interrupted the intimate moment, causing the two to separate. He walked over to Blake's bedside, his demeanor gentle like a loving father. "Are you all right?" he asked softly. Unable to stop himself, he sat down beside the bed and placed a hand on Blake's forehead to check his temperature. Seeing that the fever had subsided, he finally felt at ease. Blake, while maintaining a calm expression in front of his father, was undoubtedly overjoyed inside. It had been too long since they had been this close. Meanwhile, Ansia, a staunch shipper of their father-son bond, stood off to the side, beaming with delight. Finally, after 3 years, they were reunited. Maybe I should leave so they can talk more openly. With that thought, Ansia made an excuse to call the doctor and stepped toward the door. However, Blake clung to her tightly, refusing to let her go. In the end, the emperor stood up and offered, "I'll go call him. If I stay here any longer, I might choke on all the dog food you two are serving." Seizing the opportunity, the emperor hurried out, closing the door firmly behind him. Ansia waited for the door to close. Now, it was just her and Blake in the room. Blake clung to her like glue, wrapping his arms tightly around her and refusing to let go. "Ansia, I missed you so much. It's been so long since I've seen my wife," he said, leaning his head on her shoulder. Letting him rest against her, Ansia gently whispered, "I missed you too. I've been waiting for this moment when your highness would hold me like this." The mischievous prince slid his hand down to intertwine his fingers with hers. "Ansia called for me and found me, so I woke up," he said, flashing her a radiant smile. Seeing his smile, Ansia froze in place, her face a mix of confusion and disbelief. Then, tears began streaming uncontrollably down her face. Despite her tears, Ansia couldn't remain sorrowful for long because of Blake. She had to gather herself. Wiping the tears streaking down her cheeks, she forced a smile and said, "Your Highness, thank you for waking up. Truly, thank you." Seeing her like this, the prince felt even more awkward. He stopped muttering her name and remained quiet. For 10 long days, the room had been filled only with sighs and sorrow, but now it finally held a touch of warmth and happiness. After Blake's sudden coma and miraculous awakening, many things had changed in the Crown Prince's palace. Emperor Tenstian's visits to the palace had become frequent, occurring every 3 to 4 days. He even stayed for dinner on occasion, as he did today. Now, the entire royal family was gathered at a lavish dining table, the atmosphere cozy and warm. Looking at them, they truly seemed like a family. Ansia had created a new dish and eagerly introduced it. "Father, you must try this. It's mushroom omelette rolls. I guarantee you'll love it, or your money back." The golden, appetizing dish caught the emperor's attention, and he took a bite. Unable to hold back, he praised her. "Thank you, Ansia. It's truly delicious." Ansia happily explained that the crown prince disliked mushrooms, so she made the dish this way to see if he would eat it. The prince, busy munching away, was startled when his wife called out to him. Without much thought, he nodded perfunctorily. The awkward dynamic between father and son, conducted through Ansia, left her exasperated. Determined to mend the chilly relationship between the two, Ansia began her mission. She pointed at the prince and asked the emperor, "Father, isn't our crown prince so adorable?" Faced with such a question, the emperor had no choice but to nod. "Well, yes, he's cute, I suppose." Then she turned to point at the emperor, cheerfully saying, "Your Majesty, Crown Prince, look here. Isn't our emperor so cool?" Blake seemed uninterested in participating in her antics, offering only a faint But Ansia pressed on, "Look closely. He's really cool, isn't he?" The prince, clearly unimpressed, placed his teacup on the table and coldly remarked, "Is it necessary to use the word cool twice?" His response left Ansia wanting to freeze in place with embarrassment. If she could find a pair of pants to put over her head at that moment, she probably would have. The dining table fell into an awkward, suffocating silence that no one could break. As for the emperor, it was clear that his frequent visits to the crown prince's palace had elevated his stealth skills to a legendary level. Whenever these two, Ansia and Blake, started holding hands or getting cozy, the emperor might as well have become invisible. When the meal finally ended, leaving only the two of them in the room, Ansia subtly asked Blake, "Isn't it nice that your father comes to visit, Your Highness?" But Blake coldly dismissed the sentiment. "No, I'd rather spend more time with my wife." "Oh, you brat." If the emperor overheard this, he'd surely regret everything. Might as well have eaten that egg instead of raising this spare child, he'd think. Despite Blake's bluntness, Ansia sighed in relief that he wasn't outright hostile toward Emperor Tenstian. If Blake treated the emperor with the same aggressive disdain he showed that Black Cat, the father-son relationship might have already spiraled into ruin. Still, Blake was clearly dissatisfied. He often grumbled about Ansia's behavior around the emperor, accusing her of paying too much attention to him and showering him with compliments. "You even said I was cute," Blake pointed out indignantly. Today, he finally unloaded his grievances, listing everything from how she only cared about the emperor to how she always asked if the emperor enjoyed his meal and even called him cool. But Ansia wasn't one to back down. "I said you were adorable too." Yet the prince immediately pulled her into a tight embrace, his voice soft as he retorted, "I won't do anything adorable at my age." "Excuse me?" Ansia thought. What exactly are you planning to do at your age, if not sweet, innocent things? She could practically smell the jealousy radiating from her husband. And Blake didn't deny it, he laughed sheepishly and confessed. "Yes, I'm jealous. I only want to see Ansia." Taking her hand in his, he started complaining again. "Why do you keep calling me Your Highness? Everyone else calls me by my name. Even you call the emperor father. Are you treating me differently? Do you even see me as your husband? When will you truly stay by my side?" Ansia had been behaving properly toward Blake as a matter of etiquette. It was all to maintain a certain distance from him because she feared that if she were to leave in the future, if she couldn't break the curse, she would have to give up this position to Diana. That was why she tried her best not to cross the final boundary between respect and reverence. She knew these were her own private calculations and a promise she had made to herself. But it seemed that Blake had figured out all her thoughts. He looked at her with a pleading gaze. Ansia, please call me Blake." Even with him putting on that expression, Ansia hesitated for a long time. In the end, she still called him Your Highness. Unexpectedly, Blake reached out, placed his hand gently on her cheek, and made her look directly into his eyes. He said, "All right, Ansia. You called me Blake when I was still lying in bed. That's how you woke me up." He looked at her as if urging her on. "Ansia, come on." Her heart waged an internal battle. Half of her wanted to say his name, but the other half feared that the closer they became, the more painful it would be for him when she eventually left. Yet, in the end, she couldn't resist that mixture of imploring and assertiveness in his expression. Softly, she uttered, "Blake." Seeing Blake's satisfied smile, Ansia felt an inexplicable unease rising within her. She had finally called him by his name. This was the last fortress she had built, the barrier between herself and Blake. But in the end, she had been the one to bring it crashing down. And then, she realized that she could never truly leave Blake, as though she had become utterly captivated by him. In the royal palace, stones from the ancient Forbidden Grounds were brought in for study. Ansia was still struggling with the inscriptions on the ancient stone tablets. Philip had betrayed the goddess of light by marrying Lontel Belasian as his empress, causing the goddess of light to become enraged and curse the descendants of Philip. She had the power to break the curse for the Belasian family, who had wed Philip. Who was the one who betrayed her? These thousand-year-old questions kept swirling in Ansia's mind, but no one could answer them for her. She gently touched the stone tablet, probing it. As she began piecing together the sequence of events, she sensed that something was amiss. It seemed that another truth was being hidden behind the incomprehensible inscriptions, to the point that Ansia wanted to shout, "What the heck is this?" It read, "Women. Ellipsis, the main character. Ellipsis, the sixth day. Ellipsis, position. Ellipsis, sentence." After reading it, Ansia could only think, this is just ridiculous. The more she investigated, the more mysterious things seemed. What had happened after Philip left the capital? At that moment, a sound was heard from outside. It was Han, who entered cheerfully, greeting, "Princess Consort, there you are." Upon seeing him, Ansia sighed, "I've been looking at these stone tablets and rereading Zek's history book. There's nothing in any of these books about the Tai-Sun plague or Philip spreading news within the royal family. How could they fool everyone like that and easily resort to all kinds of tricks?" Han glanced at the pile of books, still disorganized, and asked suspiciously, "Have you read all these?" Goodness, after reading all of this, your brain must be fried and your eyes must be about to fall out. Han honestly admired her determination. Han candidly admired her. "You are truly amazing." With such a compliment, Ansia smiled joyfully. "I just reviewed what I had read earlier in the Tenon Palace." "You're very brave and talented." So the two of them kept exchanging compliments, praising each other without missing a beat. Suddenly, Ansia eagerly praised Han's outfit, causing him to feel embarrassed. Han awkwardly explained, "This is the attire that His Majesty gave me, and I'm very happy to hear the Crown Princess say that." In that moment, Han felt a warm sensation inside him. Suddenly, Ansia propped her chin up and looked at him, asking, Han, may I ask you something? I heard you gave up the life of being in His Majesty's shadow and were granted a title. Why did you decide to step into the light when you had previously declined the Emperor's invitations?" Han paused for a moment and then shared his thoughts with Ansia. He said that he made this decision after seeing her. When he saw her repeatedly ignore danger, despite being a weak girl, and still persist, clinging to even the smallest hope that could save Blake, he began to feel useless. He had told the Emperor he would be loyal, but in the end, he had only relied on him, staying behind as a shadow. Thanks to Ansia's courage, Han had realized many things. Standing before her, he confidently declared, "From now on, I will stand with His Majesty and protect him in the open. I will also be someone who fully supports the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Hearing these heartfelt words from Eunhan, Ansia felt warmed. She sincerely complimented him, "You are still very reliable." As the mood between them remained light and cheerful, Eunhan suddenly sensed danger approaching. He quickly pulled Ansia behind him to protect her. "Crown Princess, it's dangerous." At that moment, Ansia still didn't understand what was happening. A bright white light appeared in front of them, accompanied by a fierce wind. The sudden turn of events caught Ansia off guard. She skeptically asked him, "What is that?" Eunhan seemed very familiar with this power. He explained, "I can feel the power of the dragon. It's likely Baek has been sent to get rid of me. The situation is critical, Crown Princess, you must run." But how could Ansia leave Eunhan behind? She stayed behind him, while Eunhan swiftly drew his sword, ready to face whatever came. Suddenly, they saw an increasingly blinding light, with the wind swirling around them. From the light, a mysterious figure slowly emerged. This person was dressed in a very strange manner and proudly said, "Finally, I've found you." Ansia assessed the stranger from head to toe. She hadn't expected someone with such overwhelming power to be a frail-looking child. This person had white hair like a Taoist priest and wore clothing similar to Eastern monks. Additionally, they had skin as white as Snow White. According to Eunhan, this person was likely Baek, a small, childlike figure who slowly approached Eunhan with a clearly joyful expression on their face. Contrary to the stranger's cheerful demeanor, Eunhan remained extremely cautious. He sternly looked at the person, gripping his sword tightly in defense. "Are you here to take me away? Or are you here to kill me?" Eunhan's confrontational attitude startled the stranger. She explained, "I'm not here to take you. I'm the one chosen by the White Dragon." Indeed, the revelation of this information threw Eunhan into confusion, making it hard for him to believe. His vision blurred, sweat pouring down his face, and he asked in disbelief, "What?" The stranger obediently knelt before him and loudly explained that Baek had chosen Eunhan as her master. "So please, come back with me." Despite the sincere plea, Eunhan coldly rejected, "No, I decline. Your words are lies." It seemed that there was a huge unresolved issue between them that couldn't be solved with mere words. However, Baek continued to explain, "It's not a lie. I came here on my own. Do you know how many hardships I endured to get here? I will explain everything later, but please don't turn your back on me." Even after she had humbled herself to plead, Eunhan remained aloof. "I don't want to hear you, go away." Seeing how desperate the stranger was and how cold Eunhan's rejection was, Ansia spoke up, "Eunhan, why don't you listen to him? I don't know what's going on, but I don't think he's as dangerous as you think." But even with Ansia's interjection, Eunhan remained firm in his stance, "No, Crown Princess, you can't trust him." By now, Baek had witnessed the friendly exchange between Ansia and Eunhan. His face darkened with anger, and he demanded, "Wait. Are you going to choose to follow this woman instead of me?" Unable to swallow his frustration, he gathered a glowing energy in his hand. Baek had risen and was now furiously questioning Eunhan. "I'm the only one who can help you, yet you choose to protect this woman. This is unacceptable." He then glared at Ansia with a look of hatred, his hands preparing to unleash the energy that would tear her apart. As the saying goes, when bulls fight, the fly gets killed. Ansia, confused and caught in the middle, wondered what exactly they wanted from her. "What do you want me to do to make you happy? Hurry up, or we might end up in a disaster." At this moment, Baek's energy was growing stronger by the second, and Ansia knew that even just one of his attacks could send her to meet her ancestors. The light from his power was so blinding that she could barely keep her eyes open. She even raised her hand to shield herself, but the strength behind it made it almost impossible to resist. She wanted to explain the situation to this stranger, but things were far from simple. The person before her now seemed like a wounded beast in a rage. Naturally, Eunhan couldn't just stand by and let Baek harm anyone, especially Ansia. Furious, he questioned, How dare you be so rude to the crown princess? The atmosphere was intense and chaotic for a moment before it suddenly quieted. Ansia thought she might have already ascended to heaven, but after waiting with her eyes closed, nothing happened. When she opened her eyes, she saw the young man in eastern robes collapsed on the floor. Eunhan carefully approached the figure and explained to Ansia, he just fainted. It's only temporary. After checking Beck's condition, Eunhan rushed over to Ansia, asking anxiously, Are you all right, Your Highness? Do you feel any pain? Ansia smiled reassuringly, I'm fine, but what about him? She looked up at the young man lying unconscious on the ground. His features were quite striking. After confirming that Ansia was unharmed, Eunhan quickly picked up the unconscious youth and said, He will wake up soon. Please, don't worry about this. He carried the young man in his arms, turning to Ansia to announce, I'll take him back to where he belongs for a while. A few days later, the palace returned to its peaceful atmosphere, the sky still as clear as ever. Blake appeared suddenly, calling out Ansia's name with excitement. Before she could even react, he wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug. Your Highness, I'm here, Ansia replied with a smile, enjoying the moment. But Blake wasn't satisfied, continuing to cling to her like a living pillow. Ansia chuckled, You've missed me after just an hour? Blake pouted, looking up at her with a sulky expression, his cheeks flushed. I've been waiting for you for a whole hour, he whined. Then, in his usual teasing way, he added, By the way, do you remember what you forgot, my dear wife? Seeing Blake's adorable, pouty face, Ansia couldn't help but laugh. How could I forget? Feeling a bit shy, she finally said his name, causing Blake to beam with happiness. Observing their playful interaction, people around them could only shake their heads and sigh, here comes another round of fluff. Blake laughed heartily, clearly pleased with Ansia's reaction. He grabbed her hand firmly, let's go together. Despite trying to act nonchalant, the red tint on his ears betrayed his feelings. Ansia noticed it and smiled inwardly, thinking to herself, his ears are so red, it's so cute. As they were holding hands, Eunhan appeared in the hallway. He approached and greeted them. Your Highness, I've been waiting for you both for a while. Blake immediately put on the cold demeanor of a prince and replied. I didn't think it took that long. Then, he shot Eunhan a hostile glance. Eunhan, with a serious expression, said, I have something to discuss with the princess. Ansia, sensing that this was likely about Beck, agreed immediately, I understand. Let's go to the sitting room. However, at that moment, Blake tightened his grip on her hand, as if not wanting her to leave. Eventually, he reluctantly let Ansia go, but not before reminding her, come back soon. Ansia smiled reassuringly, I know, I'll be back soon. In his private chamber, Eunhan sincerely expressed his remorse. I apologize for what happened that day. Because of me, you ended up in a dangerous situation. Ansia, not bothered by this, waved her hand dismissively. It's all right. Besides, I was worried about you. Though Eunhan insisted he was fine, Ansia could see he still seemed unsettled. She looked at him with concern, also curious about why that strange person had come to cause trouble. She asked. May I ask what happened? A hint of anguish appeared on Eunhan's face, and he closed his eyes to avoid answering. Seeing this, Ansia didn't want to press him, and she gently said. If it's too hard to talk about, just keep it in your heart. Unexpectedly, Eunhan interrupted her with determination. I will speak. Eunhan slowly began recounting his life. As you already know, Your Highness, I am a prince of the Moon Empire. If the Asteric Empire was built on the power of the goddess of light, then the moon was built on the power of dragons. In the royal family, some people are chosen by dragons, they are called dragon kin. My mother was a servant in the palace. Although she was a commoner, the emperor noticed her beauty, and that's how I was born. He continued, his voice choked with emotion. As a child, I was happy and close to Beak. But then tragedy struck when I was chosen by the Black Dragon, a sign that I would bring calamity to the country. The emperor, my father, was furious and ordered the deaths of both me and my mother. My mother, unfortunately, passed away, leaving me alone. My father, that very father of mine, could kill his own wife and child just for the throne. I could never understand or forgive him. Ansia looked at him with deep sympathy. So that was your situation? Eunhan continued his story. After I left, the White Dragon chose Beak. The one chosen by the White Dragon becomes the High Priest, with the authority to choose the Emperor. Beak has probably come here because the Moon Empire is in turmoil. Before he could finish, a piercing scream from outside startled them both. Ansia recognized Blake's voice. Eunhan, equally alarmed, guessed this was Beak's doing. They ran outside to find Blake lying weakly under Beak's control. Blake gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Beak responded mockingly, even pinching Blake's cheek, which angered him further. At that moment, Ansia and Eunhan arrived to intervene. Furious, Eunhan scolded. "Why are you doing this?" Ansia was even angrier seeing her husband being mistreated. She silently cursed Beak for daring to hurt Blake. Eunhan quickly pulled Beak away, while Ansia anxiously checked on Blake to see if he was injured. Thankfully, he was unharmed. In the corner of the room, Eunhan and Beak were caught up in a loud argument. Eunhan demanded that Beak apologize to Blake, but Beak arrogantly refused. "I am the High Priest of the Moon Empire. I will bow to no one but the Emperor." Eunhan could only sigh in frustration, helplessly watching his defiant younger brother roar in defiance, "Beak!" In the corner of the room, Eunhan and Beak continued their loud argument. Eunhan demanded that Beak apologize to Blake, but Beak arrogantly refused. "I am the High Priest of the Moon Empire. I will bow to no one but the Emperor." Eunhan could only sigh in frustration, helplessly watching his rebellious younger brother roar, "Beak!" Beak's feet slowly touched the ground as he mocked Eunhan. "By the way, you're quite something. Every time I try to find you, some mysterious force stops me." His earlier brash demeanor faded, and Beak looked seriously toward the Crown Prince, asking, "Is it because of him?" Mentioning the Crown Prince made Beak's gaze grow distant. He spoke just one cryptic word, "blending." Ansia, hearing this, was completely puzzled and asked Beak skeptically, "Huh? What do you mean by blending?" She silently tried to piece things together. The White Dragon was a sacred entity in the Moon Empire, much like the Goddess of Light in the East. She had studied all the texts about curses for the past 3 years, but she had never come across the term blending. The more she thought about it, the more certain Ansia became that this strange young man knew something about Blake's curse. Noticing Ansia's curious expression, Beak grinned and asked, "Do you want to know? How could you pass up such a golden opportunity?" Ansia nodded seriously, clearly eager to know. At this, Beak suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. "Crown Princess of Asterik, would you be interested in making a deal with me?" The entire palace was now enveloped in the soft hues of twilight. Ansia and Beak met in a private room, with Ansia clearly affected by Beak's powerful presence. She responded straightforwardly. "Please, state the terms of the deal." Beak's condition was simple, he wanted to stay here with Eunhan. Thinking it an easy request, Ansia quickly agreed. "Understood. I'll prepare a room for you." But Beak wasn't finished with his conditions. He also wanted her to persuade Eunhan to return to the Moon Empire, believing she could sway him. This, however, was not something Ansia was confident she could accomplish. She believed that returning to the moon or staying here was Eunhan's own decision. She couldn't change his mind if he didn't want to go. Nonetheless, Beak's proposal was tempting. In a soft, enticing tone, he added, "If you help me, I will reveal to you what you're searching for and decode that stone tablet." The mere mention of this showed just how formidable Beak's abilities were. Ansia looked at him in surprise. "You can decode it? How did you know I wanted to decipher it?" Beak maintained his mysterious demeanor and replied, "How do I know? I know because I've seen it. If someone is chosen by the White Dragon to take its place, they gain the ability to see new things. Anyway, please try to persuade my brother to help me. If he returns to the moon, I'll tell you about the Crown Prince and translate that stone tablet." Such an enticing offer was impossible for Ansia to refuse. She stood there, deep in thought, unable to respond. As she walked down the hall back to the Crown Prince's quarters, she was lost in a daze, feeling utterly confused. Despite knowing the core of the story, The events unfolding around her made her question if that storyline was even reliable anymore. According to the story's original timeline, the Moon Empire would be destroyed in 10 years in a brutal civil war, with no survivors left among the factions. She couldn't bear the thought of sending Eun-han back to that fate just for Blake's sake. Finally, she realized the best option for now was to keep that troublemaker Beak around. As much as she disliked him, she had to stay calm and patient. If she fought him, who else would translate the tablet? So, over the next few days, Ansia began trying to bribe him with lavish meals, but Beak seemed uninterested in food. Her first plan quickly failed. Try again. Ansia thought as she continued her attempts to win Beak over, this time with tea. Beak, this is jasmine tea. Ansia was confident in her renowned cooking skills, well regarded throughout the palace. But this stubborn cat was proving difficult, refusing to even try it. Let the Crown Prince have it, Your Highness. I won't try it. I can't eat or drink anything you make. Refusing to give up, Ansia was determined to get Beak to take at least a sip. She put on a hurt expression and complained. Do you dislike me that much? But Beak didn't mean it that way. He calmly reminded her. No, it's not that I dislike you, Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. I simply cannot partake, for reasons you'll understand when the time comes. Seeing Beak's unwavering resolve, Ansia finally gave in, sighing in disappointment. All right, I understand. That evening in the Crown Prince's quarters, Beak was still comfortably lingering there. Prince Blake, surprisingly generous, even lent him some of his own clothes. Beak looked unusual in the Empire's attire. He wasn't used to it, frequently adjusting his collar, clearly feeling awkward in the unfamiliar outfit. Curious, Beak asked Blake what it all was. Blake, who seemed to have found a good friend, patiently explained each detail to him. Seeing them enjoy each other's company, Ansia felt a warm happiness as well. She noticed that while Beak was wary of adults, he was quite comfortable with peers his age, like Blake. Remarkably, Beak was already speaking the Empire's language fluently, a true sign that those chosen by the White Dragon were anything but ordinary. It was rare for the Crown Prince to be so friendly with another boy. He even asked Beak how old he was. A hint of sadness flashed in Beak's eyes. To him, age no longer seemed to matter. Just then, there was a sound at the door. The one who entered was none other than Eun-han. Bowing respectfully, he greeted them. Your Highness, Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Seeing his older brother, Beak immediately bounded over like an excited child, eager to show off. Brother. Today, I learned the royal language. I worked really hard. And I even tried on Asterix's clothes. But instead of reciprocating Beak's cheerful greeting, Eun-han appeared irritated. In a cold tone, he rebuked him, You're being too loud. I was greeting their highnesses, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess. Where is your respect? Beak could only bow his head apologetically, looking defeated under his brother's reproach. Ansia and Blake watched from the side, feeling indignant on Beak's behalf. Ansia spoke up, Eun-han, you don't need to be so harsh. That was a bit much. Do you know how long Beak has been waiting to see you these past few days? Surprisingly, Beak quickly rushed over to Blake, as if to cover his mouth, hastily explaining, Blake, please don't be upset, it was my fault. It was strange, these two had only just met, yet they already seemed to treat each other like old friends, even though they had started as if they were rivals. It was baffling. Eun-han then shifted the topic, asking about the Crown Prince's health. Hearing Blake confirm he was well, Eun-han seemed somewhat relieved and took the opportunity to excuse himself. But throughout the conversation, he didn't mention Beak at all, as if he were invisible. In a moment, the heavy door closed with a thud, and Eun-han's figure disappeared behind it. Left alone, Beak stood there, his back turned, a lonely bitterness evident in his stance as he stared at the now closed door, his heart weighed down with unspoken emotions. Remembering this scene, Blake's anger flared up. He spoke indignantly on Beak's behalf, that was too much. How dare he act that way? I didn't realize he could be so cold-hearted. Ansia tried to calm Blake down, gently defending Eunhan. He probably has his reasons. But Blake remained firm, loyal to his friend. Whatever happened in the past, it's not Beek's fault. He cares about his brother so much. This was the first time Ansia had seen Blake take a stand for someone else's struggles. In the past, he was always composed and wise beyond his years. Thinking of this, Ansia couldn't help but laugh softly. Are you actually angry, Blake? Blake avoided her gaze, explaining that Beek had been waiting all day, and he couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. If it were me, I would be so upset I wouldn't be able to bear it, Blake said, his voice faltering as tears welled up in his eyes. Ansia was taken aback, so startled that she almost wanted to laugh. Your Highness, you're crying, she exclaimed. Blake looked at her with shimmering eyes and replied, his voice trembling, I'm so loud, I can't help it. Don't call me loud, understand? Oh, how can this strong young man be so vulnerable? Our little bunny, crying again, she said, quickly wiping his tears away and comforting him. It's okay, let's sleep. You're amazing, Blake, so handsome and adorable. In the dark of the night, the room was filled with the steady sound of their breathing. The next morning, in the palace greenhouse, Blake was carefully weaving flowers into a crown. He kindly asked Beek, can you help me make the flower crown? Beek stood beside him, perplexed, wondering why the crown prince insisted on doing this himself when the servants could easily handle it. But Blake was adamant. This gift was for his wife, and if someone else made it, it wouldn't be meaningful. It had to be done by him. Seeing Blake so happy and determined, Beek couldn't help but ask, do you often give gifts to the crown princess? Blake quietly replied, not at first, but I won't live much longer. I want to give her as many things as I can. You've heard from Eunhan, right? I won't survive to adulthood. Upon hearing this, Beek sadly apologized to Blake. Blake continued, that's why I don't want to leave without leaving something behind. Ansia will be so sad. Last year, when I suddenly got sick, I thought I was going to die. I regretted it so much. Blake's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he tenderly held the flower crown, saying, I picked a rose from the greenhouse for Ansia. The flowers withered so quickly, just like me. But she still happily accepted it, even enchanted it to preserve it and looked at it every day. I once told Ansia to throw it away when it wilted, but seeing her cherish it, I regretted it deeply. I should have given it to her earlier. From now on, I'm determined to give her as many gifts as I can. Blake spoke to Beek, his face filled with joy, truly a person lost in the madness of love. Seeing Blake's joy, Beek fell silent, not saying anything. Even the way he looked at Blake seemed odd, as though he knew something, wanted to speak, but then decided against it. Before long, the morning passed, and another afternoon came. Blake was engrossed in sword training with Eden, while Ansia and Beek stood on the balcony, watching the Crown Prince practice. Beek couldn't help but ask Ansia, does the Crown Prince train like this every day? He looks so young, yet he has the energy of someone much older. Hearing Beek's old man remark, Ansia couldn't resist teasing him. You seem to look older than you are. In contrast to his usual mischievous self, Beek simply replied, just like you. This response caught Ansia off guard. Beek explained that he could see things others couldn't, even the soul and power of Ansia. Despite all the hardships she had gone through, Ansia still held on to purity and nobility, qualities that would never be broken in the future. With her kind nature, she would help many people, but she would never be able to save herself. Beek's gaze grew more focused on her as he continued, people may call you foolish, but you will burn brightly in joy. Ansia was stunned by Beek's words. She was surprised that he could see through her essence so clearly. But even more surprising was when Beek, with a focused gaze, said, I can see you burning in a pure white flame. Hearing the mention of the white flame, Ansia suddenly panicked. Does that mean I can break Blake's curse? Contrary to Ansia's worried expression, Beak calmly sneered and asked, "Are you willing to die for Blake?" Without hesitation, Ansia answered, "Yes, I'm ready. You can take these eyes of mine, even my life. Please, break the curse for Blake so he doesn't have to leave." Beak said nothing more, silently asking Ansia to take him to the stone tablet. Together, they made their way to Ansia's study in the palace. Beak studied the stone tablet for a long while Ansia anxiously asked, "Beak, can you read the contents on the stone tablet?" Beak explained that he could only restore the hidden inscriptions, and translating them was Ansia's task. After saying this, he instructed Ansia to step back as he would use magic. A brilliant light emanated from Beak's small hand, shining onto the stone tablet. The light spread throughout the room, and a gust of wind rose, leaving Ansia awestruck by the power of the magic. At that moment, the mysterious symbols on the stone tablet began to reveal themselves. It was written that in the 5th year of the empire, Philip ascended the throne. The text also mentioned the 3rd and 6th princes, which surprised Ansia because she had always thought that Philip had only 3 children. She continued reading. In November of the 5th year, the markings of the curse on the 6th prince changed, and he died shortly thereafter. The curse of the goddess then transferred to the 7th prince. This information was completely different from what Ansia had known, leaving her confused. Suddenly, a black mist surrounded her, pulling her into the stone tablet. In the darkness, Ansia relived the fateful night when the original owner of her body had thrown herself into the cold lake. Her father had tried to stop her, shouting, "Ansia, what are you doing? How can you run away before meeting the crown prince? What am I supposed to do now?" No matter how harsh his words were, she only bowed her head in silence, having lost all hope in her heart. She had been abandoned by her family and driven to the brink of despair. Suddenly, a flicker of light in the middle of the lake caught Ansia's attention. She looked toward the light, and it suddenly exploded, emitting a blinding flash that made it impossible for her to open her eyes and see clearly. At that moment, the black mist appeared again, pulling Ansia into the cold, bone-chilling water. Ansia could not struggle or resist, she couldn't even breathe. In her despair, she wondered if this was how she would die. Just then, a strange voice echoed in her mind. "Heir of the light, to whom do you wish to transfer your power?" In that life-or-death moment, Ansia couldn't think clearly. The only thing she knew was that if she died, Diana would be very sad. The voice in her mind seemed to assume that Diana would be the one to inherit her light power. Ansia suddenly woke from her horrifying experience, gasping in fear. Beak, very concerned, rushed over to check on her and asked, "You're awake now?" Ansia explained that she had briefly lost consciousness. At the same time, based on her memories of the icy lake, she suddenly realized that she possessed the power of light and might be the heir to the light power of the Belasian family. Upon hearing this, Beak showed no surprise, coldly asking, "Did you just find out?" Ansia was stunned to learn that Beak had known from the very first time they met. Beck gently explained to her. "The one who shines so beautifully, how could I not recognize you? Your power is immense. Thanks to you, the Crown Prince's curse hasn't spread further. Your light created a boundary that stopped the curse from expanding. That strength even overcame the darkness." At that moment, Ansia was startled to realize that she had been helping Blake all along. Beck coughed and continued to remind her. "You have a tremendous power trapped within the prince's body after the battle. If you awaken your strength, you can untangle it and break the curse." Ansia still couldn't believe the truth. She stared at her hands in shock, thinking to herself, "I am the heir of the light. I can break Blake's curse. If that's true, Blake has a chance to be saved, and I won't have to leave him anymore." But before she could feel joy, a loud crash startled her. When she turned around, she saw Beck collapsed on the ground. Eventually, she brought Beck back to the palace and laid him on the bed, but his condition only worsened. It might have been a consequence of using magic power. Just then, a noise came from outside the door. Unhan rushed in, flinging the door open. He called out his brother's name in panic and quickly approached the bed to check on him. Beck, weak and barely audible, whispered, "Brother." At that moment, Eunhan no longer cared about Ansia and Blake's presence. His focus was entirely on Beck. In a raised voice, he scolded, "Don't you know that if someone chosen by the White Dragon leaves their homeland and loses their power, they'll die? Why did you do this? Go back and live a comfortable life as the High Priest. Why did you do something so foolish?" Facing Eunhan's accusations, Beck weakly shed tears and murmured, "I wanted to break the Crown Prince's curse. If I can't return with you, it has no meaning at all. You are everything to me. I became the High Priest and was surrounded by many people, but only you genuinely cared for me. I'll never forget those who looked down on me before I became the High Priest. I really don't want to go back." As he spoke, Beck's tears began to flow even more. His voice trembled as he continued, "I'd rather disappear in front of you than return to that hell alone. I hate the place without you. I can't bear to be there by myself, so I helped the Crown Princess." At this point, Beck broke down, crying like a child. Eunhan looked at him with deep sorrow and asked, "Why would you say such things now?" Beck, fearing that Eunhan might despise him for appearing so weak, used his remaining strength to say, "Even so, I'm happy that I finally got to see you." With those words, Beck passed out. Eunhan screamed his brother's name until his voice was hoarse, but there was no response. It seemed he couldn't accept the reality. In the end, he knelt beside Beck's bed, sobbing uncontrollably. A strong man like Eunhan had finally shed tears. Eunhan wasn't the only one grieving. Ansia was equally worried for Beck. She couldn't understand what had happened to him. At this moment, Eunhan cradled his brother in his arms and softly informed Ansia, "He's still alive. As long as he's breathing, there's a chance. If we return to Chaong immediately, he might survive." Eunhan regretfully said goodbye to Ansia. "Your Highness, I must return to Chaong. In an urgent situation like this, Beck Khan's life is the top priority." Ansia urged him, "Go quickly." Shortly after, Eunhan departed for Chaong and did not return for a long time. At this time, the Crown Prince was still staring intently at Ansia. Seeing the sorrowful expression on Ansia's face, the Crown Prince guessed that it was likely due to the situation with Eunhan and Beek. Ansia smiled at him, not feeling sad at all because Eunhan and Beek were now together. Why should she be sad? She was even more worried that the Crown Prince might be upset because Beek had left. However, the Crown Prince believed that Beek was now happily with his brother, and he wasn't upset. In fact, he felt happy for them. Remarkably, the young prince then began to hold her hand, pressing it to his cheek and acting adorably. Ansia couldn't help but shiver at the Crown Prince's cuteness. Right now, Ansia felt a little more at ease because she knew that she was the one who held the power of light and knew how to break the curse. But the main male character in her life still wasn't ready. He was still just a child. Suddenly, she looked at the Crown Prince very seriously and asked, "Blake, when will you grow up?" Sure enough, bringing up such a sensitive topic made someone want to spit out their frustration. He still didn't understand why Ansia suddenly asked that, and before he could ask her, Ansia happily announced to him, "Blake, I have some good news for you. I've figured out how to break the curse. So, you need to grow up a little more." Blake pouted, his lips curling in a sulk, "I'm already grown up." But no matter how much he insisted, who would believe him? Even the prince's wife had compared him to a peach. The pain of this comparison was something no one could truly understand. Knowing how much Blake hated being treated like a child, Ansia couldn't resist teasing him, "Blake, would you like some peaches?" As expected, Blake immediately turned and walked away. "I need to go practice sword fighting." Before leaving, he looked back and added, "She'll be leaving soon. So, wait for me." Ansia continued to watch him leave, her gaze lingering on his disappearing figure. The two of them walked together toward the training grounds. Ansia kindly asked, "So, would you like anything to eat after you practice?" The Crown Prince wasn't hard to please. He cheerfully replied, "I like everything." Suddenly, Ansia's eyes landed on something that startled her. It was none other than Emperor Tenstian's appearance. With his tall, imposing figure, he stood silently like a quiet mountain. Upon seeing the emperor suddenly appear, Ansia felt a rush of joy. He gently patted her head, asking where the two of them were going. Blake, no longer keeping his distance from his father, calmly replied, "I'm on my way to the training grounds." The emperor seemed quite surprised and asked again, "You're going to practice sword fighting?" After receiving Blake's response, he looked at his two children and said, "Let's go together." The emperor's desk was piled high with petitions, many of which opposed the crown prince entering the palace, and there were even debates about Ansia. Some petitions even called for the crown prince to be exiled to the southern island. Looking at the stack of petitions, the emperor fell into deep thought. He murmured to himself, "At this point, I must stay clear-headed." Outside, the Duke Cassius's army still exists. It's only a matter of time before it spreads. The key point is that if Blake is the heir to the curse, those people will finally get the position they've long desired. As the emperor pondered, he suddenly sensed a familiar presence. It was Eun Han. He emerged from the shadows and respectfully knelt before the emperor. His eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. Emperor Tenstian quickly called for him to rise. Eun Han sincerely apologized for leaving without informing the emperor, but Emperor Tenstian, being understanding, had already heard some details from Ansia and understood Eun Han's situation. "I've heard from Ansia," the emperor began. "Is your brother doing better now?" Eun Han smiled softly, grateful for the emperor's concern. "Thank you for asking. He's doing well." Hearing this, Emperor Tenstian smiled contentedly. "I'm glad to hear that." Everyone was very worried. It's a relief to know he's better now. At this point, Eun Han slowly approached Emperor Tenstian. His hand was tightly clenched in tension. Seeing his resigned expression, Emperor Tenstian understood the situation. He spoke first, "Did you come here today to say goodbye?" Eun Han hesitated before admitting, "Yes, that's right. I wish to return to protect my family. He has no one else but me now. I once had a home, but I've neglected it for too long. So today, I've come to bid you farewell and request your permission to leave the empire. I'm sorry that I can no longer protect you, but I will never forget your kindness." As he spoke, Eun Han bowed his head as a gesture of gratitude to the emperor. Emperor Tenstian wasn't particularly surprised by Eun Han's decision to leave. In fact, he had already prepared a gift for him. "You've protected me enough. Raise your head and take this. It's a certificate to manage the gold mines near your homeland." Eun Han hurriedly refused, saying, "No, Your Majesty, I don't deserve such an honor. Leaving suddenly like this, I can't accept something so valuable." But Emperor Tenstian didn't give him a chance to decline. "Take it. Don't you need to protect your brother? You'll need strength to do that." Eun Han remained firm in his refusal. He was about to speak again, but the emperor spoke before him. "This is just a small allowance for your departure. You don't need to feel burdened by it." With the emperor's insistence, Eun Han reluctantly bowed his head and accepted the gift. The emperor regarded him as a friend, and he placed a hand on Eun Han's shoulder. "I'm sorry for making things so difficult for you. If you ever want to return here and need help, just let me know." Touched by the emperor's words, Eun Han sincerely promised, "I will surely repay the kindness you've shown me." The emperor smiled in satisfaction. "All right, now I have another ally, don't I?" At last, Eun Han left. Watching the figure of the emperor, Tenstian, fade into the distance, he stood still for a long time. He glanced at the pile of memorials on the table from the nobles, which were full of conspiracies and tricks aimed at undermining Ansia and Blake. He then remembered Han, the young man who was returning home alone to protect his younger brother. As for him, for Tenstian, Ansia and Blake were everything. He told himself that if he didn't do everything in his power to save Blake, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even if it meant making mistakes or going against the entire nobility, Tenstian was determined to try once more to save Blake. Suddenly, in a fit of anger, he grabbed the stack of memorials and threw them forcefully. In his mind, he kept questioning himself, what am I still afraid of? I am the emperor, the strongest in this empire. Tenstian thought to himself, I don't want to show my love in a weak way anymore. No one can lay a hand on my family. That subconscious strength urged him to throw the pile of disorganized memorials into the blazing fire. His eyes blazed with fierce determination. Perhaps this was the very reason why the emperor was here at this moment, even going so far as to spar with his son. Indeed, his actions surprised Blake, who let out a gasp. Not only Blake, but even Ansia was equally astonished. In her mind, she kept asking herself, what? Even though the emperor came here, he was only supposed to join us for dinner. Blake intended to refuse, but Ansia quickly intervened. She pushed his shoulder forward. Blake, don't be like that. Let's go together. The atmosphere now felt very comfortable. They were no different from a happy family. Emperor Tenstian was also quite pleased with his display. The three of them walked together towards the training grounds. And the happiest one there was Ansia. Because, in the end, Blake and his father had agreed to go together. Just watching them was enough to make her heart feel unusually warm. But there was one thing, the height of the two of them was limited. No matter how fast they tried to walk, they could never catch up with someone who had legs as long as a supermodel's. The emperor turned around and realized that his two children were like little mushrooms, walking at a snail's pace. He scoffed. You two are walking too slowly. Taking advantage of the moment, the old father picked up his son, much to Blake's surprise. Seeing the emperor's face trying to portray the image of a kind father, Blake shivered down his spine. Could this be called a late fatherly love? Watching such a scene, Ansia couldn't help but widen her eyes, eagerly following every detail. This was a beautiful picture of paternal love. Unlike Ansia's excitement, Blake was now wriggling like a fish stranded on dry land. What are you doing? Put me down. This is dangerous. If I were him, I would probably wriggle along with Blake. In the emperor's arms, the crown prince was so embarrassed that his face turned bright red. He covered his face and reminded the emperor. Ansia is watching. At this moment, the emperor remembered and turned to look at Ansia, asking, did she pick you up like this too? Indeed, it was poetic justice. Just now, Ansia had been watching the spectacle, and now she was caught in the emperor's trap. She immediately waved her hands in refusal, but there was no way she could resist the emperor. He easily lifted Ansia as well. Now it was Ansia's turn to squirm. Put me down. I'm not a child anymore. But the emperor stubbornly kept holding both of them. To him, both Ansia and Blake would always be children. Ansia blushed so deeply she was nearly burning with embarrassment. It was strange to be carried like a 3-year-old at this age. The image of a father holding his two children was so beautiful. It would seem that with those muscles, the emperor must have been lifting weights all day. Lifting these two undernourished children was nothing for him. Blake still felt shy, hiding in his father's chest, his arms instinctively tightening around his back. In truth, he was enjoying this feeling a little. It had been so long since he had been this close to his father in such a way. The emperor smiled at Blake. Let me see your skills with the sword. In a moment, they arrived at the training ground. The emperor took Blake's wooden sword and examined it for a moment. You practice with this? Upon hearing his father's question, Blake eagerly replied. I use a real sword too, I just stopped for a while. Before Blake could finish, the emperor tossed the sword to him and instructed him to start the practice. Ansia, standing on the side, couldn't stop worrying about Blake's unfortunate fate. It seemed that Emperor Tenstian really intended to duel. It was rumored that his swordsmanship was even better than the royal knights. Blake's chances in this life were doomed. Seeing that his father had issued a challenge, Blake was determined to face the battle. But unfortunately, he was still just a kid. As soon as the fight started, Blake was knocked to the ground by the Emperor. Ansia thought that the Emperor would gently guide Blake step by step. But to her surprise, he showed no mercy and attacked without hesitation. The Emperor picked up the sword and handed it to Blake, reminding him, "Step in longer. If you just rush in headfirst, your weaknesses will definitely be exposed." Blake didn't feel hurt or upset by his father's strictness. Instead, he seriously acknowledged his mistake. "Yes, let me try again." Blake's sword was knocked far away, and once again, he was sprawled out on the ground. The Emperor remained unmoved. "If you can't hold the sword firmly, how can you expect it not to slip out of your hands? If you're not fit to hold a sword, your training partner could get hurt." Even though he was scolded like this, Blake remained determined. "I will practice more." Ansia couldn't help but admire the Emperor's strict training. Thanks to this, Blake realized how much he still needed to improve. On the other hand, she was glad that the father and son had found a way to care for each other. It seemed like the sun had already set, yet the Emperor and his son were still practicing diligently. Blake was straining his utmost, sweat pouring from him, while the Emperor appeared to exert no effort at all in defeating him. Suddenly, the Emperor pushed the sword away, signaling the end of the practice. "That's enough for today." But Blake felt disappointed, and he hurriedly stopped his father. "Wait, I can keep going." The Emperor disagreed, speaking gently. "Tomorrow, let's leave it for tomorrow." Blake hesitated and asked, "Will you still come tomorrow, father?" The Emperor gently patted his head and said yes. He probably didn't know how happy that made Blake. The Emperor smiled at him and promised that he would come every day. His warm hand still rested on Blake's head, and Blake felt a warmth he had never known. Emperor Tenstian was also generous in praising his son. "You've always been very diligent in your practice. Well done." But Blake was embarrassed, thinking his father was teasing him. The Emperor revealed that when he was Blake's age, he didn't even know how to properly hold a sword. He also praised Eden for teaching Blake well and promised to reward him. Blake was overjoyed. This felt like a dream to him. He asked his father again, "Will you reward Eden?" The Emperor smiled kindly at him and nodded. At first, Blake had been embarrassed, and when they headed back, he felt just as shy. He continued to squirm, asking to be put down, but the Emperor refused to listen. Meanwhile, Ansia had already taken the lead and rushed ahead, not wanting to get caught up in the awkward situation again. The three of them chatted happily, their conversation blending with the glow of the setting sun.